The scene is grim, with an ancient, decaying wall setting a desolate tone. And dilapidated wooden furniture that's barely holding itself together. Heavy metal bars seal off the windows. While tiny bugs occasionally float through the ventilator, their faint buzzing cutting through the silence. As he watches them, a profound realization hits him, he yearns for their unburdened existence. His hand extends, a silent plea, towards the fleeting insects. A quiet sigh escapes his lips. As Unsu gazes downward, a profound contemplation etched on his face. His hands clench, then release, a raw, nervous energy coursing through him as he takes in the desolate room. A bitter taste fills his mouth, a stark reminder of the life he's been forced to live, trapped within these walls. His fingers twitch again, a restless energy he just can't keep bottled up. He's stuck in a basement, and the brutal reality of his confinement is crushing him. Just 2 days left. The clock is ticking. That single, harsh bulb above is the only thing lighting up his empty prison. Later, he's at a tiny table, pen in hand, kicking off his writing with a chilling thought, he's lost his memories. Normally, you'd kick off something like this with a simple intro. But even just writing his own name, a basic self-intro, feels like an impossible mission. He's trapped, not just physically, but by the crushing weight of not even knowing his own name. He should have one, a name his mom, the one in that faded picture, must have given him. Even though they were ripped apart right after he was born, that photo, her holding him, it's all he has. He stares at her face, a tiny, hopeful smile breaking through his despair. Believing she loved him, only for his father's cold, brutal words to cut through the silence, she's dead. His father's grin widens, twisting the knife, your mom, that is. Unsu's world shatters, his voice raw with disbelief as he screams, what do you mean? And then, the final, devastating blow from his father, by jumping off a bridge. Pure, unadulterated fury explodes across Unsu's face, his chained fists trembling with suppressed violence. A chilling portrait hangs, revealing the face of a man. Unsu's own father, yet a monster he labels a degenerate bastard, the question burning in his mind, who is the real villain here? Escape is impossible, the cell's barred window a cruel reminder. With a never-ending basement stairway and impenetrable locked doors sealing his fate. Every single key is clutched tight in his father's hand, a symbol of absolute control. A sinister grin spreads across his father's face as he promises eternal confinement. Then twists the knife, bringing up the agonizing truth of his mother's tragic jump. Unsu's hand brushes against something on the cold floor, and in an instant, a shocking revelation hits him like a physical blow. His father's chilling voice cuts through the silence, revealing his mother's deepest fear. She was terrified of the very world she inhabited. This Earth itself. She knew an apocalypse was coming. And now, Unsu's world shatters as a small, crucial item slips from his fingers. The torment continues as his father's twisted words claim his confinement is an act of love. Unsu's tears fall freely, his father's cruel manipulation reaching new depths, accusing him of suicidal thoughts. But a cold, hard truth dawns on Unsu, his father is a liar, and the truth about his mother's death is just another one of his deceptions. He's absolutely livid, his voice practically shaking the room. Don't you dare talk about my mom like that. You think I'm gonna believe you after all the lies you've fed me? But his father just sits there, chillingly calm, dropping another bombshell, believe it or not, but... Then, with a terrifying glint in his glasses, he delivers the ultimate threat, this little introduction. It's the last thing you'll ever see. Unsu's face contorts in pure horror as his father's hand moves, and he screams, what are you doing? Stop. Too late. A flick of a lighter, and the book goes up in a fiery blaze. It's consumed in seconds, reduced to nothing but ash. Broken, Unsu crumbles to the floor, his voice choked with despair, someone like you don't deserve to be called Dad. His father, with a sickeningly sweet smile, just shrugs it off. Oh my, you really shouldn't say things like that. And then, his eyes glow with pure, unadulterated menace as he lays down the law, this is all for you, can't you see? Now, come on. It's time. He's walking, his son right there, their footsteps the only sound in this creepy, brick hallway. Same time, every single day, this corridor is their daily grind, a total loop. Trapped in here, it's dead silent, no other living thing around, just them. It's just him and his dad, the only two in this massive basement, stuck in the same boring routine, forever. Even today, that same thack sound as his dad reaches for something, it's just another part of their endless loop, then they're at the desk, his dad giving that weird smile. His super boring daily life, this same old routine, it just keeps going, never stopping. But there's just one thing, one single thing that lets him break free from this grind, a tiny escape from his endless loop. Seriously, the only free time he gets in this daily grind, is when he can grab books from the basement library. He gets to read them, diving into stories and knowledge. He's still stuck in that tiny library, but these books. They're not just stories, they're igniting a fire within him. But the real treasures? They're the ones showing him the outside, a world he can only fantasize about. He pictures it as this massive, endless expanse, way bigger than his tiny, underground prison. His eyes filled with longing, he reaches for that imagined light, a desperate cry for freedom. He dreams of a normal, peaceful life, sprinting through breathtaking landscapes, finally free. But above all, he craves connection, to talk to people, to actually be with them. He pictures a perfect, peaceful scene between two people, but what he really wants is to be in it. That longing hardens into pure resolve, his fist clenching with an unshakable will. Then, his father's voice shatters the silence, dropping a bombshell, everything's ready for his free time, and it's finally time to check out the outside. A chilling smirk twists his father's lips. As he taunts Unsu, whose chained fists clench, demanding to know if he still dreams of freedom. Towering over his son, he delivers the crushing blow, you can never go outside. His face contorts with a dark vision, prophesying an apocalypse that will drown the world in blood. Only ashes will remain, he declares, this basement the last bastion of survival, a truth Unsu still hasn't grasped. Unsu's eyes squeeze shut, the same old lie burning in his mind. But then they snap open, blazing with defiance. This absurd apocalypse, this reason for his lifelong imprisonment. The endless torment and abuse, it all fuels his burning vow, he will escape this prison. A single, powerful step forward, a declaration of war against his confinement. The father's chilling words cut through the silence, his eyes glinting behind his glasses as he declares, it's not time yet. But Unsu's teal eyes blaze with an unyielding spirit, a silent promise that he'll wait for the perfect moment, for the instant his father drops his guard. His gaze locks onto the intricate key, the very symbol of his prison, knowing that the second his father's guard slips, he'll be completely exposed, utterly defenseless. The grim basement stretches on, and Unsu, still shackled, pushes his body to its absolute limit against the unyielding chains. Sweat pours down his body as he fights, every muscle screaming, a raw display of his burning desire for freedom. But the father is always there, yanking Unsu's head back by his hair, his voice dripping with venomous mockery, tired already? You'll never survive the apocalypse like this. But the torment only fuels him. Unsu pushes past the pain, grinding out push-ups with massive weights crushing his back, forging himself into a weapon, ready for anything. A sudden slip, a metallic screech, and then a bone-jarring impact as he crashes down. A guttural groan rips from his throat, leaving him crumpled on the unforgiving floor. But then, an utterly shocking sight, his father reaches out a hand, an offer of help. Towering over him, the hand remains extended. Utterly bewildered, Unsu can only stammer out a question, why are you helping me? But before he can even think, his father snatches his hand, yanking him upright with a brutal, sudden force. He clamps down on Unsu's arm, pulling him into a tight, inescapable grip. I was helping, his father declares, the words dripping with a sinister finality as he holds Unsu trapped. Just as his father yanks him up, a chilling voice cuts through Unsu's thoughts, a brutal lesson from the past, in moments of crisis. If anyone dares to offer a hand, you absolutely cannot trust them. The mentor's cold counsel drills deeper, be especially wary of humans. Especially the ones who pretend to help. That's why he pushed him, trained him, and forged him in combat. Because when he inevitably faces those monsters, he has to survive, even if he's all alone. And so, the mentor had relentlessly pushed him, transforming a mere child into a lethal weapon. Then, the mentor's final, cutting words, how pathetic. You'll be out of my sight soon. This is where it ends. But as the memories recede, Unsu's eye ignites with a fierce, emerald glow. A silent, burning testament to the carelessness that brought him to this very edge. He trains relentlessly, his bare hand striking with brutal force, absolutely shattering the target. His father watches, a grim satisfaction in his voice, declaring this the moment he's been waiting for. Every kick is precise. Every stomp deliberate, as he plans for the moment his dad drops his guard entirely. He envisions the act, a cold resolve hardening his gaze, he's going to kill him in his careless sleep. Then, he would obtain the key and escape from this place. A chilling satisfaction crosses his face, it worked. A swift, silent movement. And the blade rests against his father's throat. With the blade at his neck, the father's mind screamed one thing, that's bitter. But Unsu, staring down at his captive father, realized one fatal flaw in his perfect plan. His father was a man who never, ever let his guard down. The truth hit him like a freight train, a mind-bending, reality-shattering revelation. As Unsu's head is violently snapped back by a brutal, unseen force. Then driven down with crushing impact. The older man's glasses shatter from his face, his expression a chilling mix of fury and desperation. While Unsu's eyes explode with pain and shock. But in a flash, a foot slams down with explosive force. And Unsu's fist rockets forward, connecting with a sickening crunch to his father's jaw, sending him staggering. A devastating kick immediately follows, launching the older man flying backward like a ragdoll. A blood-curdling scream rips through the void, a primal shriek of pure terror. Then, a jarring, explosive impact shatters the silence. Followed by a chilling, ominous countdown, D1. The only sound left is a relentless, maddening drip, drip, drip. Violently yanking Unsu from the clutches of a nightmare, his eyes bursting open in sheer terror. He's trapped in a grim, concrete cell, the incessant dripping driving him to the brink. His head snaps up, a jolt of pure shock hitting him as a cold voice declares, "You're finally awake." The towering figure looms, delivering a final, cutting remark, "Good attempt." He listens, stone-faced, as his father lays down the law, declaring his previous attack completely out of line. His father's voice cuts through the tension, "Remember what I said? Without my go-ahead, all that training you've done. Worthless." A chilling glint in his eye, the father pronounces the sentence, "So, for daring to use a weapon." Unsu's face tightens as the words hit him, "You're training double time, starting now." A sharp click cuts the silence. His father turns, a smirk playing on his lips, and warns, "Catch some Z's, kid. Tomorrow's gonna be brutal." Footsteps fade, the door clicks shut. Unsu stands alone, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. He's got a secret his old man isn't ready for. The light snaps off, plunging the room into shadow, and with it, every ounce of his pent-up frustration and the world's noise simply vanishes. In that moment, he locked in, focusing his entire being on listening. A soft, rushing sound filling his ears as he pressed his hands to his head, the world blurring around him. He could hear things he couldn't before, a whole new world of sound opening up. Sounds of things from impossibly far away. He perceived the subtle hum of the world, an intricate symphony of existence, the sound of wheels turning, of birds chirping, a cacophony of life unfolding. And even the distant, overwhelming noise of a bustling city, a symphony of humanity. His father told him his training was genuine, but in reality, he was unlocking some secret, forbidden knowledge. He's hit with a crushing realization, questioning everything his dad ever told him. His dad's been saying she's gone, but deep down, he knows it's a total lie, she's out there, alive. He's making a vow right here, right now, he's busting out of this place, no matter what it takes. And then, staring at that old photo, his mission crystallizes, he's going to find his mom. Every single time he asks his dad about her, it's the same stone-cold lie, she's dead. He's sitting there, mind racing, knowing there's a deeper, darker truth behind his dad's words, his hand clenching tight. He knows the truth, she's alive. Wide awake in bed, he makes a solemn promise, he's breaking out of here, and he's finding his mom, no matter the cost. The lock clicks shut, a final, chilling sound as he stands in the hallway, staring back at the door that keeps him trapped. A towering figure in a turtleneck looms, a single word escaping his lips. Striding through the shadowed hall, he abruptly halts, a sudden jolt stopping him cold. A sharp gasp tears from his throat, his eyes flaring wide with shock. A quick slide, a sharp click, his phone is open, the call connected. He snaps into the receiver, demanding answers, his voice a cold warning, only for emergencies. Miles away, in his desolate room, Unsu lies awake, his mind a whirlwind of restless energy. The intense conversation continues, his face now etched with a grim, calculating worry. Unsu pushes himself up, his gaze fixed on the oppressive walls, his resolve hardening. He rises, a silent declaration of defiance in his stance, bathed in the room's stark, solitary light. A shattered fragment, glinting ominously on the cold floor. Crumpled on the cold, unforgiving floor, a lone bulb searing his form. His body seizes. The torment rages on, his legs thrashing against the unforgiving concrete. Then, his eyes blaze open, searing green light erupting from their depths. The crackling explodes into a furious, blood-red aura, tearing from his back and neck. He forces himself upright, back to the viewer, the crimson energy still violently surging around him. Suddenly, a jarring flash, and he's in a new, stark prison, his glowing eyes darting around. He glances down, a shockwave of realization hitting him, he's tied to a chair. Trapped and fuming, he unleashes a furious demand, challenging his unseen captor. His eyes ignite with a crimson flicker as the mysterious figure silences his defiance with a chilling touch, forcing a temporary surrender, but his spirit burns brighter. His face contorts in a snarl as he pushes against the restraints, the ropes audibly groaning under the sheer force of his will. He's breaking out. The relentless struggle continues, each subtle movement a testament to his unbreakable will, the ropes slowly giving way. The chilling repetition, the same dismissive words, the same oppressive touch, it's a psychological assault. He locks eyes with his tormentor, a blazing crimson inferno now consuming his gaze, pure defiance radiating from him. A single, explosive word rips through his mind, a desperate plea or a furious command. His thoughts are a whirlwind of chaos, a desperate struggle against the mental onslaught. The interrogator ups the ante, promising double the torment, but Unsu fires back, exposing a critical flaw in their memory. The interrogator, cool and collected, drops a bombshell on Unsu. Plans have changed. He lays it out, we won't be doing anything today, while Unsu's bound hands are a stark reminder of his predicament. But Unsu, eyes blazing with a furious red, snaps back, no. The interrogator just shrugs it off, you won't last a second in that state. Unsu pushes back, what are you talking about? He throws the interrogator's own words back at him, you said you'd make me survive. The interrogator coolly announces, training is over now. Then, with a sinister twist, let's see how long you can last, as Unsu's face contorts in defiance. Unbroken, Unsu fires back, I don't remember you telling me that. He declares, I'm not going to break. The interrogator gives a beat, a flicker of thought crossing his face, then asks, what are you doing? With a guttural, Unsu strains against his restraints, his entire body vibrating with raw power as he pushes past his breaking point. The interrogator's gaze is locked on him, a silent, intense observation of the young man's desperate fight. A sudden, explosive force rips through the air. The interrogator's sinister laughter erupts. His very presence warping into a terrifying, monstrous visage. The chilling cackle echoes, shattering the silence as something gives way. But in an instant, Unsu is a lightning-fast blur. Unleashing a devastating blow that sends the interrogator flying. He slams into the ground with a bone-jarring crash. Unsu stalks forward, his eyes locked on the defeated figure. Didn't I tell you, he demands, his voice cutting through the tension. Trapped and tied down, Unsu is forced to face the interrogator's menacing shadow. While a chilling, mocking laugh fills the air, pushing him to his limits. But he pushes back, muscles bulging against the ropes, a raw, desperate sound tearing from his throat. Power surges through him, contorting his face, steam erupting as he ignites his hidden strength. His eyes snap up, still bound, but now blazing with an unyielding fire. Then, with an explosive burst, he obliterates his bonds, ropes exploding as the interrogator is caught completely off guard. He stands free, the chair a pile of splinters, thinking back, what even possessed me to do that? He ponders a different path, a smarter move, muttering, I should have just talked to my dad and waited for my chance. But despite the hindsight, a fierce determination sets his jaw, his eyes locked on the future. He remembers it all, but in that very moment, everything changed. A burning resentment towards his father, the one who imprisoned him and made him suffer, ignited his very core, and he swore he'd never be like that man. Then, a chilling question pierced his thoughts, was he actually getting stronger? The rope snapped, and an electrifying excitement, a feeling he'd never experienced, exploded within him. He was desperate to see what his real power could do. His father, the one who always belittled him, was about to get a front row seat. A savage grin split his face, his eyes blazing with raw determination. He exploded forward, a lightning-fast blur, directly challenging his captor. The sheer power surging through his veins, a brutal testament to his awakening. He'd always pictured his father's wrath, a terrifying silhouette with blazing eyes. His thoughts screaming, my father. A man whose fury would be absolutely unleashed. But then, everything shifted. Something was fundamentally different, and what he actually saw wasn't the monster he expected. Instead, he saw the raw, vulnerable eyes of a deeply sad man. Yeah, behind that imposing figure, his father was just a broken, weeping mess. Why, his father stammered, utterly bewildered, as Unsu stared him down with an intense, unwavering gaze. Why are you looking at me like that now? Before he could even finish, a shocking surge of power blasted him backward, sending him crashing hard to the ground. He lets out a silent, agonizing scream, his face contorted in a raw display of shock and despair. Then, his father's voice echoes, a final plea hanging in the air, I hope you'll understand. Trapped in a desolate concrete cell, Unsu feels a bitter taste in his mouth, a grim reminder of a life lived entirely within these suffocating walls. Back in the present, the interrogator's voice cuts through the tension, declaring that the number one rule for surviving the apocalypse is to always be a bad guy, but Unsu just shrugs it off, claiming he's not like that. The interrogator's eyes bore into him, his voice a chilling echo of a past command, never leave the basement. A chilling flashback hits him, his father, looming over his childhood bed, hammering home the same terrifying rule, the outside world was a death trap. Thousands had fallen, leaving only a desperate few to hide underground. Years they'd spent in that basement, a secret haven from the ruined world above. His father's voice, a steel-hard conviction, had crushed any glimmer of hope, insisting that leaving meant losing everything, that a caged life was better than no life at all. A hand on his head, his father's final, chilling decree, he was never, ever to leave that basement. Then, everything changed. He woke up, and his father was just gone. His father vanished, leaving him utterly alone in that desolate room. He's reeling from his father's sudden disappearance, a first in their confined lives, the only time he'd ever just vanished. That bitter memory hits him hard, his father's voice cutting through the silence, that strange, Boon-Soo. Something really strange is happening. From the endless, repetitive grind of his basement life, to this insane reality he can't even begin to grasp. He just knew it, deep in his gut, something massive was about to go down. And trusting that gut feeling, that instinct, was absolutely the right call. Then, a jarring sound rips through his mind, snapping him out of it instantly. A sharp, metallic clank rips through the silence. Then a decisive click as the lock springs open. Terror flashes across his face, his bare feet already coiled to spring. This is it, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He bolts, a blur down the sterile corridor. His father would have stopped him. But he's not here. A surge of raw determination fuels his sprint, the frantic sounds of his escape a symphony of freedom. His hand clenching, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. He's tearing through the cramped, concrete corridor, bare feet slamming against the ground. Up ahead, a vertical shaft rips open, a massive ladder just begging to be climbed into the unknown. A jolt of pure adrenaline, he snatches the first rung, a raw, choked gasp tearing out, I found it. He's clawing his way up, every single move a brutal, grinding fight against gravity. His face is a mask of pure desperation, a silent scream, begging for that light, for salvation, for anything. The blinding glow just explodes, sucking him up with an insane, magnetic pull. He's reaching, clawing for that radiant exit, glowing particles exploding around his desperate, outstretched hand. Then, his bare feet hit solid ground, blasting him out of the darkness and into a blinding, overwhelming light. The light is so intense it slams his eyes shut, a raw, guttural groan escaping as he's engulfed by the sheer, blinding power. He blinks, his vision absolutely blasted by an insane, blinding light, a deafening bang ringing in his ears. The world around him is just a blur of pure, raw energy, a total sensory overload of light and sound that could just swallow him whole. But as his vision finally snaps into focus, he's suddenly high above a massive, modern city, totally drenched in the golden light of some alien sun. The city is absolutely buzzing with life, a wild contrast to the dead confinement he just broke out of. A shockwave of disbelief hits him as he barely manages to gasp, I made it out. I actually made it out. His triumph is instantly shattered by a gruff voice barking, what do you think you're doing in the middle of the road? The bald guy, standing next to a slick white car, shoots a bewildered look at his buddy before yelling, it's a real person. Who is this kid? Did he just drop out of the sky or something? After an eternity, the moment is here. He's been waiting for this his entire life, knowing that once he breaks free, no one will ever catch him. With a powerful leap, he bursts from the dark opening. His only thought, get as far away from that basement as possible, sprinting towards the distant cityscape. His footsteps echo with the realization that he's dreamed of this moment his entire life. Escaping the basement, he feels truly free for the very first time. He couldn't have imagined this feeling, even if the door had just magically opened. But then, a sudden realization washes over him, his expression shifting to pure shock. He continues to run. Only to stop and question why. He just stares at the open door, one burning question screaming in his head. Why did it open? Was it just some glitch in the safety override, he thinks, but instantly shuts that idea down. No way that door just glitched open, not with his dad's insane attention to detail. His old man was way too meticulous for a screw-up like that. Then, a cold, hard truth starts to hit him, a terrifying, what if, that changes everything. The basement door opening? No accident. Was this his dad's plan all along? No way, he desperately tries to deny it. But the brutal truth hits him. The guy who made the ironclad rule about never leaving the basement, was his own dad. A chilling, mocking laughter rings in his ears, a sound that feels like it's coming from everywhere and nowhere. The laughter intensifies, a full-blown chorus of mockery that rips through his very being, shattering his freedom and his foolish hope. He flashes back to the pure, unadulterated hype of his first taste of freedom, tearing through the streets with other kids. Their excited screams filling the air. The world was a wild, bustling spectacle, packed with wonders he'd only ever imagined, and every single new thing blew his mind. A simple smile, a shared laugh, and the thought would hit him, yeah, this is the real deal. He reached out, grabbing for the fleeting joy of a red balloon, soaking in those innocent moments with new friends. But even with all the fun and games, a cold, hard truth started to sink in, everything Dad said was a lie. The peace he found outside that basement was a total mind-bender compared to the fake reality he'd been fed, a freedom that felt both epic and totally bogus. He could smile, he could play, but the truth about his dad's lies just wouldn't quit, a dark cloud over every single happy moment. Sipping his drink, the kid's face just hardened with this quiet, bitter acceptance. Just as I figured, it was all a setup. A serene blue sky, a lone red balloon, but a dark prophecy looms, an apocalypse. That is now approaching, and it just doesn't compute. But while the world is about to break, people are just laughing in their offices. Completely clueless, sharing jokes as if nothing's wrong. Then, a.m. Pure pandemonium erupts, screams tearing through the air. Everything dissolving into a terrifying, chaotic blur, the absolute end. It hits them like a truck, no heads up, no chance to prepare. A final, chilling warning, as birds flee the coming storm. And there he is, a young Unsu, strolling with a friend, utterly unaware of the apocalypse about to drop. The world spun on, oblivious, as everyday life unfolded beneath an unsuspecting sky, birds soaring in serene ignorance. But a silent, ominous change was already in motion, heralded by nothing more than a lone red balloon, drifting higher and higher. Pulled by an unseen force towards a looming, dark presence now faintly visible in the cosmic canvas. Then, the true scale of the threat revealed itself, a colossal, dark planet, its shadow swallowing the sun, plunging the world into an unnatural dusk. On the ground, humanity could only stare, frozen in a collective gasp. And among them, a young Unsu, his eyes wide with a primal terror and a dawning, horrifying understanding. From the chilling void of space, Earth looked impossibly small, impossibly vulnerable. As the colossal, alien world bore down, a monstrous harbinger of total annihilation. And then, the apocalypse. Pure, unadulterated, fiery chaos, tearing reality itself apart. The colossal, organic mass, a harbinger of pure destruction, plunges relentlessly towards Earth. Its grotesque, tangled form, like something ripped from a nightmare, dominates the sky. A deep, earth-shattering roar rips through the air, intensifying as the alien horror hurtles closer. Below, a desperate group of onlookers can only gape in utter disbelief, one screaming at the impossible sight, another realizing the terrifying speed of its approach, and a third frantically demanding to know what this monstrous thing even is. As the colossal object fills their vision, the dark-haired man among them can only whisper his growing terror, while his companion frantically demands answers. Then, the heavens explode in a blinding, searing flash, a light so intense it threatens to rip apart the very fabric of existence. An all-consuming, pure white inferno swallowing everything, obliterating the world in its devastating embrace. From the heart of that blinding inferno, a monstrous maw, bristling with razor-sharp fangs and a single, malevolent, glowing eye, erupts into view, a nightmare made real. His eyes blown wide with an unholy terror, Unsu can only gaze into the terrifying void, his face frozen in a mask of absolute, primal fear. The monstrous alien entity just keeps coming, a horrifying, organic nightmare of sinew and chitin. Every part of its body twisting and shifting with an unnatural, alien grace. Its sheer size just swallowing everything below. A swirling vortex of clouds just churns around its base, hiding the true, terrifying extent of its monstrous bulk. And then, it just, settles. A towering, organic skyscraper of pure terror, fully manifested over the city, casting an ominous, soul-crushing shadow across the entire urban landscape. But amidst all this chaos, a stern voice cuts through, a memory, a command, a warning, never leave the basement. It's a basic rule, the father's voice explains, the one thing that guarantees survival, no matter what. But he knows, deep down, there's always an exception to every rule, especially if the basement is the only way to get to the enemy. With grim determination, his hand reaches down, grasping the cold, unforgiving edge of a manhole cover. The city is rocked by a colossal impact. With debris raining down, the crash reverberating through every building. The sheer force of the alien's arrival engulfs everything in a blinding, deafening chaos. Meanwhile, a hand reaches down, ready to rewrite the rules of survival. Unsu's hand boldly scrawls across a chalkboard, declaring that the fundamental directive, never leave the basement, is officially null and void. As if on cue, a security system screen flashes, confirming all doors are now locked down. Within the sealed confines, grotesque organic structures writhe, a chilling warning echoing through the system, emergency situation occurred. All entrances or exits are sealed. From the shadows, a monstrous, armored figure bursts forth, its glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth a terrifying harbinger of what lies within. Outside, the city's inhabitants gaze up in sheer horror, their faces etched with pure terror as their world crumbles around them. The alien entity's assault rages on, its colossal tendrils now clawing skyward, devouring the city's towering structures. Up close, it's pure horror, grotesque, organic nightmares and alien structures erupting from the destructive mass. This dark, spreading horror swallows more of the city, casting an ominous shadow over everything in its path. Down on the streets, pure chaos. Civilians scatter, running for their lives from the descending tendrils and choking dust. A small group of survivors huddles, their faces twisted in pure horror as they watch the world end, a collective gasp of terror escaping them. One man, caught out in the open, is instantly swallowed by rapidly extending organic tendrils, blurring with terrifying speed. His face twists into a silent, agonizing scream of pure terror as the alien growth tightens its deadly grip. The tendrils rip him from the ground, dragging him upwards into the monstrous mass, his struggles fading fast. With a final, choked sound, he's completely absorbed, his form dissolving into the horrifying, ever-expanding organic structure. The crowd watches, their faces etched with growing alarm as the organic tendrils continue their relentless, terrifying spread. Then, from above, a shattered smartphone tumbles downward. As the absorbed man's form rapidly dissolves, his very being unraveling into absolute nothingness. Streaks of matter dissipate with a faint ting and tiang, a horrifying finality. Until only a single, horrifying skull remains, rolling to a stop at Unsu's feet with a soft dego. His eyes widen in absolute horror. The grim reality of the situation twisting his features into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Around him, the crowd erupts in screams, a wave of pure, unbridled panic washing over the entire street. What is that thing? Someone cries, as others push past, desperate to escape the unfolding nightmare. A blood-curdling scream tears through the air, mirroring the sheer terror gripping him. Totally zoned out, humming to his tunes, he's completely unaware of the horror show about to drop. But the sheer, collective dread of the crowd, their faces twisted in pure terror, is about to hit him like a truck. He finally looks down, then up, his eyes blowing wide in pure, dawning horror as the full scope of this nightmare unfolds. The monstrous, organic mass keeps devouring everything in its path, scattering bodies and debris, a horrifying spectacle of pure destruction. From its churning depths, sharp, jagged spikes burst out, the entity's form twisting into something even more grotesque. It rises, a hulking, bipedal nightmare with razor-sharp claws, its transformation is complete. With terrifying speed, the creature lunges forward, a blur of pure destructive force. The streets explode into chaos as civilians, including Unsu, bolt in utter panic, their desperate screams tearing through the air. Eyes wide with pure terror, a man freezes as the creature, now a full-blown monster, explodes into a terrifying blur. It's moving at impossible speeds, a jagged, terrifying blur ripping through the city. Just streaks of motion left behind, this thing is a whirlwind of pure destruction. It strikes without warning, swallowing up multiple victims in a dark, explosive impact. One poor soul is caught, ripped apart as the monster's glowing yellow eye locks onto its next victim. The brutal attack leaves a mangled corpse, and another man just screams, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. His eye, wide and bloodshot, reflects the unspeakable horror unfolding right in front of him. Amidst the chaos, Unsu and other civilians are screaming, their desperate cries echoing as they bolt from the rampaging monster. He's frantically trying to call for help, screaming for someone to get the police, but his phone is totally dead, cutting off all hope of rescue. Unsu's eyes are locked on something terrifying, high above the city. And the sheer horror of it all is plastered across his face. As an unholy light from above bathes him in its terrifying glow. The only thing left. When the apocalypse hits, only mountains of ash will remain. Meanwhile, on a beach far away, a crowd of people stares up in pure terror. Their screams quickly silenced as their bodies join the bloody carnage already littering the sandy beach, a brutal, horrifying testament to the end of days. Because out in the cosmic void, a colossal, terrifying organic entity, dark and monstrous, is literally holding a planet in its grasp, its very existence screaming universal annihilation. The world is absolutely shattered, skyscrapers ripped apart like paper, a desolate, broken landscape stretching to the horizon. Amidst the ruins, a young man and a woman trudge forward, their backs to the devastation, desperately searching for any semblance of safety. A desperate, gut-wrenching scream rips through the air, a raw cry of terror from an unseen victim. This is it. The apocalypse. A world utterly transformed into a barren wasteland, where even the very ground shatters and floats aimlessly. A blinding, cosmic energy explodes outward, radiating with an unimaginable, destructive force. The destruction has already begun. Forged from the very cosmos, a colossal, rock-like entity emerges, casually holding an entire planet in its terrifying grasp. Cities implode under an unseen impact, buildings collapsing into dust with a deafening quang. The world shatters, debris raining down as the cataclysm rages on with another quang. The world was absolutely wrecked, massive, gnarly roots from some unknown source now ripping through what was left of civilization. Leaving cities as nothing but hollowed-out shells devoured by the creeping, organic destruction. Face down on a deserted road, Unsu's mind raced, my dad was totally right about the apocalypse coming. He pushed himself up, the grim reality hitting him hard. So that means. He stood up, surrounded by other stunned survivors, but his mind went to an even darker place. Mom's dead. Was he right about that too? Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous, multi-eyed beast with writhing tentacles burst from the wreckage, unleashing pure terror on the group, and screams tore through the air. The beast attacked, its tentacles grabbing at the terrified civilians, forcing Unsu and everyone else to run for their lives. The world was tearing itself apart. Concrete exploded, metal shrieked, and the very ground beneath them buckled. Through the absolute pandemonium, a frantic wave of survivors sprinted, driven by pure, unadulterated terror from the lurking nightmare. A desperate hand, raw and shaking, gripped a jagged piece of wood, a pathetic defense against the overwhelming threat. Then, a brutal impact slammed into him, ripping a pained gasp from his throat as he tried to process the sheer, impossible power unleashed. Right beside him, another survivor snarled in defiance, his muscles coiling as he stared down the relentless attack. Unsu's brain was on fire, desperately trying to make sense of this impossible, nightmarish reality. From high above, the street was a torrent of pure panic, their combined screams a horrifying chorus as they bolted from the blood-drenched asphalt. The unnamed man, his voice a desperate roar, screamed at the stampeding masses, ordering them to keep moving, to never stop. With his own face twisted in pure, primal fear, Unsu could only obey, his legs burning as he sprinted for survival. He's still running, pushing past the limits, his face a raw scream of pure terror. But the nightmare isn't over. Behind him, the monstrous horde is closing in, their terrifying forms filling his entire view. A primal scream rips from his throat as he pushes his body to the absolute breaking point, every muscle screaming for him to just run faster. He's panting, lungs burning, but he has to look back, the thud of his feet a desperate rhythm against the city's screams. Then, a blur of motion, something whips past him, a terrifying whisper of how fast these things really are. But then, pure despair. More monsters, right in front of him, he's caught between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to run. But just as he's about to give up, a hand grabs him, yanking him hard. Over here, a voice shouts, a beacon in the chaos. He nearly trips, but the grip is iron strong, hauling him forward with incredible speed. He's still screaming, "Save me," clinging to this unknown savior, his last desperate hope in this living nightmare. Absolute chaos erupts as the city streets become a death trap, civilians screaming and scattering in a desperate, every man for himself dash. But the terror is real. A colossal, multi-limbed monster smashes a giant claw down, instantly crushing a helpless civilian. Unsu's face is pure terror as the blonde-haired man ynks him forward, screaming at him to pick up the pace in this insane dash for survival. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous claw slams down from above with insane speed, missing them by a hair's breadth. The impact unleashes a shockwave of debris through the fleeing masses, their screams drowned out by the monster's pure, unadulterated rampage. Their feet slam against the bridge in a frantic rhythm as the man drags Unsu, their desperate escape pushing them further from the jaws of death. Unsu can't help but glance back, his eyes wide with pure, primal fear, the monstrous threat still a terrifying shadow on their heels. The monstrous mass just keeps coming, ripping through the city with an ominous, grinding sound. A terrified scream rips through the air as the creature's immense form looms over a civilian. Its destructive power is absolutely undeniable. His companion, the man with glasses, screams at him to move, shouting about a gate and the need to run. Unsu is right behind him, both desperate to escape this encroaching horror. Their only path now. The city's longest bridge, a massive expanse stretching over the water. But even this massive bridge offers no sanctuary, as the monstrous entity begins to spread its grotesque form across it, consuming everything with a sickening hum. The organic mass rapidly engulfs the entire span, its tendrils reaching out, leaving absolutely no escape route. The man with glasses pushes on, the creature's destructive wake pressing ever closer behind him. The very ground beneath them groans and tears apart under the monster's weight. A chilling sound of utter devastation. A desperate "ugh" escapes him, his face etched with exhaustion and despair as the relentless pursuit just keeps going. The monster's relentless assault has reached the bridge, its destructive power now directly threatening his escape. Every crushing blow from the colossal claw rips through the very foundation, sending the ground beneath him into a chaotic freefall. A raw, guttural urgh tearing from his throat as he fights to stay upright. He screams internally, "If I don't get out of here now," pushing his body to its absolute limit. The bridge explodes into a maelstrom of debris right behind him. Metal shrieking and concrete pulverizing. As the monstrous entity sweeps through the devastation, its hunt far from over. The man in glasses lets out a desperate curse, pure terror contorting his features, as Unsu takes in the horrifying scene. His legs are shaking. Both men frozen in a moment of sheer, unadulterated dread. Then, a colossal crash rips through the air. As the unseen horror absolutely decimates the bridge, sending shockwaves and debris flying everywhere. Entire sections of the massive structure collapsing into the void. Unsu pushes himself to the absolute limit, splashing through the wreckage, screaming internally that he has to move. He bolts, leaving the petrified figure behind, but with every desperate stride, the horrifying truth of the situation becomes clearer and clearer. He's holding on for dear life, but the ground beneath him is just gone, shrinking away at an insane speed. He's fighting, he's clawing, but it's useless. He can't escape them, no matter what he does. His face twists in pure agony, the other poor soul beside him just as trapped. But then, a new player enters the game, a man with glasses, towering over him, a silent force. He stares down at the two trapped souls, telling them to go, but Unsu can only choke out, I can't run. A steely resolve hardens his gaze as he declares, you'll be able to run away by yourself. One decisive step, and he's committed. Unsu's eyes widen, a chilling understanding hitting him as he murmurs, that's right. He turns his back, walking away into the chaos, his final words, just run, echoing as Unsu and the other civilian can only gasp his name in shock. Trapped and broken, he hears the man with glasses' voice, laced with a chilling bitterness, always ignored me anyway. The man's voice, a calm storm, hints at a deeper, darker past. Unsu averts his gaze, the crushing weight of his predicament threatening to consume him. With an unyielding stare, the man with glasses demands, why aren't you getting up? Unsu's eyes snap wide, a single, stunned, what, escaping his lips. The man's words hit like a physical blow, his voice roaring, I should be asking you why aren't you running? Despair threatens to swallow him whole, his mind screaming, even if I run, I won't make it far, but the man's voice, a beacon of defiance, cuts through the noise, you can survive. Unsu stares back, a choked, what, escaping him as the man declares, there's no way you can have a plan. His face, etched with grim determination, becomes a mask of unbreakable will, a silent vow to face the impossible. Still reeling on the ground, his face a mix of agony and bewilderment. The man with glasses glares down, his expression etched with grim resolve. A chained hand shoots out, firm and unyielding. And with a sudden, powerful shove, the man propels Unsu away. Run, the man barks, his fingers clamping onto Unsu's hand. Unsu's mind explodes with questions, desperate for a plan, consumed by the fate of those left behind. There's no escape via the bridge right now, the man reveals, dragging him forward, I got. A heavy sigh escapes him, then he pivots, striding towards a waiting car as its horn blares impatiently. The bridge looms, an impassable barrier. He's gone. Unsu bolts, pushing his limits, the man's frantic warning echoing in his ears, driving him to run faster than ever before. A desperate gasp rips from his throat as he risks a look back, the ominous rumble still vibrating through the ground. And then, pure, unadulterated terror flashes across his face. What in the world is going on? He skids to a halt, his gaze locked on the impossible horror unfolding, the bridge, their only way out, is utterly gone. A sickening thud reverberates through his very core as the sheer scale of the devastation slams into him, leaving him speechless and utterly lost. Twisted metal screams and rips apart, a horrifying monument to the cataclysmic power that tore it to shreds. More wreckage clangs and crashes down from the shattered behemoth, sealing its fate and any hope of passage. From his desperate vantage, Unsu surveys the full, apocalyptic panorama. The once vibrant city is now a desolate ruin, the bridge a monstrous, gaping maw in the earth. The sheer, mind-numbing scale of the devastation is utterly overwhelming, leaving him utterly stranded and alone in this nightmare of ruins. The bridge, utterly annihilated, was just the beginning of the nightmare. A deep, guttural rumble still vibrated through the air, a chilling reminder of the cataclysm. But the bridge was just a fraction of it, the entire city was shattered, floating islands of ruin against a bruised sky. And there, on the edge of oblivion, stood Unsu, his world crumbling around him, his face a portrait of pure, unadulterated shock. Everything was gone, and in the crushing silence, only one name echoed in his mind. Unsu's eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck as he takes in the utterly devastated cityscape. His voice barely a whisper, he demands, what happened? Why is the bridge? But elsewhere, the man with glasses, a dark look on his face, can only wonder if this absolute destruction is the plan he promised, the one that was supposed to ensure their survival. Unsu's mind races, the horrifying question burning through him, was this the plan he was talking about? Overwhelmed, he screams, why? Why did you go this far? His voice raw with anguish, he accuses, you tortured me my entire life. The sheer weight of his despair makes his body tremble, a sickening crack echoing his inner turmoil, as if his very being is about to shatter. A guttural urgh rips from his throat, his head bowed in pure agony, the sound of something snapping echoing again. Trapped in the dark, Unsu's mind screams one thing, he survived. But that victory is hollow, as a chilling question immediately follows, but, now what? What am I even surviving for? He reaches out, a desperate, silent scream for the world he once dreamed of, a world where everything he'd imagined about life above ground was still real. But that vision, that burning hope, had just vanished. The memories crash over him, the brutal loss of a peaceful life. The absolute devastation of the world above. And the raging inferno that swallowed everything. Leaving behind only the charred echoes of what once was. Amidst a fiery, desolate landscape, a young girl stands, her eyes closed, a singular purpose echoing, my only goal. But the vision shatters, replaced by the brutal reality of chains biting into his neck. Sweat pouring down his face as he's broken, tears streaming, the unspoken question tearing at him, I wanted to ask. He stares up at his rescuer, a desperate plea escaping, why did you go this far to save me? His chained hands shake uncontrollably. Every breath a struggle as pure despair consumes him. What in the world am I supposed to live for? The heavy chains bind his arm. As he roars, his scream tearing through the silence, in this hellish world. Just then, a hand reaches out, a silent offer of connection, grasping his chained one. He gasps, a raw, choked sound escaping his throat as tears stream down his face, his despair a tangible weight. Yet, amidst his anguish, a larger, warmer hand gently encloses his own, a silent gesture of comfort. He looks up, his expression a mix of pain and bewilderment, the ruined city stretching endlessly behind him. His hand remains clenched, the heavy chain still binding his wrist, a constant reminder of his captivity. The unseen hand then offers him a small, folded piece of paper, and his teal eye widens, reflecting the unexpected gesture. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down his cheek as his gaze remains fixed on the offering, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He sits alone amidst the vast, desolate ruins, a solitary figure dwarfed by the remnants of a forgotten world. His head is bowed in thought, then slowly, his eyes lift, a new resolve or question dawning in their depths. A series of pained exclamations escape him, a mix of shock, frustration, and perhaps a desperate plea, his face contorting with raw emotion. He's fighting for his life, hand tearing against the crumbling earth, every muscle screaming as the world collapses around him. A primal urgh rips from his throat as he shoves against the collapsing structure, but it's already too late. Pure terror flashes in his eyes as he gazes up at the monstrous force bearing down on him. Then, a colossal, spined monstrosity plunges down, its sheer mass ripping through the city's crumbling skeleton. A deafening crack echoes as a massive wooden beam snaps like a twig under the impossible weight. The beast crashes through the collapsing floor, showering the air with a deadly rain of rubble. Caught in the monstrous wake, he's hurled into the abyss, plummeting towards the shattered city streets. A bone-jarring urgh escapes him as he slams into the unforgiving ground, kicking up a violent cloud of dust. Dazed and broken amidst the rubble, he gasps for air, the brutal impact having crushed his spirit and his body. Crushed beneath the debris, his hands are coated in the grim dust of defeat, and a terrifying truth slams into him. I'm probably going to die like this, he gasps internally, his mana utterly drained. He balls his hand into a desperate fist, the brutal reality hitting hard, there's no escape, not with that monstrous terror still out there. His battered body is pinned to the cold, broken earth, and the chilling thought screams through his mind again, I'm probably going to die like this. Then, a faint, impossible glow pierces the suffocating darkness. His eyes lock onto his own hand, and a seismic realization erupts within him, I believed I had nothing left. Dust swirls around his fingers, each speck a brutal reminder of his shattered world. His hand quivers, not just from fear, but with a nascent, burning resolve. A fierce, challenging question ignites in his gaze, pushing back against the despair. Staring at his own trembling digits, a defiant thought explodes, why are you? A crumpled note. In a trembling hand, the impossible truth is revealed, his mom is alive. But why now? Why drop this bombshell at the absolute worst moment? But a deep, guttural growl rips through the air. A monstrous presence making its power known. But despite the overwhelming threat, Unsu pushes himself up from the rubble. His body screaming in agony, but his resolve is ironclad. Tears stream down his face, a raw, primal scream tearing from his throat, I want to live. He stands tall amidst the ruins, facing down the colossal monster in the distance, his voice burning with a fierce new purpose, I won't give up. I'll do whatever it takes to live and find Mom. But then, a chilling, glowing symbol appears, accompanied by a guttural cry, a stark, terrifying reminder of the impossible odds he faces. His eyes go wide with horror, the crushing weight of the situation slamming into him once more, as he screams, that's not possible. At all. The man with glasses drops a bombshell, confirming the absolute worst. He lays it all out, when the monsters finally show up, humanity is absolutely doomed. Unsu's eyes practically pop out of his head, reeling from the revelation, can they really be that powerless? But the man with glasses doesn't flinch, doubling down, even if they try to fight, it's completely useless. And just to drive the point home, a terrifying, glowing monster with razor teeth and blazing red eyes rips into existence right behind Unsu, its dark power radiating outwards. Seeing that thing just unleashes a whole new level of pure fear. If that's the truth, he screams, does that mean he's completely powerless? The man with glasses doesn't even flinch as Unsu's desperate plea rings out, is he just supposed to roll over and die? But then, a spark of pure defiance ignites in his eyes, and he spins around to confront the monstrous threat directly. He whips his head around, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Right there, in his face, the man with glasses gets uncomfortably close. His voice cutting like a knife, he challenges Unsu, asking if he's forgotten everything. But those words hit Unsu like a truck, his mind exploding as shadowy figures attack, his face contorting in pure agony. But then, with an explosive burst of power, he unleashes a devastating punch, connecting with something unseen. The sheer force of the blow sends a shockwave tearing through the very air. He stands his ground, absolutely unyielding, even as the colossal, rocky arm of a monster towers over him. The beast, a colossal golem of rock and earth, is violently thrown back by his attack, its stony form exploding into fragments. And with a final, earth-shattering collapse, the monster is utterly annihilated, dissolving into nothing but dust. He lets out a strained gasp, the man's words hitting him like a truck. His face twists in a silent scream, like he's fighting an invisible enemy, pure fiery energy exploding around him. The man with glasses keeps going, his voice chillingly calm, dropping the bomb, "You're different from ordinary humans." He spells out the massive gap between them, the biggest difference between you and them. Unsu's face is a mask of pure despair, as the man finishes, "Is that you?" A lone sword, a brutal symbol, pierces the earth, "Know how to survive." Sweat pours down his face, the man's words crushing him under their weight. His eyes are wide with fear and a terrifying realization, the full, brutal truth of his unique nature finally hitting him. Finally, utterly drained by the emotional attack, he collapses, hunched over, crushed by the weight of his own existence. Crouched low, Unsu's eyes blaze with fierce focus, ready for anything. Suddenly, the very ground explodes, as a colossal, rocky hand bursts forth. A monstrous, jagged stone titan, eyes burning with an infernal orange glow, fully manifests, daring him to unleash everything he's ever mastered. He's a flash of motion, evading a brutal strike, his home training and raw experience taking over. A whirlwind of speed, he blurs across the terrain, leaving phantom trails behind him. Every ounce of his survival knowledge ignites, driving him with unstoppable momentum. The beast's stony armor, bristling with deadly spikes, seems utterly invincible. Its searing eyes lock onto him, a primal roar echoing the command, "Do everything you can." Then, in a final, explosive burst, he's gone, a mere whisper of motion in the air. He's a blur of motion, vaulting over the colossal beast, every fiber of his being screaming to survive. Eyes blazing with fierce resolve, he locks onto his target, a subtle energy crackling around his hands, primed for impact. A powerful crack as his fist clenches, he's winding up for something big. The sheer, unyielding mass of the monster fills the view, a true titan in this unfolding apocalypse. And then, with a surge of power, he slams down onto the monster, ready to unleash hell. The city is absolutely trashed, a total wasteland of broken buildings and scattered junk. A brutal reminder of some insane event that just wrecked everything, turning the city into a concrete graveyard. In the middle of all this mess, an older guy just sits there, staring out at nothing. He grumbles to himself, the dead silence of the city just making him even more annoyed. It's been forever already, he thinks, like, where are the cops? Seriously? But now that we're running out of food, we can't just bail. The harsh truth of their messed up situation hits him hard. Next to him, Unsu just stays quiet, his face totally blank as he also takes in the destruction. The man with glasses stares down, a heavy sigh escaping him, questioning the silent despair that hangs in the air. He pivots to Unsu. The older man's frustration mounts, as Unsu's stoic demeanor makes him uneasy, a feeling the younger man quickly dismisses. Overwhelmed by the grim reality, he buries his face in his hands, the pressure immense. Struggling to find the right words, his voice falters, his gaze fixed on Unsu, who offers no reply. A chilling crack reverberates, and Unsu's voice cuts through the quiet, a stark declaration of their desperate hunger. Alarmed, the older man reaches out, his voice sharp with worry, demanding a response. He presses for answers, confirming their worst fears, every corner searched, every hope for sustenance dashed. A heavy sigh escapes him, the grim truth settling in, they must move, for there is nothing left here. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Unsu contemplates their dire situation. But the man with glasses isn't giving up yet. His eyes blaze with determination as he exclaims, "There's still one place I haven't checked." Without hesitation, Unsu steps up, offering, "I didn't look over there, so I'll check again." The man implores him, "So please don't give up." A quiet, heartfelt "thank you" is all Unsu can manage. As the man reveals the harsh truth, everyone else is exhausted from searching and giving up against the monsters. Unsu's voice drops, "So nobody is willing to help." The man's gaze softens, "You're the only one willing to help this much." He praises, "You're a really great kid." Unsu, ever modest, deflects, "I'm really not that great of a student, but the man's spirit is unbreakable, let's keep hoping and try to get everyone out of here alive." Unsu takes in his words, a silent resolve forming. The ravaged cityscape looms, a testament to the overwhelming odds they face. Stepping forward, the man with glasses cuts through the silence, demanding to know if they've finally scored some food. A blonde girl in a striking red uniform gasps, her eyes wide with shock and hope. Both Unsu and the man with glasses watch her intently. With a triumphant grin, the man with glasses reveals a small bag, announcing his discovery amidst the ruins. The blonde girl snatches the bag, her disbelief turning into pure awe. He presses her for details, but her face falls as she delivers the crushing news: her dad thinks it's all over. His gaze dropping, the man with glasses confesses his own uncertainty. But Unsu, with a fierce resolve, refuses to accept defeat. Leaving the despairing crowd behind, the man with glasses makes a powerful promise: he's going to save every single one of them. He stands amidst the rubble, his head now shorn, a radical transformation reflecting his ironclad resolve. His heavy steps pound through the desolate landscape, while the blonde girl beside him looks down, her face still a mask of utter hopelessness. Turning to her, he confronts her despair head-on, demanding why she won't even try to move forward. As they stand together, amidst the shattered remnants of a broken world, the blonde girl remains utterly fixated on the ground. Her voice is flat, utterly resigned, as she declares everything to be absolutely pointless. But he remains absolutely firm, his gaze unwavering as he asserts that running away is simply not an option for him, with Unsu standing silently, resolutely, behind him. A frustrated sigh escapes him, a potent mix of exasperation and understanding for the young girl's utterly defeatist attitude. His feet continue to move, a relentless, steady rhythm against the debris. Both he and Unsu snap their attention sharply to the right, their expressions suddenly, intensely alert. A chilling scream rips through the air, and the shaved-head leader locks eyes with his comrade, a silent acknowledgement of the terror they just witnessed. A quick check-in, a tense "are we okay?" from the leader, but the reddish-haired man's response is just a shaky, "right." Then, a sigh of relief, a moment of calm as the reddish-haired man's eyes dart around, realizing they're safe for now. But the calm is short-lived. The blonde girl struggles through the ruins, a tiny silhouette against the backdrop of destruction. The weight of it all crushes her, forcing her to her knees. Suddenly, a harsh, mocking laugh echoes through the desolation, the shaved-head leader's voice dripping with disdain. He rips into her, calling her a wuss, daring her to even try to stand on those trembling legs. Her legs betray her. A clear sign of the terror gripping her as she remains frozen in the wreckage, paralyzed by fear. Still trembling in the ruins, she hears a familiar voice: "Oh, you're back." The man with the shaved head confronts her: "So, did you find anything out there?" She barely manages a "yes." He pushes, and her eyes dart away, clearly hiding something. But wait, a quick shot reveals his hand, secretly clutching a mysterious coin. What's he hiding? She finally confesses, "I couldn't find anything." His "oh, really," hits her hard, and she whispers, "I guess I'm not." He tries to reassure her, hands up: "Look, being safe is what matters most. We can always find more later." He sweeps his arm across the devastated landscape, pointing out the defeated monster, driving his point home. The aftermath of the battle is clear, with debris scattered everywhere, the silence heavy. From the shattered ruins, a desperate hand claws its way out, revealing the blonde girl, utterly broken and huddled amidst the devastation. Her hand clenches, a silent scream of despair. While the man with glasses, eyes wide with terror, scrambles forward. His trembling hand outstretched, a silent, desperate cry tearing from his throat. But fate is cruel, the blonde girl plummets into the void, a heart-wrenching apology ripped from her lips as she vanishes. "I'm sorry." He can only watch, his face a mask of utter horror and disbelief, why. His voice cracks with raw frustration, a desperate plea cut short as he screams into the abyss. I told you. I'm not a..." Her piercing scream echoes one last time, swallowed by the blinding white light as she vanishes completely. Out of nowhere, a new rock monster bursts onto the scene, sending the blonde girl and the man with glasses into a panic. He's screaming, "Where did this monster come from?" She lets out a desperate cry, and the blonde girl is off, another monster right behind her, its massive body closing in fast. She screams, "Okay," in response to his frantic, "Don't look back," but the man with glasses is already thinking ahead, a chilling thought crossing his mind: if she gets caught, we can use her as bait. He's still running, shouting, "We can run away to the side," but the blonde girl, hearing his cold calculation, can only think, "What an idiot." But in a cruel twist of fate, she's not escaping, she's running straight into the monster's waiting arms. She's trying to get away, but the rock monster's colossal arm is already reaching, its stony grip about to snatch her. The monstrous hand stretches out, its jagged form ready to grab her. A blood-curdling scream rips from her throat, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror as the monster's shadow swallows her whole. She's plummeting, a helpless blur of motion as debris explodes around her. Down, down she goes, her body twisting, flailing, desperately trying to find purchase. No escape, only the brutal ground awaits. Every muscle screams, her arms straining to breaking point from the sheer force. And then, crash. She hits the ground hard, eyes wide with pure terror at what's coming next. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and Unsu close in, their eyes locked on the horror below, a cold dread creeping into the man's expression. His jaw drops, a horrified whisper escaping his lips, "In no way. She was." But before he can even process it, a colossal, rocky hand bursts from the ground, snatching the girl as a blood-curdling scream rips through the silence. Gaha. Her legs kick wildly, but it's over. The monster has her. Crash. She slams into the unforgiving earth, every bone rattling, then her eyes snap open, a chilling thought screaming through her mind, this is it. This is how it ends, *. But nearby, Unsu and the man with glasses are frozen, their faces contorted in pure, unadulterated horror. Suddenly, a colossal, rocky hand explodes from the rubble, its jagged claws snatching the blonde girl as she lets out a blood-curdling scream. She's down, motionless in the wreckage, and the man with glasses can only manage a choked, disbelieving gasp. Unsu's eyes are wide with terror, a chilling question tearing from him, he's alive. Crunch. The monster's grip tightens, crushing her head. Then, her body is ripped from the ground, dangling like a rag doll as the monster rises, that same chilling thought screaming in her head, this is it. This is the end, *. Higher and higher she goes, her screams now choked, swallowed by the sheer terror. And with a final, sickening snap, she's held completely aloft, a helpless trophy in the monster's clutches. Reeling from the impact, she clutches onto Unsu, as the rock monster's colossal arm ensnares them both. The blonde girl stares down, her face a mask of terror and disbelief, as a faint, ominous thumping sound reverberates through the destroyed city. She mutters, barely audible, "I think it's gone for real this time," but then, a sudden, sharp gasp from below. Unsu's eyes snap open, filled with raw shock and agony, as he realizes he's still breathing. A sudden, sharp rustle, and then the blonde girl lets out a blood-curdling scream, her face twisted into a mask of absolute horror. Meanwhile, Unsu pushes himself up onto his hands and knees, his mind a complete void, desperately trying to process the ruined world around him, a single, chilling thought hanging in the air. He lets out a pained groan, his eyes blazing with utter confusion, then snarls, "What were you trying to do to me?" The blonde girl, her face still frozen in terror, stares back at him with a completely bewildered expression, only managing a soft, confused, "Huh." But her confusion instantly morphs into furious anger as she jabs a finger at him, her voice now a furious accusation, "To keep humans far apart from you." Stunned by her words, he demands to know what she means, as the blonde girl quickly clarifies she was just giving him a heads up in case a monster broke through. But his thoughts are a whirlwind, flashing back to his father's chilling warning, if his dad was right, he was doomed if he stuck around a human for too long. He knows humans are tricky, so how could he possibly trust her? Then, a guttural growl rips from his throat, making the blonde girl jump back in shock. He clutches his gut, a brutal wave of hunger hitting him hard, cursing his own pathetic state. It's been 5 agonizing days since he last ate in that hellish dungeon, and he's hitting rock bottom. He'd been meticulously conserving every shred of energy, only to end up face to face with a human now. Noticing his struggle, the blonde girl tries to help, confessing she's also got nothing to eat. He stares up, totally confused by her offer, snapping back that he didn't even ask for help, completely oblivious to the man with glasses and a kid observing them from afar. He's there, with the man and kid, all eyes glued to something on the ground. The man starts, "So, in case you heard, I just..." The blonde girl, too, stares down, a silent observer. Eyes locked on the bizarre item, he blurts out, "What's that?" A flicker of recognition, or maybe just a wild guess, crosses his mind. The blonde girl lets out a shocked, this is, as he, utterly bewildered, demands, "What in the world did that human drop?" He's stumped, "I don't know what it is," yet a primal urge takes over, "but I seem to be getting hungry just looking at it." The blonde girl, catching his vibe, muses, "Is that food?" He mumbles, Maybe I was wrong," then snaps at her, "What are you talking about?" She just laughs it off, "There's no way it's any good, She keeps going, oblivious to his rising anger, "I'd think he can't even recognize what food is. That boy's definitely an idiot," then casually adds, "I probably gloss over this." A guttural growl rips from him, his face contorting in fury, "Lies." He snaps, his voice laced with venom, "You think I'd believe a human?" The blonde girl recoils, a stunned, escaping her lips. He presses on with his enraged tirade, "You'd be wrong to think I just believe you," delivering a final, scathing blow, since it's obvious that everything a human says is a lie. "I was wrong," she thinks, a shockwave of realization hitting her, "He's even more of an idiot than I thought." Her resolve hardening, she declares internally, "Now I'm sure, judging by But Unsu's stomach screams louder. I need that food, he vows. If she doesn't cooperate, there's no choice but to take it. With a surprising gesture, the blonde girl extends her hand, offering the item, a simple, here, as he instinctively reaches out. As he devours the offering, she remarks, it's exactly how I'd imagine. You look really hungry, so I'm giving it to you. He eats, but his thoughts are a whirlwind. Why is she doing this, he questions, doesn't she know I'd put her life in danger if she decreased my mana? Her voice shatters his contemplation, you have to pay me back for this, though, okay? You can't forget. Our fold, Unsu's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. So she did have an ulterior motive. Humans truly are cunning creatures. He abruptly turns to leave, prompting the blonde girl to cry out, Huh. Where are you going? But he offers only a silent, resolute glance. Now that I've eaten, I'll leave this human. He's actually following her. A truce between human and monster, a shocking development even for him, as she promises a home-cooked meal. But he can't shake his suspicion, asking, why did you even follow me? She snaps back, then, a hint of curiosity, you know this place really well. He gives a hesitant, why yeah, admitting he grew up right here. Their path cuts through the desolate, ruined cityscape. And the blonde girl, internally fuming, wonders, how did she get stuck guiding this absolute idiot? Regret hits her hard as she thinks, if I'd known, I never would have shared my bread with him. But pushing past her annoyance, she asks, why the heck do you want to go to the subway? His answer is blunt, because it's safe there. She stares, shocked, asking, what, as he explains it's packed with survival goods. And even more critically. He declares, his fist clenched with conviction, the subway is their best bet, making it impossible for monsters to track them. But the blonde girl isn't buying it, especially after his epic fail with the bread just moments ago. They finally reach a crumbling structure, and Unsu exclaims, we're here, but she just stares, utterly bewildered, are you even sure this is the place? Her skepticism intensifies, are you sure this is it? Subways are underground, she accuses, her gaze piercing, I knew it. You were trying to trick me, weren't you? She explodes, this is clearly not the subway. Unsu, at his wit's end, retorts, I'm trying to find the entrance, okay? A sudden, eerie silence falls, and Unsu's face hardens, a chilling realization dawning on him, it's way too quiet, even for a subway. Even with her relentless doubt, he doubles down, I'm telling you, I'm not lying. With a final, exasperated sigh, he turns and orders, follow me. She demands, but where are we even going, and he snaps back, to the subway. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. He's taking her deep into the abyss, a rubble-choked pit that's supposedly the subway entrance. Descending into the gloom, a flickering light reveals an ancient escalator, and he's absolutely convinced, this is it, the entrance. A chilling, low hum reverberates through the massive chamber, sending shivers down his spine as he glances up, the blonde girl behind him also feeling the eerie vibe. Still totally unconvinced, the blonde girl challenges his confidence, throwing his past blunders right back in his face. He zones out, a vivid memory slamming into him, a vibrant street from the old world, packed with everyday folks, before everything went to hell. Back in the memory, an old man with gentle eyes is caught in a moment, a memory he'll carry forever. He sees the old man, a blonde woman, and a kid, all gazing up in pure wonder at something invisible, a snapshot of pure, innocent happiness. But that calm scene shatters into pure pandemonium, the old man swallowed by a stampede, fighting for his life. Back to reality, Unsu muses that finding this spot could be luck, but it's also the result of his relentless hunt for other survivors, a dangerous quest that constantly pulls him back to the surface. He hears the man with glasses lay it out, no one else could go into the subway, and his own heart is pounding. The man keeps going, outlining his plan to set up a base, but then he drops the bomb, way more humans than expected are already there. Unsu's mind races, thinking about this new era, packed with all kinds of people, especially the helpless ones, just stuck in pure despair. He knows it's not just monsters out there, humans themselves are the real threat, showing their true, twisted colors, their eyes burning with pure evil. Suddenly, his companion's voice snaps him out of it, telling him to get out of the way. But then, something else hits him, a weird human he just can't figure out. The hooded figure is a total mystery. He realizes the more humans around, the more dangers pop up, especially those with glowing red eyes. But among all of them, he knows, there's not a single soul who could actually stand against him. He strides past the fallen, his mind already calculating the next move in this brutal new world. Every shadow screams danger. But he stands unyielding. His instincts scream, identifying threats with the same precision he uses against the surface monsters. His mind flashes to the man with glasses, then to his dad. Yet, scanning the crowd, not a single soul radiates true menace. He knows, with absolute certainty, that none of them could ever touch him, even if they dared to stand against him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, proposing introductions. The older man, Dong-hoon, offers his name with a smile. And just like that, their meeting began, though Dong-hoon confesses he got nothing out of them. Then, the tension is palpable as the conversation kicks off, and he just locks eyes with them, giving nothing away. Suddenly, a blonde-haired girl jumps in, declaring with a confident smile, "All right, I'll start. The name's Noah." Dong-hoon sizes up the situation, then directly challenges the kid, "All right, what's your name, huh?" He's already got him pegged as some middle schooler from around here, just by his outfit. The guy with the glasses cuts in, throwing out, "You know my school, right?" Noah, trying to piece it together, remembers their hospital was right across from the school, by the mall, then she's like, "Wait, was there even a hospital there?" He starts to talk, but then catches himself, looking down at his own messed up gear. "Hold on, your clothes." His pants are shredded and filthy, his feet bare and caked in grime. Dong-hoon's face drops, a wave of regret washing over him. "Whoops, maybe that was a dumb question. Looks like you've been through some serious stuff." Shrugging off the awkwardness, he tries to get back on track. "So, anyway, what's your?" He stares at the book, the question of his name hanging heavy in the air. After a beat, he drops the bombshell, "I don't have one." The blonde girl backs him up, adding, "I've never had a name." The man with glasses just gives a thoughtful hum, processing this wild info. Dong-hoon, ever the chill one, laughs it off, "You can tell me next time. Hopefully, when we're closer." Suddenly, a frantic tack-tack-tack of footsteps rips through the comm, as a subordinate bursts in, yelling, "SSIR." Both the man with glasses and Dong-hoon whip around, faces grim as the subordinate blurts out, "I think things have gotten worse." The whole crew immediately huddles around Eun-soo, their eyes locked onto his arm, the clear reason for the sudden alarm. Dong-hoon leans in close, his voice laced with worry as he examines the wound. "You're here. It's gotten." A sickening, Yjigian sound accompanies the close-up on his arm, revealing a horrific sight of tearing flesh, despite their best efforts. They thought they'd stop the bleeding, but it's clearly spiraling out of control. He drops a bombshell on Eun-soo, immediate surgery or the infection takes him. Then, with a decisive grip, he seizes Eun-soo's arm. "No time to waste," he declares, unveiling a terrifying array of surgical tools. His hands move like lightning, already sterilizing the gruesome injury. Watching the intense procedure, Eun-soo's mind flashes back to a forbidden book, a hidden memory of a doctor. The ancient concept surfaces, a doctor, a healer who demands a price for their services. But then, a shocking vision, his own hand, blazing with an uncontrolled inferno. Then, a profound question cuts through the tension, what's his price for saving lives? Dong-hoon and the blonde girl hang on every word. A heavy silence falls as the man with glasses grapples with the question of price, a profound dilemma in a world turned upside down. Every gaze is fixed on him, desperate for his response. With a surgeon's resolve, the man with glasses prepares for the impossible, a silent vow echoing in his mind, it's a doctor's job to heal the hurt, his movements sharp and decisive. He locks eyes with Eun-soo, a steely gaze cutting through the tension, a single, powerful command, "Don't worry." A chilling declaration follows, a testament to his skill, he rarely fails a surgery. Eun-soo, stunned by the doctor's unwavering resolve, can only stammer out his thanks, a wave of emotion washing over him as the others observe in silence. But beneath the gratitude, a deeper question gnaws at Eun-soo, why? Why help a stranger? Is this what humanity truly is? He grapples with the concept, can people really be this altruistic? The doctor's voice cuts through his thoughts, a stark warning that rest could be dangerous, and Eun-soo, caught between doubt and desperation, can only offer a shaky, "thank you," and a desperate plea for trust. Then, a crucial detail emerges, a name on his tag, revealing him as veterinarian Hwang Byum. With a final, resolute breath, Hwang Byum announces the start of the procedure, a grim warning that pain is inevitable, but necessary. The tension was palpable as the man with glasses moved in, but Eun-soo wasn't having it, struggling against the restraint, his bandaged head thrashing. But Hwang Byum was unyielding, his voice stern as he warned that even a twitch could mean death. He wasn't just some quack, he insisted, even if humans were a bit more delicate than his usual monstrous patients. But Eun-soo was beyond reason, a primal scream erupting as he fought to break free. Hwang Byum's patience wore thin, his voice cutting through the panic as he barked orders, reminding Eun-soo that this struggle was only making things worse. No time for this, he thought, the clock ticking, the stakes impossibly high. Hwang Byum held firm, and Eun-soo's fight finally broke, a desperate "please forgive me," tearing from his throat. But in that moment of utter helplessness, a terrifying truth slammed into Eun-soo, he'd been wrong all along, humans were the real monsters. Eun-soo is just sitting there, totally lost in thought, looking completely wrecked. He's holding onto this old photo, the only thing his mom left him, and he's just like, what am I even supposed to do? This picture is all I've got. It's a childhood photo, a blast from the past with a young Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, Noah, and some other lady, all grinning, but the real shocker is the note on the back, "Mom's alive." What? But even with that bombshell, he's still drowning in despair, muttering, "It's over. I've got nothing, no way to find her." But then he looks at the picture again, seeing the man with glasses and another woman, and this weird, unsettling feeling just won't quit. And the reason for his gut feeling? It's right there in the background of that photo, these totally bizarre, flower-like things just chilling. These wild, organic shapes, with their super intricate, almost alien vibes, are just screaming, wrong, against the normal backdrop. He's diving deep into forgotten lore, desperately scouring ancient texts for any clue about those bizarre flowers from his past, even remembering the grind of digging through old flower books in the basement. But after all that effort, nothing. Not a single mention of that weird plant. If he could just name that flower, he could finally track down the exact spot where that photo was snapped. Now sporting some new specs, Eun-soo grumbles to himself, totally stumped on his next move. He's staring down, pure frustration boiling over as he realizes he's got 0 other photos of that flower, 0 other leads. His hand just clenches, the paper practically screaming under the pressure. His knuckles are turning white, gripping that photo even tighter, the crushing weight of his failure bearing down. A bitter sigh rips from him, the taste of pure defeat coating his tongue. The crowd is buzzing, a palpable tension in the air, and even Hwang Biam and Dong-hoon can feel the shift, their expressions etched with growing concern. Then, out of nowhere, a scarred man with eyes that could pierce steel steps up, dropping a bombshell. "Let's begin." As pandemonium threatens to erupt, the man in the suit tries to take charge, shouting for everyone to get over to him, but the scarred man's chilling pronouncement still echoes. Hwang Biam watches the scene unfold, and it hits him, this whole thing is going completely off the rails. The man in the suit is practically yelling at the crowd now, desperate to get them to listen. But then, a chilling scream rips through the air as a man in the crowd's eye bursts with a terrifying yellow light, like he's been hit by something invisible. The crowd absolutely loses it, screaming and yelling, demanding to know what the heck is going on. The scarred man's eye is practically burning with yellow energy, as he drops the bombshell, he can literally see their hidden thoughts. The terrified man's eye is completely taken over by the glowing yellow, his pupil twisting as the psychic attack takes hold. A lone figure, trapped in a massive, circular arena, stands utterly exposed. Then, a colossal, shadowy presence drops down, and pure fear washes over everything. That shadowy monster's eye, reflecting its prey, locks onto the terrified figure with chilling intensity. Back in the real world, a man screams in agony, his mind under attack, while Hwang Biam watches the madness, realizing this guy plays by no rules. The scarred man, no longer hiding, grabs the victim's head, his grip like iron, ripping out every last fear. Then, a crushing blow lands, right to the man's face. The crowd gasps in horror at the sheer brutality, as the scarred man takes another menacing step. A sickening crack echoes, as the scarred man twists the victim's arm. A cold smirk spreads across his face, confirming his absolute control, as he just keeps twisting, keeps inflicting pure agony. He stares up, a sinister grin spreading across his face, like he just found exactly what he was looking for. Then, he spins around, facing down the terrifying, shadowy beast, practically daring it to unleash its full power. His voice cuts through the air, demanding the beast unleash its ultimate, terrifying true form, from the depths of its very soul. But Hwang Biam is losing it, his face twisted in pure terror as he begs for this madness to end. The scarred man just smirks at him, a chilling, knowing grin, mocking that some people just aren't cut out for this kind of show. This whole mess has hit everyone hard, taking down an older friend, a kid, a girl, and even more injured people. Noah, the blonde, is totally baffled, freaking out about how the zone just disappeared out of nowhere, and why that scarred guy did absolutely nothing. The whole crowd, including Hwang Biam, is buzzing with anger, furious that they can't even touch this scoundrel. But the scarred man just shrugs off their complaints, walking away, deciding he'll take on that monster himself, demanding to see its real power, and even asking someone unseen what they think of his crazy plan. He brushes off their worries, his voice cutting through the tension as he commands them to secure the monster and let him handle it. With an unyielding stare, he vows to deal with whatever comes next, no matter what. His hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, a silent, deadly promise of the power he's about to unleash. But then, a jolt of confusion hits Eun-soo, making him question if he'd just passed out, remembering the endless sleepless nights. The scarred man's words about fighting monsters ring in his ears, and Eun-soo's eyes fly open, a chilling realization hitting him. Totally disoriented, he shouts out, "Where am I?" as his vision swims. A weird pressure hits his foot, but there's no ground, only the terrifying realization that he's plummeting. Panic surges through him, screaming "No," even as the terrifying sensation continues. Then, he plunges into a dark, unknown liquid, the surface churning violently around him. The fall continues, but the water never comes. Instead, he's being consumed by an abyssal void, shadowy tendrils already engulfing him. Terror flashes in his eyes, as he fights the crushing embrace, glowing particles exploding around him as the tendrils squeeze tighter. A thick tendril locks onto his arm, dragging him further into the void. His legs vanish into the darkness, leaving him utterly helpless. He reaches out, a desperate plea, but his hand finds only the swirling, empty shadows. His hand is sucked into a vortex of pure darkness, the last vestige of his presence gone. A primal scream rips from his throat, as the shadows devour him whole. Then, just as suddenly, Unsu shoots up in a bed, gasping for air, the horrifying ordeal dissolving into a mere nightmare. A dream, he mutters, but it felt so real. He scans the strange room, his mind reeling, only to lock eyes with a group of familiar faces. "Who are you guys?" he demands, utterly bewildered. The clock is ticking. Hwang Biam lays down the law, giving Unsu a brutal 5-minute deadline to hit the gate or get expelled from this entire zone. The pressure is on, and Unsu's face shows the weight of that expulsion threat. The scarred man doubles down, warning him to run, or face the consequences. With a quiet rustle, he just turns and walks, head down. Hwang Biam eyes him, a thought brewing, thinking that even if he's a wild card, Unsu might actually be useful. But Unsu's not backing down, a defiant thought burning in his mind. "You think you can just expel me?" That unexpected defiance makes Hwang Biam freeze, his eyes popping wide. Then, a sudden tap, and Unsu's hand goes to his neck, a subtle reaction. He keeps moving, his hand still at his neck as he shuffles away. Suddenly, he's swarmed. A terrifying horde of pale, gaunt figures, their eyes burning with an ominous red, closes in. As the figures close in, a shockwave of disbelief hits him, leaving him stunned, but he quickly realizes resistance is pointless. From above, the man with glasses glares down, his voice slicing through the chaos, demanding to know if Unsu is the real fool. Before he can even react, the pale figures strike. Their sheer numbers crush him in a brutal, lightning-fast assault. He's pulled under by the relentless tide of bodies. Meanwhile, the scarred man, next to the man with glasses, coolly observes, pointing out that Unsu is in deep trouble and should have just listened. Even as he's swarmed, Unsu's hand tightens, his mind a whirlwind as he refuses to quit, already counting down the seconds. A fierce resolve hardens his face, as he defiantly declares that 2 seconds is more than enough time. He locks eyes with the scarred man, who's holding up a crumpled photo, dropping a loaded question, "You looking for this?" A chilling right confirms the taunt, and the scarred man doubles down, asking if he's been dodging him, demanding to know the photo's origin. The scarred man shoves the image closer, his stare unblinking as he reiterates the challenge. A sneer twists the scarred man's face as he gloats, "Honestly, I didn't expect anything from you. All I found was this photo." But before he can finish, a chilling rage consumes Unsu, his stride becoming a march of pure menace. His teal eyes ignite with an unholy glow, a silent, lethal vow escaping his lips, "I'll kill you." As his power erupts, the photo in the scarred man's grip starts to blaze with an ominous green, instantly crumbling into dust. Both the scarred man and Hwang Biam reel back in utter shock, witnessing the photo dissolve into nothingness. With a final, defiant declaration, Unsu promises to shred it to pieces. A sinister cackle rips through his thoughts, his eyes blazing with an electric teal glow as he desperately wonders, where did all the mana vanish? What's going on? He flashes back to a voice, a chilling reassurance that he's not alone in this power drain, a chorus of others screaming about their own lost abilities. But a deep, burning injustice flares within him, as he silently rages, "Why me? Why us?" He recalls a face, someone just like him, but totally unlike anyone else, all from inside a car. The memory is a black hole, so profound, so deep, he couldn't see a thing beyond its crushing weight. Elsewhere, the scarred man, clutching a photo, lays down the law to Hwang Biam. They're putting him under intense surveillance, and the whole mission is now his to command. He drills home the photo's critical importance, barking at Hwang Biam not to lose it while on watch. Hwang Biam, clearly annoyed, pushes back, "Do we really need to go this far for this guy?" But the scarred man's cold, hard "that's an order" shuts him down, forcing a frustrated, "Ugh, alright, boss" from him. A chilling grin spreads across the scarred man's face as he taunts Hwang Biam, "You'll have to bust your butt to catch up to me." He then coolly announces he's taking a break, but warns him not to even dream of closing the distance. Dong-hoon flashes a sudden, unsettling smile at Unsu, demanding to know what's up with his face. Meanwhile, Unsu is lost in his own head, thinking about the sweet release of giving up, convinced he can finally live a normal life. But his smile quickly fades, Dong-hoon stutters, demanding to know why Unsu is smiling like that. Totally bewildered by the kid's blank stare, Dong-hoon pushes, "You get it, right? That feeling of pure relief when you just give up." A sentiment Unsu is still drowning in. Giving Unsu a firm, almost paternal pat on the shoulder, Dong-hoon signs off, "Hope to see you again, kid. I'll make sure this one's taken care of, okay?" But the moment Dong-hoon turns away, Unsu's legs just buckle, sending him crashing to the pavement, his eyes blown wide with pure disbelief. Stunned and sprawled on the ground, he barely manages to mumble, "Am I okay?" The blonde girl, who'd been watching the whole thing unfold, instantly reaches out, her face etched with worry. Noah, now in full panic mode, throws her hands up, shouting, "Whoa, what did I do? I was just trying to wake you up." But Eun-soo, still sprawled out, violently slaps her hand away, snarling, "I don't need your help. Move, human." The man with glasses lays into him, but Eun-soo just stands there, back turned, as the blonde girl tries to break through his defenses, telling him to drop the act. In a stark, clinical setting, the man with glasses keeps pushing, his voice cutting off mid-sentence. His gaze sharpens on Eun-soo, as he explodes, calling himself an idiot for trying to talk to someone who can't even communicate. And the narrative confirms, something definitely went down. Eun-soo, face a mask of defiance and exhaustion, snorts to himself, thinking, why would I ever hold hands with anyone? Elsewhere, the man with glasses, eyes glinting behind his lenses, drills a chilling mantra into his own mind, never trust them. Eun-soo, watching a lab-coated figure, broods over always being empty-handed, vowing to reclaim what's rightfully his. A wild, almost unhinged grin stretches across the man with glasses' face as he schemes, believing that if he just gets good enough, everything he desires will be his. His fist tightens, a moment of doubt flashing in his eyes, before he mutters, "But I still don't want to mess it up." The story reminds us he's not the only one at fault, and we can only hope he doesn't live to regret this. He scans the room, his presence demanding attention, and announces that everyone is finally here. Then, with a chilling resolve, he lays down the law, follow him, or get out. His mind flashes to a past example, a stark warning of what happens to those who defy him, a man who dared to break the rules and was kicked out, his thoughts echoing, just like that guy. He drives the point home, explaining that the one who dared to defy him was summarily expelled. He draws a line, promising not to brand them as rebels if they simply walk away, a stark contrast to the one who actively sought to shatter his command. He vows not to compel their loyalty, but warns that choosing Mr. Moon-yeon will have dire repercussions. His eyes blaze with unyielding power, his ultimate decree echoing with chilling finality, his word is absolute. A collective shiver runs through the assembled men, their faces contorting in fear and dread. His declaration hangs heavy in the air, leaving the entire group frozen in terrified silence. He stands there, back turned, head bandaged, a storm of doubt brewing inside him. The unnamed man with glasses, seeing his doubt, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if he's really backing out. He lays down the brutal truth, in their world, the strong crush the weak, and the law. It's ancient history. This isn't just a choice, it's a terrifying, unavoidable reality. But as he walks away, a different kind of strength ignites in Eun-soo's mind, a silent vow, he'll use his power to help the truly helpless. A frustrated TSK escapes the unnamed man with glasses as he watches him walk away, his eyes dropping to the floor. He clutches his own throat, a raw, internal battle raging across his face, torn by the crushing burden of his choices, knowing he's no god to command life and death. Elsewhere, Eun-soo's fist clenches, his mind still reeling from the choice ahead, what happens if he joins that side? Suddenly, Noah, the blonde girl, is there, her voice sharp, cutting through the heavy air, asking if he's really going to go it alone. He stares, shocked, then a sudden understanding hits him as he asks, if she's also refusing to join them. Still challenging the man with glasses, Noah shuts him down, flat out refusing to just go over there, if he's not going to move either. She doubles down, calling him out for being just as big a fool as anyone else. But elsewhere, a sudden, sharp sound grabs Eun-soo's attention, his eyes snapping downwards. He's suddenly part of a massive crowd, all of them staring up in shock and awe at something incredible above. The woman with tied hair is absolutely fed up, letting out a frustrated sigh and making it clear she never wanted to be stuck here. And then, with a dark expression, she warns that getting caught means certain torture. The man with glasses tries to play it cool, saying it's not that bad, but even he can't hide the fear in his voice. Kirito, the blonde girl, cuts through the tension with a chilling thought, asking if they'll just starve to death if they don't get tortured. The woman with tied hair, her face a mask of pure desperation, lets out a desperate cry, demanding to know how they're supposed to get out of this mess. Out of nowhere, a hand snatches Kirito from behind with lightning speed, as the scarred man makes his move, leaving her stunned. The scene shifts dramatically as Kirito is now kneeling before the elder Dong-hoon and a small boy, profusely apologizing for her actions, with the woman and the man with glasses watching the tense exchange. She's listening, but Dong-hoon's trying to connect, saying he knows her dad and that she should be out playing. But Kirito's playing deaf, acting like she can't hear a word. Inside, though, it's all about her dad, a frantic question burning in her mind. Then she snaps, declaring her dad somewhere else, totally convinced he's still out there. Elsewhere, Dong-hoon's spilling the beans to the man with glasses and the woman leader, explaining how they just ran into Kirito while escaping, and she was already separated from her parents. The man with glasses steps up, saying he's trying to be her guardian until they find her parents. They keep talking, hushed voices filling the room. But then, Unsu cuts in, his voice sharp and clear, "You can't." He lays down the law, reminding them the boss's orders are absolute, anyone leaving this room gets severely punished. The man with glasses, absolutely seething, shuts down any perceived disrespect from the younger generation. But Unsu's mind is miles away, burning with one question: where is that bastard? He keeps going, laying down the law about food rations and threatening anyone who dares to cheat the system. But the woman leader isn't having it, calling him out on the unfair rationing and the clear favoritism. He fires back, telling them they're stuck there because they're weak, so why would they even need more food? But miles away from their petty squabble, in the deepest shadows, something monstrous is waking up, its coiled body beginning to move. Then, a single, terrifying eye bursts open, glowing with an unholy light, and a chilling sound rips through the silence. A hulking figure with a fierce mohawk looms in a dark, cluttered interior, a primal hunger stirring within him. Meanwhile, the man with glasses grimly announces to a worried survivor that their rations are completely depleted, prompting a hushed inquiry about a mysterious individual. A flicker of fear crosses the man with glasses' face as he identifies the enigmatic figure as the infamous left-hand man. The left-hand man turns, his gaze piercing, an aura of pure danger radiating from his imposing form. He strides away into the gloom, leaving the man with glasses to resign himself to the grim reality. This is the boss's terrifying left-hand man. A chilling red glow ignites in the left-hand man's eyes, as an unseen voice whispers of his brutal efficiency and utter disregard for human life. Meanwhile, Unsu slumps amidst the wreckage, his face a mask of utter despair, his voice a desperate plea: "Are you really just going to leave me here?" A guttural groan escapes him, the crushing weight of his predicament threatening to overwhelm him entirely. The left-hand man stands, an unseen voice delivering a chilling truth: "At least you're not Monster Chow." The man with glasses stares down, a dark scowl on his face, as he takes in the ragged clothes of the survivors. He thinks about the sheer danger of it all, realizing that just running around like this is a death wish. His eyes lock onto a small group, and he instantly spots a potential target, a young girl who could be the next to fall. He weighs the situation, questioning if she's heading his way, and if her innocent look is just a facade. He turns to his subordinate, and with a stern command, orders them to hand over rations to the blonde girl. The girl reaches out, her tiny hand extended, while the man with glasses watches her, his face unreadable. He keeps his eyes on the group, his mind still fixated on the brutal truth of their existence. Elsewhere, the left-hand man watches the blonde girl, a dark thought forming in his mind about her innocent look. He takes in her small size and innocent face, a disturbing smirk spreading across his face as he finds her cute. The woman leader, face etched with grim resolve, declares they can't just stand there, they have to move, now. Gripping the blonde girl tight, the man with glasses explodes in a furious curse, his face a mask of rage as he demands an immediate retreat. His eyes harden, a silent fury brewing, while across town, Unsu's gaze sharpens, a dangerous glint in his teal eyes. Back at the hideout, the leader, her face etched with worry, checks on the blonde girl, who offers a quiet, reassuring "I'm okay." Alone, Unsu lets out a heavy sigh, grappling with a brutal choice: abandon them, or face the impossible. His teal eyes burn with inner turmoil, unaware of the blonde girl's silent, questioning stare fixed on his back. She watches him go, a tiny figure against his retreating shadow. The leader watches as the blonde girl, her voice barely a whisper, asks, "Is he leaving?" Elsewhere, in a stark, sterile lab, Dong-hoon and the scarred man stand together, now in lab coats, their faces unreadable. Unsu's eyes flutter open, his vision struggling to pierce the oppressive gloom. Disoriented and vulnerable, he stays curled in a corner, a chilling unease creeping into his bones. Then, a hand emerges from the darkness, reaching for him. Startling him as it gently grasps his, a soft voice questioning his identity, then revealing he'd been unconscious. The blonde girl's grip stealing, her voice sharp with accusation, demanding to know if he'd planned a cowardly escape while she was out cold. A flicker of pain crosses her face as she confesses her own struggle, then, a desperate plea: she just wanted to talk. Unsu stares, the simple word "talk" reverberating through his thoughts. Her eyes fall, a choked apology escaping her as she lays bare her deepest fear, the terror that he would just leave her behind. He can only stare, stunned by the raw, unexpected vulnerability. She brushes off his worries with a sharp, whatever, demanding he just cut to the chase. Then, a thought strikes her: wait, why are you so terrified of everyone else? A flush spreads across Unsu's cheeks as she presses on. Did I really save you? He snaps back instantly: that's ridiculous. I have no reason to get close to an enemy. His gaze sharpens, the word echoing, enemy. She locks eyes with him, her voice firm: but I'm not going to hurt you, Unsu. His eyes slit, a deep distrust in his tone: you could be lying. She lies back, a weary sigh escaping her: I get it if you're scared of me, but... Her gaze meets his, a quiet plea in her voice as she asks, would you ever make up with that guy, Haru? The woman leader confronts Unsu, demanding if he's talking about that blonde-haired human, vehemently denying any prior interaction with them. Unsu brushes off her worries, declaring it's too much, that they're still human, and to him, that girl is just like anyone else. Her face contorts in anguish as she challenges him, do you really think others can't hear her? She cries every single night, she's not faking it. Unsu's gaze drops, a grim understanding washing over him, muttering that nothing's more tragic than someone who can't speak their truth, and maybe, everyone really is the same. She pushes further, asking if it wouldn't be better if he, someone of her rank, just got along with her, then dismisses the thought with a disgusted, how shameless. Unsu's eyes narrow, a cold resolve in his voice as he states, being sad is for the weak. She hangs her head, defeated, as he coldly adds, if you've got time to cry, you'd better spend it figuring out how to survive. He stares her down, a harsh accusation in his voice, you never got what truly matters. The world shatters, revealing a desolate, ruined city, as Unsu races across a crumbling, skeletal bridge, leaving the past behind him. A harsh, internal "no" rips through his thoughts. He declared there was no hope left, but her cool retort hit different, he just didn't get what really mattered. Trapped in the dark, he replays his own cutting words, the accusation that she lacked a special person to truly get it. The thought hangs heavy, a crushing weight. He's just a speck in the void, completely, utterly lonely. But then, her voice cuts through the gloom, a strange comfort, telling him to just not worry. Her empathetic gaze burns into his memory, a promise that even if he fell, she'd mourn him. Her words hit him like a shockwave, leaving him utterly stunned. His face frozen. He flashes back to her words, her voice dripping with annoyance, calling out his coldness. But he just shot back, I'm never gonna die. A mental jolt, and her voice echoed again, hitting him with the chilling statement that she wouldn't care if he died. But then her face softened, brushing off her own harsh words as nonsense, leaving him utterly stunned as her eyes held a deeper meaning. She quickly corrected herself, saying she wouldn't be sad for anyone else, then locked eyes with him, dropping the bombshell, except you, Unsu. He was floored. The memory still burned, her voice a phantom in his head, muttering about a weird claim as he tried to make sense of it all. His mind racing, he let out a frustrated groan, desperate for sleep to shut down the endless loop of his thoughts. 3 days. That's how long Unsu has been stuck here, trapped in this nightmare. All because some low-level thugs, one of them clutching a crumpled note, are holding his mother hostage. He's been powerless, unable to do a single thing to find her. And now, face to face with one of the goons, he can only wonder if this whole messed up situation is just some sick joke to them. But the thug leader quickly shuts that down, claiming they're not exactly thrilled about this either. Unsu's gaze hardens, a dangerous challenge sparking in his eyes as he retorts, oh, really? Then why don't you try punishing me yourself? He grips the note, a chilling command echoing to put it away. A chilling truth hits him hard, this guy isn't scared. Worse, he's looking at him with pure indifference, and Unsu lets out a guttural grunt of frustration. Shoving the money forward, he throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know if they haven't had enough pain yet. A memory flashes, Donghun's old words, a stark declaration that humans are fundamentally weak. With a determined step, he finally grasps the true meaning of those words. The woman leader stares, taken aback, muttering if it's those guys causing trouble again. With every measured stride, Unsu declares that not all humans are cut from that cloth. The thug leader observes his unblemished state, as the spiky-haired thug urges them to act, just to be safe. He's sitting there, trying to convince himself it's all good, but deep down, he knows it's a lie. Suddenly, the woman leader is there, offering him food, and he's totally caught off guard, wondering why she'd even bother. He just stares, speechless, a million thoughts racing through his mind as he tries to process her unexpected gesture. He's left alone, just him and his thoughts, trying to figure out what just happened. She's back, demanding to know what he was going to say, and he just mumbles, it was. Leaving her hanging. She coughs, looking away, but he's already deep in thought, a new idea sparking in his mind. She locks eyes with him, cutting straight to the chase, making it crystal clear she's not going to help him out. She doubles down, this isn't for you, and he's left speechless, thinking, then what's the deal? He stares at the note on the table, a cold truth hitting him, he totally misjudged her loyalty. He collapses onto the cot, utterly spent, his energy completely drained. A sudden sound, and the man with glasses is right there, shouting, "Hey! Are you okay? Get a hold of yourself." But then, his focus snaps to the woman leader, her condition clearly worsening. Your symptoms don't look good, he states, you need medicine. He turns back to Unsu, the gravity of the situation clear, I have to go to the hospital. We don't have that medication here. Unsu, remembering her earlier words, presses him, and what about her? She's not going to help us. The man with glasses simply asks, now. A chilling thought hits Unsu, if we don't have the medicine, how will she be doing? The man with glasses just looks down, silent. Footsteps pound as they arrive at a new scene. Dong-hoon immediately tells the man with glasses, "Hey, doctor, the boss is calling for you." The man with glasses is stunned, but Eun-soo's face sets with fierce determination. The thug leader is fixated on a picture, muttering, "I don't understand. The boss. Why do I have this picture up in my room?" He's questioning if he can even move them without the right meds, just as Dong-hoon rolls up from behind. The old man drops the bomb. The boss has orders, and he needs to hustle, but the man with glasses just coolly asks for the intel. Dong-hoon, clearly stressed, spells it out, he should be ditching everything for the boss's orders, right now. But the man with glasses isn't having it, shutting down Dong-hoon's assumption, and flat out stating he'll get to the others only after this patient is stable. Still carrying the injured woman, he doubles down, emphasizing this patient is top priority. He even offers to text Dong-hoon their location so he can track them down, then snaps, demanding to know what Dong-hoon's game is, because he won't last a second like this. Dong-hoon, now completely fed up, just barks at him to come along, finally getting how unyielding he is. Then, a sudden, heavy thud. The injured woman, now leaning on Eun-soo, barely whispers that she could have helped if she wasn't so messed up. The man with glasses stares, his face contorting in pure shock as the injured woman's state takes a sudden, terrifying turn for the worse. And just like that, Eun-soo's eyes snap wide open, a silent scream of terror trapped in his throat. Then, with a brutal thud, the unnamed woman leader hits the floor, her body giving out completely. The man with glasses can only watch, his face draining of color, as she goes down. Dong-hoon and his crew are frozen, staring down, their faces a mask of dread. She's down, and a dark, spreading pool of blood on her shirt screams that this is bad, really bad. Eun-soo's eyes lock onto the spreading crimson, and a chilling realization dawns on him. He drops to her side, a cold dread gripping him as he mutters, "I can feel it." Suddenly, a raw, crackling energy erupts from her wound, a horrifying sign of her life force draining away, and he knows, her life. The leader's life force is draining fast, and Eun-soo can feel it, a cold dread gripping him. He's thinking, why are humans so fragile? Why do they just die? It's a brutal question, hitting him hard as he faces this grim reality. His senses are going into overdrive, and his eyes are flaring with a green light, pulsing with raw power. The wound is exploding with power, a chaotic web of glowing green energy ripping through the air. He zeroes in on the wound, a brutal gash on her leg now throbbing with that same terrifying glow. His teal eyes are blown wide, the green energy around them exploding as he finally gets it, this is bad. Staring down at the dying woman, he drops a chilling line, "Why so serious?" His face is stone, a deadly serious look mixed with deep worry now burning in his eyes. A chilling whisper cuts through the air, a final, desperate accusation, "You said you wouldn't come." Then, just a void, a tiny spark of light winking out. As her eyes snap open in a final, silent scream. A bare foot lands, cold and precise, onto the blood-drenched floor, right next to a hand already painted in crimson. Two men are frozen, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated horror, staring down at the still form, their faces twisted in a silent scream of disbelief. The sheer, gut-wrenching shock hits everyone else like a physical blow, their faces screaming the same terror, and a raw, guttural, "Damn it," rips from one man's throat. Eun-soo, the architect of this horror, stands impassive amidst the chaos, his hands now slick with crimson, clutching the dripping knife, the weapon a stark testament to his brutal efficiency. He drops to a knee beside the lifeless form, a chillingly detached thought echoing in his mind, "Humph. So human lives are set in stone from birth. Kill someone, and they just die." But the thug leader's eyes are blown wide, a horrifying, gut-punching truth slamming into him, monsters weren't just underground, they're here, on the surface. He looms over the defeated figure, knife still in hand, coldly declaring that this is no different than ending his life. The bloodied blade reflects his chilling resolve, he couldn't afford to lose, not when he needed to grow stronger to save even one person. A cold, dismissive smile touches his lips as he gazes down, branding the man beneath him as nothing more than a monster. Still shrouded in shadow, he remains oblivious to the terrifying truth slowly dawning on the man at his feet. Shadows cling to the thug leader's face as Eun-soo's words cut deep, mocking his former bravado. The crushing reality of the moment twists his features, a silent scream building within. Then, his eyes burst open, blazing with an unholy green glow, as a horrifying truth slams into him. Unflinching, Eun-soo extends the blood-stained knife, his shadowed presence a stark, terrifying threat. His face contorts into a mask of pure terror, a single, choked, "You." Tearing from his throat. The thug leader's voice cracks, a desperate question ripping through the silence as he frantically searches for something lost. His associate gasps in shock, while the thug leader curses under his breath, the chilling realization of his lost bag dawning on him. Yet, Eun-soo stays perfectly still, a chillingly calm figure amidst the thug's growing panic. But then, the thug leader's eyes snap to Unsu, his voice dripping with venom as he confronts the silent figure. A cold, hard stare, his lips curling into a snarl. Then, a foot hits the ground, a silent declaration of movement. The thug leader's voice explodes, a desperate challenge thrown at Unsu, daring him to make a move. The challenge echoes, the only answer the relentless downpour. The scene distorts, the air thick with unspoken threats. The world around them just blurs. Streaks of gray and black rip across the vision, like the very air is screaming, or maybe, distorting under some insane pressure. The visual chaos just ramps up, a torrent of lines crashing down, totally mirroring the insane tension building up. Then, through the absolute chaos, the thug leader's eyes just pop open in total disbelief, and a single, sharp exclamation rips out of him. The man with glasses is totally baffled, demanding to know what their next move is. But in a completely different, shadowy location, Unsu is down on one knee, staring intensely at something, his voice barely a whisper as he asks, "Are you?" He reaches out a cautious hand. Just as the man with glasses' voice snaps, totally fed up, "Are you just gonna sit there?" Then, out of nowhere, a wicked blade flashes into view, ready to strike. Before Unsu can even blink, the thug leader strikes with a savage hit, sending him flying back with a scream. He slams into the ground, the impact reverberating with a sickening crunch. He's sent flying, body contorting from the brutal hit. No time to recover. A flash of steel. A knife is thrown, aimed right at him. He slams down, eyes wide, the blade coming right for him. The thug leader just stares, cold as ice, watching the knife fly. The knife is right there, inches from his face. But before it hits, the thug leader snatches Unsu by the neck, lifting him like he weighs nothing. The blade, now useless, sticks into the ground right where Unsu's head was. In a flash, the thug leader's hand whips out, launching a knife that cuts through the air with a deadly whoosh. Its path locked onto Unsu with terrifying precision. The man with glasses and Dong-hoon can only stare, frozen in absolute horror. As Unsu and the woman leader are caught completely off guard by the sheer audacity of the assault. Yet, in a shocking twist, before the knife can even graze him, the thug leader explodes forward, seizing Unsu by the throat with an iron grip. The knife now uselessly buried in the dirt mere inches from his skull, a chilling drip echoing the razor-thin escape. Gazing down at the knife, a chilling, teal light ignites within his eyes, a low, ominous hiss accompanying the raw power now coursing through him. The thug leader, utterly unfazed, hoists him effortlessly into the air by his throat, a chilling, emotionless stare fixed on his captive. But Unsu's eyes blaze with that same teal fire, his entire body vibrating with an explosive mix of fury and an awakening power. He just stares, one thought screaming in his head, too weak. The thug leader's face, right up in Unsu's, shows a wild mix of shock and disgust, and he recoils instantly. His face contorts even more, a silent, scathing judgment etched into every line. Unsu, those teal eyes still burning, sees the man's face and it hits him, this dude, he didn't even flinch. He clutches his neck, looking down, a single, raw word ripping from him, shit. The thug leader just turns and walks, his mind already replaying the scene, "Man, if I'd known this guy was such a pushover, I would have just grabbed the cash. If I'd just done that." Unsu's eyes drop to his leg, a faint red line still there, a chilling reminder of how close that knife came. The blade itself is now just stuck in the dirt next to him, and the thought hits him, then this. A faint, eerie glow pulses from where the knife hit, and Unsu finishes the thought, would have never happened. A mysterious hand works a high-tech device, red energy pulsing, as a chilling voice announces, "That's done." But the chilling command cuts through the air, "Kill him." The voice scoffs at hidden strengths, demanding they be extracted, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, inside the subject's mind, a violent storm of red and blue energy erupts, a raw, chaotic battle for control. The device hums, relentless, its red lines burning brighter as it rips through the target's defenses. Then, a raw, desperate scream rips through the silence, "Stop. The subject is breaking." Unsu's eyes are blown wide with pure terror and agony, his entire being fighting against the unseen torment. Back in the control room, the man with glasses, his face a mask of desperate concern, shouts a dire warning, "If you kill him." But Unsu's agony only deepens, his voice raw as he screams, "I can't unlock it." The controller, utterly unfazed by Unsu's torment, turns to the man with glasses, a chilling question in their voice, "Are you worrying about this human right now?" Trapped and tormented by the device, he's still fighting, while Hwang Biam steps up, his face a mask of worry, to challenge the leader. Hwang Biam demands, "Is there any real reason to kill them?" The leader, with an icy glare, shoots back, "You won't survive with a weak mindset like that." His hand tightens, the device still sucking him dry. But a spark of pure defiance flares in his gaze as he mentally retorts, "Because I've never become like you." The leader, casually strolling off, drops another chilling line, beat them to an inch of their lives, and they'll forget all about my orders. Huang Biam's face contorts in utter shock, killing humans. The leader throws a sharp look over her shoulder, a clear threat in her voice, don't get ahead of yourself. Meanwhile, Unsu, his eyes burning with an intense, defiant glow, braces himself for the inevitable. Unsu isn't backing down, throwing her own words back at her, if the apocalypse really goes down like you said it would. He'll carve out his own path to survival, not for her twisted ideals, but for himself and everyone else, even the ones he can't stand. He's surviving because of her, and so is everyone else, but only because he doesn't like them. The thug leader, still trapped, stares in a mix of terror and utter despair. While the chilling image of a blood-soaked knife, a brutal symbol of the leader's methods, slashes through Unsu's thoughts. The thug leader's face twists in a silent, desperate plea, as if the leader's insidious voice is whispering, you made the right decision. But Unsu's mind screams back, it's not because of you. A deep internal struggle rages within him, the chilling realization hitting him, if he takes this man's life, he'll be no different from her. His gaze sharpens with unyielding resolve, cutting through the leader's twisted logic, because ultimately, there's no real reason to end this man's life. The leader's chilling smile flickers in his mind, her voice a venomous whisper, why does it even matter if she lives or not? But Unsu's conviction holds firm, knowing that even if the victim had survived, in the leader's brutal reality, she wouldn't have escaped either way. So, he thinks, even if he were to kill, it wouldn't truly change anything. But the thug leader's taunt, this is the person who doesn't have a knife, fuels his rage as he lunges, a blade flashing in his hand. The knife arcs down with a vicious hiss. Aiming for a decisive strike, but the thug leader reacts with shocking speed. Before the blade can connect, a hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist with a sickening thud, stopping the attack cold. A sharp twist of his arm forces a pained cry from him, disarming him instantly. Then, a brutal punch connects squarely with his face, sending him reeling. He collapses to the ground, defeated, the thug leader standing over him in triumph. A moment later, the woman leader appears, her gaze falling upon the fallen figure, a silent, chilling judgment in her eyes. Defeated but not broken, Unsu stares down the thug leader, who's now offering him something unexpected. The leader dramatically unfurls a cryptic, tattered paper, a mysterious drawing now visible. This is a piece of the map to the treasure, the leader declares, his words dropping like bombshells. It's yours. Unsu's mind races, treasure. His gaze flickers between the map and the leader, trying to grasp the sudden twist, a silent challenge in his eyes. With deliberate, almost ritualistic motions, the leader folds the map, his intent clear. A slow, deliberate exhale escapes him, sealing the deal. Pressing the folded map into Unsu's hand, he warns, nothing, just, be careful with it, then pivots and walks away. Elsewhere, in a grim, echoing corridor, Dong-hoon, the man with glasses, and the woman leader stride with grim determination, their presence commanding the space. They pass a chilling sight, a body, shrouded by a green tarp, a grim reminder of the stakes. Unsu's mind races, the cryptic map piece burning in his hand, as he recalls the child and the girl from before. Elsewhere, a tense Dong-hoon worries about a prolonged bathroom break, and the man with glasses volunteers to investigate. Their search ends in horror. Dong-hoon shouts, what the hell is this, as the woman leader and the man with glasses stare in utter shock. The map piece pulses with raw power, captivating Unsu, as a scarred figure nearby grimaces, muttering, so bad. The scarred man confronts Unsu, a question already forming on his lips. The man with glasses and his companions remain transfixed by the horrifying sight, their expressions grim. The scarred man presses Unsu about his unusual look, never seen anyone like you. Unsu's cool reply, me neither. Frustrated, the scarred man curses the lack of internet, realizing the map's secrets are already slipping away just by being seen. Demanding answers, the scarred man asks how Unsu knows the treasure's location. Unsu's chilling reply, obvious, isn't it? I'm taking it. Flashback. A young Unsu, red balloon in hand, is living his best life, surrounded by Dong-hoon, the man with glasses, and the woman leader, all smiles and laughter on a bright day. But snap back to reality. The man with glasses is in his face, dropping a brutal truth bomb, you'll never find that treasure, even if you die trying. But Unsu, despite the pain, fires back, no. I can survive. The weight of his situation hits him hard, so, this is what it's come to. The man's face is stone cold, but Unsu's is a raw mix of agony and pure grit, a fresh gash screaming his struggle. Waving a crinkled paper, the man scoffs, honestly, I didn't think anyone would even recognize this thing. Then, a chilling whisper, please. Unsu fights, every muscle screaming, the same crushing realization hitting him again, so, this is what it's come to. The man's eyes flicker with an eerie glow, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, I told that kid. Unsu grips the crinkled paper like his life depends on it, the man's words haunting him, hold on to that picture tight. The man with glasses glances at the paper in his hand, a sneer in his tone, he couldn't even handle one simple task. Whatever, it's irrelevant now. Unsu's wounded hand shakes, the crushing reality hitting him. Now that it's come to this, he thinks, his fate hanging by a thread. Unsu, with a determined glint in his eye, ditches the old plan. He's going full instinct, ready to unleash a more intuitive method. His resolve solidifies as the view snaps to a desolate urban wasteland, with concrete shattered and metal twisted, the remnants of a colossal structure strewn across the ground. And through the wreckage, a monstrous, brown-skinned reptilian beast, its powerful limbs dragging it through the treacherous, broken landscape. But its reign of terror is over. The beast now lies motionless, defeated and sprawled across the rubble, a silent monument to the sheer chaos that erupted. A chilling silence falls. Only to be pierced by the distant, eerie glow of a subway entrance, a beacon of a potential path through the utter devastation. A desperate attempt to cook with their last scraps, the woman eyes the pot, a silent question hanging in the air, food, yes, but how to eat it? Then, a spark of hope, a tiny flame ignites, promising a proper meal. But that spark of hope explodes into chaos, the fire raging out of control. The woman screams, "What do we do? Get the broom." Yet, Unsu, utterly unconcerned, just shrugs, "I'm busy." "What do you want?" Frantically, she calls him closer, her voice sharp with desperation, but he just stares at the floor, a defeated groan escaping his lips. "Shugark. I only have one match left." Her confusion is palpable, a simple escaping her lips before he explodes. "Don't you dare look at me that way. I'm doing my best, okay?" She tries to interject, since the... He cuts her off, his eyes cast down in defeat, a stark, "It's too late," hanging in the air. She stares, silent, as he confesses, "I have nothing to show back." Her voice sharp, she warns him, "Don't look at me like that," but he fires back, his own desperation clear, "I'm doing this to survive here too." Unbeknownst to them, from the shadows, two figures spot the inferno. "Oh. Look over there," one whispers, while the other muses, "I think they're trying to cook something." Out of nowhere, a man strolling through the city gets a rude awakening as something crashes to the ground right next to him. He glances up, and another guy joins him, both of them wondering if something just dropped from the heavens, a terrifying realization dawning on them. Then, more debris starts pelting down, sending the first guy reeling, his face contorting in pure, unadulterated terror. He glares at the ground where the impacts are hitting, the burning question of, "Why is this happening?" screaming in his head, while an ominous, ripping sound tears through the air from above. The very fabric of the sky rips open, exposing a terrifying, swirling abyss. And from that gaping rift, a monstrous, alien structure starts its terrifying plunge towards the city. The two guys are now side by side, united in their absolute terror, witnessing the impossible as more chunks of who knows what rain down. Get ready for the next arc, Surviving the End, starring the legendary Dong-hoon. As this insane event keeps unfolding, both the hoodie guy and Dong-hoon stare up, their faces a perfect blend of terror and grim realization. He remembers a time when his senses were dull, a past where he was totally lost in a world absolutely crawling with creatures. But now, in this insane new reality, who can even escape this world? He's furious, knowing real monsters are now just walking the streets. Back with the man in glasses, he's just like, "Money? Nah, I don't need it. That stuff is totally pointless now." Then, bam. A brutal punch lands, snapping Unsu's head back with insane force. The thug leader just stands there, totally owning him, a glowing object in his hand as he's like, "I don't need to be the strongest, just the boss." But even after getting wrecked, Unsu's eyes are burning with pure resolve, a silent promise that the one he really needs is right there. The thug leader, totally clueless, just keeps taunting him, asking if he's giving up and reminding him who's boss. Unsu's stare locks on, his teal eyes starting to glow with raw power, a silent thought screaming that maybe, just maybe, he can finally see it now. His eye explodes with vibrant energy, revealing the true form of mana, a swirling, deep power now visible to his awakened sight. He slams his hand against the cold, dark surface, staring into an abyss that just keeps going. The void reflects nothing but his own growing unease. A profound darkness consuming his thoughts. A distant, unsettling memory begins to coalesce within the gloom. And his eye widens in sudden, stark terror. Hunched over, head in his hands, the man named unnamed man with glasses whispers a horrifying realization, "I was mistaken. It wasn't me." His thoughts race, abstract figures falling through his mind as the truth solidifies, looking for the boy. His face contorts in a mask of pure horror. The implications of his mistake overwhelming him. He's falling, plummeting into a terrifying, inky black abyss, a void that just keeps going. But it's not what he thought, it's the complete opposite. The truth hits him like a truck, a horrifying revelation about his situation. He glances up, and bam. A monstrous, toothy maw is right there, ready to swallow him alive. A gut-wrenching scream rips through him, his eyes practically popping out from sheer horror. Suddenly, a sickening thud, and he's on the cold, hard ground, hands tied behind his back, with two terrifying figures staring him down. He can only let out a terrified gasp, trapped in a circle of hostile faces, all of them looking absolutely ruthless. A dark, menacing hand shoots out from the shadows. And he's slammed to the ground with a grunt of pain, totally dazed from the hit. Cowering with two other terrified captives, he gasps, "I almost got swallowed alive." He's scrambling, eyes blown wide with pure terror as that monstrous, decaying hand lunges right for him. That thing's guttural growl rips through the dark corridor, and all he can do is scream for help. Those bloodshot zombie eyes lock onto him, its rotting face twisted in a silent, horrifying scream as it lunges. The nightmare vision explodes, leaving the man with glasses gasping, his mind reeling from the sheer terror, only to snap back to reality, huddled with other captives, their faces screaming fear and confusion. He scans the faces of Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader, totally disoriented, blurting out, "How did we get here? I was just taking a nap." From above, the thug leader just sneers at his confusion, casually reminding him, "You've been out for a while, buddy." Later, alone in a grim, dimly lit cell, the man with glasses stands bound, his mind still desperately trying to process this nightmare reality. He mutters to himself, what is happening, his thoughts a jumbled mess, unable to shake the chilling feeling that something is profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. Bound and utterly disoriented, he's just trapped, stuck in the cold, unforgiving confines of his new prison. Still trapped, he slumps in the cold cell, his body swaying with disorientation. A faint clatter cuts the silence, snapping his gaze down. Then, a jarring shift. He sees himself, Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader, all bound, kneeling before the sneering thug leader, their muffled groans a brutal echo of their capture. The memory intensifies, a sharp jolt blurring reality. Until a sudden, violent motion snaps him back. His eyes widen in terror as a figure lunges from below, a menacing blur. A guttural scream rips from his throat as a rough hand clamps down on his arm. The scarred thug's face looms, a cruel smile twisting his lips, as he screams in terror, this is a monster. Before he can react, a brutal punch connects with a sickening crack, sending a shockwave of pain through his skull. He collapses against the grimy wall, body aching, the brutal reality of imprisonment crashing down with a heavy thud, leaving him gasping for air. He flashes back to the brutal fight, his weapon ripping through the monster's disgusting form. He gasps, watching the beast reel back, its multiple eyes burning with pain. The monster thrashes, weakening, until a heavy boot slams down, crushing its head with a brutal, final blow. Suddenly, everything changes. He's tied up, ropes biting into his skin, forced to his knees with the rest. The monster is dead on the ground, totally lifeless. Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader gape at the dead monster, the woman leader confirming, "It stopped moving." The thug leader, staring at the corpse, acts surprised, asking if the monster is actually dead, as the scarred thug takes a sharp breath. The scarred thug then faces the man with glasses, a fake apology dripping from his mouth, muttering, "I guess I overdid it as usual, and a sarcastic, 'I'm sorry.'" The thug leader then brags about his heroism, shouting, "Boss saved us," and the man with glasses is forced to play along, "I always believed in him." His terror is palpable, eyes wide with pure dread, as a guttural growl rips through the silence. A chilling smirk plays on the woman leader's lips as she stares down, the thug leader right there, a sinister metallic creak filling the space. Before them, just sitting there, a massive, sealed container. Then, with a sudden bang and a sickening grind, the box rips open, spewing a cloud of white dust. The captives can only watch, frozen, as a massive pile of grotesque remains dominates the foreground, and the box finally reveals its horrifying contents. A hand plunges into the pile, rummaging through the disgusting debris. Both Eun-soo and the woman leader are absolutely transfixed, their faces twisted in pure horror. Then, from the depths of the box, a small, red-eyed creature bursts forth, unleashing another guttural growl. In a world shattered by disaster, a desperate group of survivors huddles together, their eyes locked onto something terrifying on the ground. A chilling realization dawning on them as they look up, understanding that every single person here is gripped by the same, overwhelming terror. But one man, the one with glasses, can only shake his head in utter disbelief, a single, raw word tearing from his throat, "No." Their gazes fall, heavy with the burden of what they've endured, because they were desperately trying to forget. A hand clenches around a crude weapon, knuckles white with resolve. While the man with glasses and another survivor are utterly consumed by the horrifying resurgence of those terrible memories. The survivors were drowning in their past, and the memories came flooding back, a horrifying montage of screaming faces, each one a raw nerve of pure, unadulterated fear, and the absolute dread that had consumed them. Because the nightmares weren't just nightmares, they were real, born from the colossal rock monster, its single, burning orange eye a beacon of pure malice, a beast of unimaginable might. Its gargantuan, stone foot slammed down with cataclysmic force, annihilating everything beneath it. These were the horrors they were forced to confront. Another monstrous limb of the beast pulverized the earth, shattering the very foundations of the world. A desperate cluster of survivors, among them the resolute woman leader, clung to each other, their eyes wide with primal fear, as the world crumbled around them. They instinctively drew closer, a desperate huddle against the apocalypse, their terror a tangible force. Then, another monstrous hand crashed down, the earth itself screaming in protest. Amidst the cataclysm, Unsu and another survivor were reduced to trembling forms, faces hidden by terror and dust, a visceral image of absolute, crushing despair. Hwang Biam's voice just slices through the air, his words hitting hard and fast. "Face him and fight," he screams, and the entire crowd of survivors, Dong-hoon, the woman leader, Unsu, they all just flinch back, pure terror plastered on their faces. He locks eyes with the thug leader and the scarred thug, who are just standing there, a weird mix of defiance and pure dread on their faces. Hwang Biam just keeps going, his voice rock solid, demanding to know how long they're gonna keep running, keep making the same stupid mistakes. The thug crew stays dead silent, all of them just frozen, taking in every single word he's dropping. He pushes them even harder, laying it out plain, there's no one else coming to save them, they have to face this together. The woman leader, the thug leader, and the scarred thug are all hanging on his every word, as Hwang Biam lays out the sheer horror they're up against. Maybe it was his words that finally got through to them, or maybe it was the memory of that monster their boss just casually took down, sparking a tiny flicker of hope. The woman leader, her face a mask of pure desperation, blurts out that they saw their boss take down a monster, but then she just breaks, admitting they have no clue what else to do but run. Flashback. The thug leader's hand slams down, a decisive thwack as he grabs his weapon. He's leading the charge, scarred thug and Hwang Biam right behind him, a united front ready to take on the beast. He shouts, a battle cry echoing, no more fear. Monsters are going down. But the monster? Too much. Too fast. He's hit, reeling back, a choked "no" escaping him. Blood gushes from his face, pain searing, but even then, a spark of hope ignites. The whole crew, scarred thug, Hwang Biam, everyone, looks up, a desperate cry for "boss," ripping through the air. Thump. 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 Something huge is coming. The thug leader's battered face is still staring up, waiting. Then, he's airborne. His feet just dangling, snatched up by an invisible power. Thump. 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 The footsteps keep coming, and the thug leader's face twists into a silent, agonizing scream. The monstrous tendrils strike, forcing their way into an unsuspecting mouth. The one they call the boss is instantly overwhelmed, his light hair a beacon against the crushing darkness as the shadowy appendages coil around him. The relentless tendrils continue their assault, binding his legs and torso, leaving no escape. Hwang Biam, the thug leader, and the scarred thug can only watch in utter horror, the leader's voice barely a whisper, definitely killed it. A sickening slither echoes as a tentacle tightens its death grip around his neck, his face twisting in pure agony. Hwang Biam screams, demanding to know what this horror is, while the scarred thug, eyes bulging, shouts, no. That's impossible. His scream rips through the air, a primal sound of despair, as the scarred thug, utterly broken, wails, we can never beat them. But before the words fully leave his lips, a tentacle smashes into him, launching him with brutal force against the wall. And then, the thug leader is next, sent flying backward by another devastating blow from the monstrous horror. Boom! The monster's attack connects, sending the boss reeling from the sheer force. The woman leader and Hwang Biam can only stare, frozen in terror, as the beast closes in at an insane pace. But it's too late. A tentacle whips out, grabbing the boss with a sickening crunch, his weight turning into a choked gasp. He fights back, screaming, let me go, but the monster's grip is iron tight. The tentacle squeezes harder, crushing him, and the boss lets out a blood-curdling scream. The monster stands victorious, its power on full display. Then, with a gruesome squish, the monster crushes the boss's arm, a final, agonizing sound ripped from him. Witnessing the absolute horror, the woman leader and Hwang Biam bolt, their faces contorted in pure, unadulterated fear as they desperately try to escape. The monstrous forms kept coming, a relentless tide of terror, their jagged silhouettes glowing crimson and filling every inch of space. Everywhere they looked, the horrifying creatures pressed in, a chaotic, swirling mass of red and shadow, an unstoppable force. Through a narrow doorway, the man with glasses scrambled, his panicked screams echoing the raw terror of the moment, as the monstrous roars pursued him, a chilling sound. He, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader recoiled, their faces etched with horror as they watched the boss fall. The elderly man cried out, realizing the boss was already lost, his life extinguished, gone to the other side. The woman leader, her expression grim, grabbed the man with glasses, demanding to know what he was thinking, and ordered him to let go of the futile hope, it was just a waste of time. Her grip tightened, a sharp, decisive pull, forcing his hand away from whatever he clung to with a decisive tack. As she dragged him forward, her gaze fixed on their escape, he looked back, a desperate plea to find her still on his lips, even as the woman questioned the monster's presence. Had it already crossed over? His face contorted in anguish, the man with glasses realized the horrifying implication. If the monster had indeed crossed, then the child was already lost, a devastating truth. He collapsed to his knees, a choked no escaping him, but the woman leader stood over him, reiterating that his despair was a waste of precious time. They had to move. The man with glasses is absolutely crushed, his mind a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated panic. He stumbles, a raw, desperate cry tearing from his throat, screaming for them to just wait. His eyes lock onto the tiny figure vanishing into the blood-red haze, and he screams, "Where are you?" But Unsu is gone, tearing through the terrifying, crimson-soaked corridor, the very air screaming with raw power around him. The rest of the group can only watch, frozen in sheer terror, their faces twisted in horror as the man with glasses is absolutely shattered. The woman leader and Dong-hoon snap out of it, their legs pumping, chasing after the vanishing figure. Unsu is just a blur against the blood-red floor, his frantic escape never slowing down. Every single step plunges him further into the abyss, the terrifying red glow getting brighter and brighter. The entire group, now a single, desperate unit, dives headfirst into that terrifying, blood-red passage, chasing after the kid. A gruesome crunch. A body lies mangled, half devoured on the cold, unforgiving floor. Tears stream down a young girl's face as she desperately whimpers for her older sister. Her voice barely a whisper, terrified her sobs will give them away, a desperate sniffle escaping her. The older woman's eyes well up, a desperate apology escaping her lips as she confesses she has no strength left to fight. Clutching her hands, she reflects on hiding amidst the chaos, but the grim reality hits, death still looms. With a desperate, determined tug, she pulls the younger girl along, knowing capture means certain, brutal doom. A desperate hand reaches out. As the blonde woman's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Her eyes screaming with primal dread. She yanks the young girl's hand, dragging her forward, a frantic plea to stay, right next to me. They bolt past a horrifying scene, a mangled, partially devoured corpse, leaving the blonde woman to gasp, "T.O. do." A man with short hair is frozen, his face a picture of absolute shock. His eyes bulging as he screams, "What are you guys going to do?" before the chilling reality hits him. "What? We have to run away." Panicked, he cries out, but where to, his voice cracking with utter hopelessness. There's nowhere to run. Anymore. But the blonde woman, fueled by sheer defiance, roars, "It doesn't matter where." The bandaged man watches, as the blonde woman lays out the brutal truth, monsters have breached their last sanctuary, leaving them nowhere to run. Her eyes narrow, a direct challenge to his hopelessness, demanding to know if he still thinks they can survive this. Despite a flash of terror, her resolve hardens, refusing to just sit back and wait for the end. His eyes, wide with a sudden, fierce determination, burn with a promise, he will survive, no matter what. A silent beat passes as her gaze locks on, her own iron will mirroring his desperate vow. He stares, taken aback by her sheer resolve. Before a realization hits him, seeing the raw power in her spirit. Her eyes flash, locking with his, a silent pact forged in the face of despair. Their fragile moment shatters as a monstrous, spiky form, its single red eye burning with malevolence, bursts into view, the terrifying reality of their situation made brutally clear. A desperate cry rips from the bandaged man, his mind screaming at him to run, but his body frozen in terror. The blonde woman watches, her face a mask of urgent concern, unable to believe he's just giving up. She lunges, grabbing him with a fierce grip, her voice cutting through the chaos, "Get a hold of yourself and run." But he's lost in his own despair, his eyes hollow as he whispers, "There's no more reason for me to live." Her eyes widen in shock, unable to process his words, as she shouts, "But you! No time for talk." She yanks him with all her strength, a blur of motion as she tries to drag him clear. But a spiky, glowing arm from the rock monster erupts forward, impossibly fast, catching the man completely off guard. He screams, "Wait! That was so fast. You should have waited to listen to me." But, as the attack connects, the blonde woman, caught directly in the monster's terrifying assault, lets out an ear-splitting, primal scream of pure, unadulterated terror. A bone-jarring impact reverberates, followed by the ragged gasps of someone fighting for air. The rock monster's jagged tentacles just explode forward, slamming into the man with glasses with insane force. As the monster just goes off, the woman leader is thrown back, her face screaming pure terror. Those gnarly monster limbs just keep coming, hoisting the man right off the ground while the woman leader can only watch, totally powerless. His legs just buckle. And he just crashes to the ground, a broken whisper barely audible, "We can't win." The woman leader's eyes just slit, pure defiance burning in her gaze, a silent order screaming, "Don't you dare." She shoots a look at the guy, thinking, what's his problem? But the man can only let out a guttural scream, his body getting absolutely shredded as the monster keeps attacking. The rock monster's tentacles just wrap around him, squeezing tight and delivering another crushing blow. He steels himself, a guttural growl ripping from his throat as the monster's tendrils explode forward. The creature's chilling roar reverberates, a declaration that this is the real fight, as dark, spiky appendages lash out from the shadows with terrifying speed. Even the mighty boss couldn't handle this onslaught, and the tendrils just keep coming, a relentless, crushing wave. A desperate, primal scream rips through the air, kill the monster, but its dark, crushing limbs are already engulfing Unsu. He's instantly overwhelmed, multiple tendrils slamming into him, wrapping around his body like a vice. Impact after brutal impact rings out, as the monster's grip tightens, crushing him with immense force. A final, sharp blow echoes, sealing his fate in an instant. Completely entangled, Unsu is ripped off his feet and violently slammed down. Pinned to the ground, he's utterly restrained, completely helpless against the monster's overwhelming power. He fights back, but the monster's tendrils are closing in, crushing him. His face contorts in agony as the scarred thug just watches, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. The dark, thorny appendages strike with lightning speed, completely engulfing him in a terrifying crimson haze, crushing him within their glowing, malevolent embrace. Is this the end? But then, from a distance, the man with glasses gasps, asking if the monster has finally been stopped. While the woman leader, shocked, points out that nothing has truly changed, remembering how even the boss struggled against this thing. But then, with a series of sharp, cracking sounds, the tendrils explode, leaving him standing alone, victorious, amidst the shattered remnants of the defeated monster. The rock monster's tendrils lash out, ensnaring him with a sickening scrape. He's slammed to the ground, a pained grunt escaping him as the creature's immense power bears down. The tendrils tighten, threatening to crush him completely. But with a sudden, explosive gasp and a surge of energy, he's a blur, closing the distance in an instant. His hand snaps out, seizing a tendril. His gaze sharpens, pure resolve burning in his eyes as he winds up for the strike. Then, with a guttural roar, his fist ignites with a brilliant glow, delivering a devastating blow to the monster's core. The impact is catastrophic, the creature's tendrils exploding into countless fragments. Unsu stands amidst the fading aftershocks of his attack, his face a mask of intense focus, while the man with glasses beside him can only utter a single, stunned exclamation. Debris and dark energy swirling around him, a testament to the raw power he just unleashed. Meanwhile, the woman leader and Dong-hoon exchange a look of disbelief, the question hanging unspoken between them, could he truly be alive after such a confrontation? The man with glasses, utterly bewildered, struggles to comprehend the impossible, wondering aloud how anyone could have survived that. All three onlookers stare, their expressions frozen in a mixture of awe and terror, as the full implications of what they just witnessed begin to sink in. The monster's overwhelming strength, its rocky hands still a formidable sight, had seemed insurmountable. With a body that constantly regenerated, fighting such a creature was nothing short of suicide, yet he had faced it head-on. Before their very eyes, a mere boy had stood against the impossible. He had fought it alone, and he had won, now walking away with a pickaxe in hand, a silent testament to his victory. He's hit hard, blood spraying from his mouth as he clutches his chest, a raw scream of agony tearing through him. Then, a chilling, omniscient voice booms, nothing in this world escapes death. For any being. The very fabric of reality warps, showing shadowy figures and monstrous beasts, all leading to one glowing, ethereal flower. The voice insists, there has to be a source. Suddenly, a glowing, ethereal fish materializes, radiating pure, unearthly light. Elsewhere, the man with glasses and two others are absolutely petrified, their faces frozen in pure, unadulterated horror. A heavily scarred, powerful arm clenches, its owner's eyes locked onto Unsu, who stares back with an intense, burning determination. A harsh voice barks, go after that. The glowing flower and fish flash across the vision in a frantic, fragmented blur, signaling the chase is on. A chilling voice drops a cryptic message, if it's you, you'll know. And Unsu's face twists in pure agony, watching a colossal, shadowy figure crash down, its body starting to pulse with an unholy glow. The colossal figure hits the deck, writhing, its dark skin exploding into shimmering dust. Deep in a dark, twisted abyss, a single glowing seed throbs with power, the voice dropping another bomb, were their lives. That chilling glow burns in Unsu's terrified eyes, a silent scream of pure horror. From that seed, a web of glowing, root-like tendrils explodes outwards, the voice adding, and... The glowing network goes wild, spreading like crazy, as the voice drops the ultimate threat, how to destroy. The massive figure, now totally consumed by the glowing tendrils, thrashes, the voice finishing its chilling message, there. A glowing seed bursts from the figure's chest, the last word hitting like a hammer, seeds. Meanwhile, the scarred thug chills in a dark room, glued to a high-tech device, watching the whole crazy show unfold, his vibe screaming mastermind as he takes it all in. A pulsating, organic core ignites within a sinister, fleshy mass, unleashing tendrils of raw energy. The dark energy explodes outwards, lashing out with shadowy tendrils that force Unsu to recoil. He's trapped, enveloped by the swirling, chaotic darkness, its ominous presence crushing in from every direction. The tendrils converge, twisting into a dense, dark sphere, pulsating with pure malevolence. Unsu can only stare, eyes wide with utter disbelief, a silent gasp caught in his throat. The dark sphere now rests on a desolate, barren ground, emitting a faint glow, as a lone, distant figure looms against the bleak horizon. Donghun's jaw drops, his eyes practically bugging out. He cannot believe what he's seeing. He stares down at the utterly demolished rock monster, a chilling whisper cutting through the air. He actually killed it? The woman leader and the scarred thug are absolutely floored, their faces screaming pure shock, as a stunned gasp escapes her. Her eyes are saucers, reflecting the sheer impossibility of what just happened. The colossal, rocky beast is absolutely shattered, lying there lifeless, a brutal monument to the victor's insane strength. Next to her, the scarred thug's face is a picture of pure, unadulterated shock, his hardened eyes completely blown away by the impossible truth. She bolts, pure terror fueling her every step as the monstrous creature gains on her, a relentless hunter. Its jagged maw gapes open, a sickening gurgle tearing through the air, ready to devour. A brutal impact slams her to the ground, feathers exploding around her as she crashes down. The monstrous shadow of the creature swallows her whole as it towers over her fallen body. Her eyes, wide with pure, unadulterated horror, fixate on the beast above. Her world shatters, vision blurring into a terrifying vortex as consciousness threatens to slip away. When suddenly, an explosive force rips through the air. A blinding flash and a deafening whoosh erupt, signaling an impossible speed. The very air warps and crackles, charged with an overwhelming, unseen power. The tension breaks. The unnamed woman leader is alive, holding a child, a beacon of hope after the chaos. She gazes at the child, a silent prayer of thanks on her lips, but the relief is cut short by a warning shout from the crowd. Donghoon and the man with glasses rush forward, their faces a mix of shock and pure joy, shouting that she's alive and not just panicking, a miracle unfolding before their eyes. Her eyes well up, a wave of overwhelming relief washing over her, as she echoes their sentiments, truly grateful to be safe. But as the crowd closes in, a chilling thought strikes her, her face instantly draining of color as a new terror takes hold. The man with glasses, his face a mask of dread, articulates the horrifying question everyone is thinking, demanding to know what happened to the child. Her gaze whips around, a frantic, desperate cry tearing from her throat, as she frantically searches for the vanished child. A wave of collective horror washes over the group, including the man with glasses, as the terrifying truth of the child's disappearance hits them all. Utterly broken by the realization, the unnamed woman leader crumbles, her face a mask of silent, agonizing grief. The unnamed woman leader is in full panic mode, tearing through the wreckage, her voice cracking with desperation as she screams, "Uni! Where did you go?" But as night falls, the man with glasses is hit with a terrifying revelation, his eyes bugging out in pure terror. A horrifying vision assaults him, a creepy doll with glowing red eyes, its stare burning into his soul. Both he and the unnamed woman leader are absolutely paralyzed with fear. As a sinister eye pierces through the darkness. And the scarred thug lets out a primal, blood-curdling scream, charging in like a beast. He snatches the unnamed woman leader by her hair, yanking her off her feet, her body flailing as he gets ready to deliver a brutal blow. The man with glasses and Donghoon are absolutely frozen in terror, their faces screaming in silent horror, totally helpless. But just as the thug is about to strike, an invisible, lightning-fast force slams into him, sending him crashing to the ground, twitching amidst sizzling power. Still reeling from the disturbing vision, the woman leader is blindsided as the scarred thug lunges, a chilling laugh echoing. But before his attack can land, an unseen force strikes with blinding speed, sending the thug flying. The man with glasses screams in disbelief. He stumbles back, completely disoriented, unable to see his attacker, a guttural cry tearing from his throat. Both the man with glasses and Donghoon are utterly speechless, their minds racing to comprehend the impossible speed of the intervention. The unseen assailant continues the brutal assault, slamming the thug into the ground with bone-shattering force. This sudden, overwhelming power is the reason they are safe. The impact reverberating, a sickening crunch echoing. Then, a figure emerges from the speed blur, delivering a devastating, glowing strike that sends the thug flying again. The true protector is revealed, his eyes blazing with an intense, vibrant green. He tried to react, but the monster's attack was lightning fast, its rocky arms slamming forward. A crushing impact sent him flying, the blow connecting with a devastating crack. His arms screamed in agony as the monster's relentless assault tore into him. In that split second of weakness, two more monsters appeared out of nowhere, boxing him in. If it was just a couple of monsters, his old plan would have been a cakewalk. He was ready to wipe them out and secure the zone, but things just got way more complicated. Now he was facing down 3 of these things, a massive jump from just 2. And unlike the last guys, these monsters had no blind spots, making a frontal attack a death wish. He gripped his weapon, knowing that one wrong move, and it was game over. More monsters could pop up at any second, and the shadowy forms in the distance are already a terrifying sight. With his stamina already draining, he knows dragging this out means certain doom. His teal eyes flash with a desperate glow, as the thought screams in his head, should I just run away? Running away would be a piece of cake compared to fighting, and he could totally find a safe spot to chill out and hide from these things. But then, a flashback hits him, a memory of the others. If he bails, those people are toast. Still, he asks himself, why should I even care? He tells himself there's zero reason to fight for them, because, let's be real, humans are the real enemy anyway. But then, that gentle smile from her flashes in his mind, totally messing with his cynical vibe. Staring down the monster, his resolve ignites. He's the only one who can protect them, and he knows it. The ground explodes as the rock monster lands another devastating blow, sending fragments absolutely everywhere. Its raw power leaves a trail of pure destruction, with several figures lying absolutely motionless amidst the debris. One of them, barely conscious, struggles to lift his head, his body completely broken. Unsu's eyes narrow, taking in the brutal scene, a grim determination hardening his expression like stone. Suddenly, a heavy boot steps into view, its owner striding right into the carnage. The mohawked figure looms over Unsu, who's now on the ground, a bat resting casually on his shoulder. His stance is confident, almost arrogant, as he surveys the entire situation. Leaning in slightly, he asks, so you know a way to kill these monsters? Unsu looks up, his gaze razor-sharp, clearly weighing the question. And then, the air crackles with anticipation. As the mohawked man, a chilling smirk spreading across his face, leans in to deliver his next, ominous words. Chapter 16, Cooperation. The scarred thug, looking intense, declares he's got the gist of it. A smirk creeps onto Unsu's face, a silent, defiant challenge to everything going down. Suddenly, the mohawked man, bat casually slung over his shoulder, steps up, demanding to know how he can help out. And the scarred thug, gripping his makeshift spear, jumps in, ready to throw down too. The woman leader observes from afar, as Unsu's eyes practically pop out of his head in shock, demanding to know what they think they're doing. He challenges their reasons, but the man with glasses, looking grim, lays it out plain, humans are the real threat, so they have to work together. The mohawked man nods, backing him up, declaring their one and only goal, survival. Unsu's mind is reeling, trying to process the shocking truth he's just been told. The man with glasses doubles down, making it clear, if the monsters get them, it's game over for everyone. Unsu's hand shoots up, his face set in a grim determination as he prepares to unleash his own thoughts. His eyes narrow. As the man with glasses makes a dramatic, sweeping gesture. But Unsu isn't having it, flat out stating he can't trust a single human. The scarred thug, the mohawked man, and the woman leader stand by as the man with glasses drives his point home, humans will stop at nothing. Just to survive. Leaving Unsu to confront the brutal reality of that desperate claim. But even with the man's words echoing, a dark thought still clawed at him. If they were all about survival, then he could totally use them as bait, right? The man kept going, hammering home that if they just wanted to survive, betrayal was off the table. But before he could even process that, a guttural growl ripped through the air, announcing a much bigger problem. Then, bam! A rock monster came barreling at them, a blur of jagged edges, and the man with glasses yelled, "It's coming." Unsu's eyes ignited with a fierce teal glow, his face set in stone, ready to throw down. He launched himself forward, a brutal punch slamming into the monster's rock-hard body. The beast staggered, its face twisting from the sheer power of that hit. But before it could even think about getting back up, the mohawked man was already there, bat ready, taunting, "Whatcha looking at? I'm your opponent." His body screams, a primal kree echoing as the monster's lightning-fast lunge catches him totally off guard. But before it can even land, Unsu's fist explodes forward, a devastating counterpunch smashing into the creature's rocky body. But this thing is relentless. The rock monster barely flinches, its glowing orange eyes locked on him, pressing its brutal assault. It lunges again, a rocky arm swinging with bone-crushing force. But Unsu is a blur, dodging the attack and landing another lightning-fast punch. He's not letting up, unleashing a rapid-fire combo of punches that hammer against the monster's tough hide. Then, with a final, earth-shattering strike, he sends cracks exploding across its stony surface. As the monster stumbles, Unsu is already repositioning, ready for the next devastating blow. He lands one more decisive blow, sending the creature flying back with incredible force. Unsu charges up, a raw vortex of power swirling in his hand, ready to unleash pure destruction. With a primal scream, he unleashes the crimson beam, a blazing line of death tearing through the air. But wait, what? A shockwave of disbelief hits him as the beam whizzes past, a clean miss. But the energy isn't done yet, it keeps going, and then, boom, a violent burst as it connects. The crimson beam, a searing line of power, slams right into the chest of the man with glasses, who's being used as a human shield by that scarred thug. A searing, explosive impact erupts, the raw energy ripping through his clothes like paper. His eyes blaze with a furious, electric blue. Unsu is absolutely stunned, horrified by what he's just done. While that scarred thug still clutches his victim, the rock monster, a colossal force of nature, barrels forward, shaking the very earth. A sudden, poignant memory rips through his thoughts, a past conversation with Dong-hoon where the older man conceded, "I want to help, but I'll only be a burden if I get involved." A younger Unsu, standing right there, felt the same crushing weight, "Me too." But the present was harsh. The man with glasses was down, a broken heap on the dusty ground, the raw aftermath of Unsu's devastating, misdirected strike. Then, another jarring flashback, the scarred thug and the mohawked man, their expressions dark, spitting out, "Fool. Fool." The scarred thug's hand, a blur of menace, clutched a dark, vicious blade, its edge practically screaming danger. He loomed over the man with glasses, now completely helpless and tied up, a chilling display of the thug's absolute power. Unsu dropped to his knees next to the injured captive, his voice raw with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" But then, his head whipped around, eyes locking onto the charging rock monster, a sharp, involuntary gasp tearing from his throat as it closed in. The mohawked man's furious voice ripped through his mind, demanding, "How did you do that? I don't remember you running away anywhere." The scarred thug's chillingly calm response cut through the noise, "They have a weakness. You just have to find that." Unsu's eyes blazed with sudden, fierce focus, a profound realization hitting him like a shockwave, "You can see it if you focus." The scarred thug and his mohawked buddy are absolutely floored, their faces screaming pure disbelief as they realize this isn't just some ordinary monster. But hold up, a flashback hits. The unnamed woman leader is grilling the scarred thug, demanding to know how he can even talk about weaknesses if he's the only one who can see them, her patience clearly wearing thin. Then, the scarred thug is on a call, his tone dead serious as he lays out the only option: they're going to hit them where they can't hide their weak points, a risky, all-or-nothing move. Snap back to reality. Unsu's eyes are practically on fire with determination, letting out a thunderous "No," as he screams that he's going to take down monsters too, leaving the mohawked guy utterly stunned. The scarred thug and his buddy are totally flabbergasted, realizing this kid has absolutely zero fear, which is either insane or incredibly powerful. Out of nowhere, the rock monster strikes. Its massive, jagged mouth snaps shut on the scarred thug's arm, a bone-crunching blow. But Unsu, now radiating a faint glow, is totally dialed in, a serene confidence washing over him as he coolly notes that taking down these monsters has gotten way simpler, his senses on another level. The scarred thug, still shaking from the monster's hit, screams a challenge, "That's right. Why don't you try me?" as Unsu just stares him down, his face giving nothing away. But then, before the thug can even blink, a brutal, bone-jarring crack rips through the air, as Unsu unleashes his attack. Kwang! The scarred thug gets absolutely rocked, sent flying by Unsu's devastating strike. As the fight explodes, the mohawked man screams, "You guys should have intervened the moment he attacked," while the woman leader coolly dismisses them, "Humans are so weak." But before they can react, the rock monster strikes. Kwak! It smashes into the mohawked man, who screams in pure pain. With dark energy swirling around him, Unsu remains focused, while the scarred thug is still reeling, completely out of the fight. Eyes locked on the monster, Unsu charges forward, a fierce determination in his voice, "There's only one left. No enemy can get rid of it." He studies the beast, a thought forming in his mind, "I'm pretty sure there's a weakness, however." But the fight takes another turn as the woman leader is suddenly trapped, dark, sinister tendrils binding her completely. Out of the inky blackness, a monstrous, shadowy head bursts forth, its terrifying form materializing right before their eyes. But it's already too late. A bloodied hand reaches out, a desperate, futile gesture, the fight already over before it began. The demon lunges, its massive jaws snapping open with a sickening crunch, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as another bone-chilling grind echoes. Unsu is down. Lying prone on the ground, defeated, his body utterly still from the devastating impact. The towering demon now looms over both Unsu and the woman leader, its shadowy form a terrifying silhouette against the gloom. It snarls, a guttural roar escaping its throat, its terrifying visage reflected in the woman's utterly horrified eyes, pure terror etched onto her face. Trapped and utterly helpless, the woman fights against her bindings, pure despair twisting her features. But above her, the shadow demon dominates, its oppressive aura crushing all hope, while Unsu remains a broken figure in the background. Battered and bruised, his body refuses to give up, struggling desperately to stand. With a sickening thud, he collapses once more, the woman's eyes wide with horror. The sheer scale of destruction is staggering, with multiple versions of Unsu strewn across the ravaged landscape, a brutal display of the demon's absolute dominance. But even in this hellscape, a mysterious, dark orb demands his attention. A swirling, abyssal void rips open, hinting at unimaginable power. With a desperate, trembling hand, he reaches for the enigmatic orb, while the demon observes, its crimson eyes burning with silent, predatory malice. The shadows erupt, writhing and churning, threatening to consume all. A swirling vortex of darkness consumes everything. Urgent voices cut through the void, demanding someone get a grip, declaring his wounds too brutal, demanding immediate care. Shocked by the sheer brutality of his wounds, yet stunned he fought on. As others rushed to assist, asking where to move him. Then, a flicker of life, Unsu's eyes snap open, his gaze still unfocused. He takes in his bandaged, bare chest, flexing a hand. A weary yawn escapes him, sitting next to the unnamed woman leader, both recovering. The unnamed man with glasses looms over him, utterly astonished by his rapid recovery, then checks on his well-being. Leaving Unsu with a look of dazed confusion. Unsu, still recovering from the brutal fight, rips off his bandages with a fierce determination. His insane recovery speed leaves Dong-hoon absolutely stunned, a shocked cry tearing from the old man's throat. Dong-hoon carefully supports the young hero, as the unnamed woman leader stares, both utterly bewildered by his miraculous recovery. The man with glasses, completely blown away, admits, he's never seen anything like it, then shouts, "You're awake." He keeps pouring out his relief and thanks, over and over again for saving their lives. Unsu glances away, a silent realization hitting him, he wasn't just saving them, he was fighting for his own survival. But then, a new thought strikes him, what happened to the human he fought? Is he even alive? He snaps back at his companions, a frustrated edge to his voice, telling them to stop writing off people who are clearly still breathing. Elsewhere, the scarred thug, battered and hacking, fights to keep his pride, declaring his strength is still undeniable, even as he coughs up blood. The scarred thug, still reeling, tries to claim he's not a bad guy, but the mohawked man immediately calls him out, questioning his past actions. Stunned by the direct hit, the mohawked man can only ask, why would you even think that? The scarred thug just stares, dropping the bomb, the same old crew is still hunting him down. But the mohawked man is having none of it, exploding in fury and shouting that he wants nothing to do with those guys. He rages, explaining that they were the ones who thought he was some underling, and he's making it crystal clear, he doesn't follow anyone. Unsu, however, just deadpans that no matter how you slice it, he still looks like a subordinate, which sends the mohawked man into a furious defense of his style. Unsu, completely unfazed, asks if he means that chicken comb on his head, and the mohawked man absolutely loses it, screaming that it's a mohawk. Suddenly, Unsu's eyes snap open, a realization hitting him, the mohawked man is awake, and he quickly checks if he's alright. Staring down at the guy, Unsu adds, he really shouldn't be catching Z's in a place like this. Hwang Biam scrutinizes Unsu, baffled by his normal facade, demanding to know what makes him so unique, and Unsu's only explanation is the sheer fact of his survival. Pivoting to Maru, Hwang Biam asks if Unsu shouldn't be thanking her, and she confirms her crucial part in their meeting. Maru declares her satisfaction in helping, insisting it wasn't for herself, but then a flicker of doubt crosses her face as she hopes her actions won't lead to regret, a memory of the person burning bright in her mind. Hwang Biam averts his eyes, but Maru's stare remains intense, her mind clearly elsewhere. Her mind races back to that pivotal day, a vivid image of an incredible event flashing before her eyes. A terrifying memory of falling, of someone perpetually running from her, overwhelms her. She stares at Unsu's reaching hand, a defiant declaration escaping her lips, she fears no monster, no obstacle. Overwhelmed, she breaks down, tears streaming down her face. The raw memory remains, a deep, jagged scar on the very fabric of her past. A memory flashes, the mohawked man's stance shifting, a barely audible rustle of his gear, facing off against the scarred thug, the air thick with unspoken challenge. The scarred thug breaks the silence, a grudging respect in his tone, a stark admission of the mohawked man's unexpected strength. Maru's gaze is fixed on the confrontation, her name echoing, a chilling whisper, dragging her further into the depths of the past. The memory shifts, Maru now with the man in glasses, both staring down, burdened by unseen thoughts. Then, a sharp, piercing image of Unsu's teal eye cuts through her thoughts, a beacon in the storm of her memories. A defiant memory surfaces, Maru surrounded by looming shadows, her voice ringing out, I don't care if you suspect me. A haunting question echoes, but why don't you make up with Haru, a plea from a past conversation, or her own inner turmoil. The name hangs heavy in the void of her mind, a solitary, impactful whisper, Haru. Maru's face is etched with profound thought, her eyes mirroring the heavy burden of her past. Flashback. Unsu, looking intense, asks, that was your name, right? And the blonde woman, probably a younger Maru, just hits back with, yeah. The memory flickers, focusing on a stark industrial light. Then, the man with glasses appears, poring over a book, his voice grave as he states, in the end. A chilling overhead shot shows the aftermath, bodies everywhere. The report is stark, only 12 people, 60%, were found alive, and 90% of the bodies were recovered in just 2 days. The man with glasses breaks it down, their numbers jumped 60%. Dong-hoon shrugs it off as non-terrible, but the young woman next to them is adamant, declaring her calculations are way more accurate. Then, he drops a bombshell, revealing a bizarre find during the recovery. We discovered something strange while we were recovering the bodies. The camera zooms in on a chilling detail, every single body was a horrifying, colorless gray. Cutting back to the present, Maru's face is etched with concern as she asks, don't you think it's strange? Then, with a grim realization, she adds, and, that's terrible. The blonde woman dropped another bombshell, whispering about government experiments creating these monsters. She wasn't sure if it was true, but Unsu chimed in, revealing a wilder theory, they just fell from the sky. So, were they aliens? She wondered aloud, the implications chilling. But the man with glasses cut through the speculation, shifting the focus to something far more urgent. And the bombshell? That boy's identity, he declared, the tension palpable. The blonde woman's eyes widened, remembering what they saw him do, a chilling memory. And the biggest mystery? How he knew the secret method to kill the monsters. A look of profound concern etched itself onto her face, the mystery weighing heavily. Back in the present, Unsu sat, haunted by the past, realizing his entire life had been a grim preparation for the apocalypse. Unsu's holding up this picture, practically begging for belief. But the woman across from him? Still not buying it, her eyes laser-focused and full of doubt. He's trying to tell her, this picture alone should be enough to trust me. But she just shuts him down, saying it could have been faked in a second. And her doubt just skyrockets when she brings up his earlier bombshell, that he somehow knew the apocalypse was on its way. Unsu's hit with a crushing wave of despair, it's clear she's just not going to buy it. But just when he thinks it's all over, all hope lost, a single, powerful word hangs in the air, a game changer. Then his body starts twisting, shadowy red energy just exploding from him as he gears up for the ultimate showdown. He stands shirtless, facing down a skeptical crowd, including Dong-hoon, Hwang Biem, and the unnamed woman leader, as a fiery orange-haired woman flat-out refuses to believe a single word he says. His eyes snap wide open, the weight of it all crashing down, as the orange-haired woman's voice cuts through the air, demanding answers about his actions. Then, in a flash, she lunges, a furious blur, but he's faster, twisting his body in a split-second dodge. Her eyes go wide with shock as her attack whizzes past, and she can only gasp, you actually dodged it. But before she can even blink, he's already there, a lightning-fast counter, pinning her from behind as she yelps, I'll get it. I'm sorry. Watching the whole thing unfold, a bearded, bespectacled doctor turns to Dong-hoon and Hwang Biem, declaring his belief in the kid and hinting at some seriously weird stuff he found while treating him. Meanwhile, a jolt of pure shock electrifies Unsu's face, his eyes blown wide by a sudden, terrifying revelation. A chilling narration reveals shadowy figures that tore through his defenses, hinting at a power he can't even comprehend, and he's trapped in this gut-wrenching feeling that something is terribly, fundamentally wrong, with no escape. The doctor, still deep in conversation, asks if they're talking about those scars, then reveals he finally got more, but just couldn't shake the terrifying feeling that something was off. The blonde woman's voice slices through the tension, demanding if Unsu remembers what went down. She pushes, her voice sharp, declaring it must have been brutal for him. Unsu's eyes snap open, a jolt of memory hitting him, as he internally screams, these scars. I thought I buried them. Meanwhile, the man with glasses drills into Dong-hoon, demanding, you know the opposite effect can happen, right? So why keep it from everyone else? The scarred thug explodes, his voice raw, they could have prepared if you just told them. Unsu's gaze drifts, his mind reeling, as his father's chilling words echo, Dad said humans are the enemy. So he probably never even considered teaming up with them. A flashback hits, a younger Unsu, surrounded by kids and the dark-haired leader, his thoughts racing, I don't trust them either. But his past flashes, a chaotic montage of faces, some menacing, others just there. He remembers the help, a direct contradiction to everything he was taught, and the realization hits him, they helped me. I don't get why Dad said humans are evil. He looks at the crew, a new thought sparking in his mind, maybe, just maybe, these people aren't the monsters his past made them out to be. The leader locks eyes with him, a heavy truth in her gaze, reminding him of the wild card he truly is. As the man with glasses points to the ominous spheres in the box, the unspoken truth hangs heavy, Unsu is their last, best shot. He then drops the bombshell question, who here can actually take down these terrifying monsters? The mohawked man, bat in hand, grumbles about needing to find the monster's weak spots, a desperate plea that the scarred thug silently seconds. Suddenly, the mohawked man and the orange-haired woman explode into action, delivering devastating blows with a visceral whack and a sharp shkk. Back in the discussion, the man with glasses looks at Eun-soo, a new idea forming. Maybe he's the key to unlocking the monster's secrets. The scarred thug cuts in, his voice raw with frustration, demanding to know what good information is if they might not even see tomorrow. Then, a breathtaking sight, high above the urban sprawl, bathed in golden light, Eun-soo rockets through the sky, a living symbol of his unleashed potential. The man with glasses reveals the secret of the ruin's survival. Monsters couldn't detect it. Because you'd have to plunge deep into the broken structure, past the gloom where light barely pierced, and navigate through mountains of debris, just to uncover the hidden entrance. But Eun-soo is already there, surveying a fallen monster, a grim testament to his progress, and acknowledging their sheer luck. Meanwhile, the man with glasses, ever the realist, scoffs at any doubt, declaring they still have plenty of rations. Eun-soo presses onward, descending further into the labyrinthine depths. Back outside, the man with glasses and the mohawked man stare, finally grasping that this is the fabled entrance to the ruins. Eun-soo's boots crunch on the rubble, a silent declaration. This isn't just an entrance anymore, it's the heart of the ruins. Deep underground, a hand relentlessly claws at the dirt, the frantic scraping echoing through the suffocating darkness. Meanwhile, the man with glasses, looking utterly exhausted, proposes a desperate run to the surface for supplies, wondering if they even have a single bandage left. But the mohawked man, clearly at his limit, practically shouts his agreement, declaring the underground air is absolutely suffocating him. The man with glasses, ever the pragmatist, points out the obvious: his wounds are still wide open. A sharp, pained grunt rips from the man with glasses, but the mohawked man just shrugs it off, telling him it's way too soon to even think about taking those bandages off. The mohawked man, with a dismissive wave, simply tells him to go get some rest, brushing off his protests. A heavy, unspoken tension hangs between them as their gazes lock. A chilling confrontation erupts. Eun-soo and the man with glasses are locked in a silent battle of wills against a mysterious hooded figure, backed by the mohawked menace, the scarred enforcer, and the fiery orange-haired woman. The hooded figure, a chilling enigma, stands with arms crossed, their face swallowed by impenetrable shadow, radiating pure menace. But in the present, the man with glasses, his face etched with worry, drops a bombshell, only a week's worth of rations left. With a fierce resolve, Eun-soo steps up, declaring, "I'll go." A wave of relief washes over the man with glasses, as he admits how much easier he'd breathe if Eun-soo took on the mission. No hesitation, no fear, Eun-soo starts his climb, determined to reach the surface and find others. His mission? To uncover the truth behind that mysterious picture. He explodes upwards, bounding up the stairs with incredible speed. But as he ascends, a deeper motivation burns within him, something far more critical than just the picture. He's pushing through the dark, cramped tunnels of the underground base. And he's not happy about it. "Seriously, I hate basements," he grumbles, heading for the surface. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, "We're coming with you." The man with glasses is worried about their dwindling supplies, and the woman leader won't let him face it alone, but Eun-soo just brushes them off, saying he's got this. The man with glasses just stares, totally blown away. Even though they're close in age, he can't believe how Eun-soo handles those monsters. It's insane. The woman leader points out he's always risking his neck for them, and the man with glasses confesses he'd be dead without him. Elsewhere in the base, the bearded doctor is looking super jumpy, whispering, "Anyone else?" Suddenly, the man with glasses freezes, his eyes bugging out, and he screams, "Haru!" The view snaps to a blood-soaked young woman, shaking and tied up, slumped against a wall, clearly in deep trouble. The bearded doctor, his face etched with concern, declares with a heavy sigh that it's too much for her. A sharp needle plunges into flesh, injecting a mysterious liquid. Back in the tense present, the doctor, the leader, and the man with glasses join Eun-soo, their gazes fixed on an unseen horror below. Eun-soo's eyes widen in pure shock, a vivid memory flashing before him of a scarred thug and an orange-haired woman, making him gasp, "What?" as the thug in his mind demands, "What's wrong?" The leader swiftly shuts down any speculation, while the man with glasses just hands Eun-soo something, a simple "here" escaping his lips. The flashback deepens, the orange-haired woman sneering, demanding he wear it with honor, even if it's not some fancy designer brand. Eun-soo, lost in the past, retorts to the leader, remembering when his clothes were so popular, but now, with his clients gone, it's all meaningless. Snapping back to reality, Eun-soo stands isolated, his eyes fixed on the ground, deep in contemplation. Elsewhere, the man with glasses reveals a tidbit: surface dwellers wear their clothes, but the leader dismisses it, asking why clothes matter and if they even have a choice. A whole new wardrobe, ready to be claimed, a stark upgrade from the rags of the past. The man with glasses, seeing Eun-soo's hesitation, quickly cuts in, "Don't even think about being disappointed. We're literally the same, you and I. A genuine smile breaks through Unsu's usual stoicism as he gratefully replies, thanks, Hyung. But the woman leader isn't missing a beat, a sly smirk playing on her lips, her eyes calculating every move. Later, walking with the leader, Unsu gets hit with a bombshell, can you believe it? Your very first piece of real clothing. It's one of mine. Then, she abruptly stops, a sudden realization hitting her, muttering, hold on a second. Her eyes lock onto him, a serious tone in her voice, I need to ask you something. As his pants are already on the floor. And there he stands, radiating an intense, otherworldly light, a simple, confused what, escaping his lips. Unsu faces off against the blonde girl, the tension between them absolutely palpable. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and the woman with tied hair are absolutely stunned, watching the drama unfold. Her eyes go wide, a sudden wave of fear washing over her. She's locked in, her gaze unwavering, a silent plea in her eyes. Her face flushes, tears welling up as the emotion completely overwhelms her. Out of nowhere, a scarred thug attacks, a vicious punch flying straight at Unsu. But just as the punch is about to land, the thug's foot slips, throwing him completely off balance. Unsu's eyes narrow. A jarring crash rips through the silence of the corridor. As Unsu looms over the blonde girl, who's collapsed to her hands and knees, head bowed in utter despair. He stares down, his expression unreadable, as she violently shakes, her entire being consumed by terror. Why aren't you wearing it? He demands, his tone cutting through the tension, while the girl, utterly broken, screams back, just hurry up and take off your clothes. Unsu's face twists in utter bewilderment, his mind reeling, I truly don't understand humans. Just a short time later, he's standing there, now sporting a basic white tee and dark pants, a fresh bandage on his arm, still barefoot on the grimy floor. Meanwhile, the man with glasses is deep in thought, seriously, how did those monsters even know to hit this place? His shaved head companion shrugs, could just be a crazy coincidence. Back at the chaos, a voice shouts over a heap of abandoned clothes, those guys were cooking. Then, the orange-haired woman's voice cuts in, as a lighter is spotted on the ground, oh. I found a lighter. The scarred thug points, his voice sharp with urgency, as the man with glasses stares, both hit by a sudden, shocking realization. He explains that monsters are drawn to fire, a chilling truth that hits the man with glasses like a ton of bricks. The scarred thug continues, his voice deadly serious, warning them not to accidentally light anything up, or else. The man with glasses, his face a mask of pure dread, hammers home the consequence, monsters would swarm back, just like last time. Meanwhile, the orange-haired woman stands amidst the wreckage, her face a blank slate as she clutches a small, pivotal object. Her gaze drops, a sudden thought sparking in her mind, a crucial question, was that item still in the trash can? Then, a sudden, brilliant flash of memory ignites her eyes, and she shouts, "Oh, I remember now." Her mind races to the track athlete from Sangmyeong High School, a name she blurts out in shock, wondering how she even knew that. As she stares towards a distant clock tower, a triumphant grin spreads across her face, her memory confirmed, I knew it. I knew I'd seen you somewhere. Suddenly, a memory flashes, a glimpse of blonde hair from a forgotten past. A voice from the past rings out, declaring, it always looked super cool when you were running. The scene shifts to a dynamic burst of motion, a pure, unadulterated blur of speed. But then, a fist clenches tight, a raw surge of determination or pain. Two figures stand side by side, the blonde track athlete and a young Unsu, frozen in a pivotal moment from their history. A tiny, almost invisible cut mars the skin right by her ear. Her hand instinctively flies up, tugging at her sleeve, trying to conceal something. The view expands to a bustling city street, and her voice, now laced with a different emotion, declares, it's not cool. The truth behind her words hits, as the narration dramatically reveals, because this scar. Alone, she stands, head bowed, the weight of the world crushing her spirit. Her eyes, wide and pleading, scream a silent agony, a constant reminder that some scars just never fade. Later, she clutches her backpack, a raw mix of fear and resignation etched on her face as she just tries to get through the school day. A sudden noise jolts her in class, her head whipping towards a young, dark-haired boy, who looks just as shocked. Later, she's just staring out the car window, lost in her own head, while the kid sits silently behind her. The driver, a kind woman, flashes a warm smile, telling the boy, hang in there, you know mom loves you, right? And from the back, young Unsu looks out, a small, hopeful smile spreading across his face as they drive on. Trapped in a nightmare, an unseen trauma gripping her, Haru screams, hands clamped over her ears as desperate shouts of her name pierce the chaos. But even as she tries to shut out the world, the crowd around her is confused, one voice cutting through the din, who is Haru? Then, a menacing figure lunges, grabbing her arm, a cruel laugh escaping him as he snarls, come on out. Why aren't you answering us? The scene shifts, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos, as a young Unsu sits silently next to Haru in a car, the unnamed woman driving wondering if Haru will ever truly belong. Elsewhere, a younger man with glasses, his face etched with concern, reveals the tragic truth. Haru, once a vibrant, energetic child, was shattered by a single incident, leaving her paralyzed by fear and unable to live normally. The sheer weight of her terror is palpable, a suffocating, shadowy aura consuming the young Haru as she shrinks back, eyes wide with primal fear. The incident leaves a lasting impact, a horrified crowd bearing witness to the event that forever changed Haru. And the source of that terror, the gaping maw of her nightmare, remains, a silent, monstrous scream echoing her unending fear. She's running, a tiny hand gripped by an invisible terror, as the world around her dissolves into a nightmarish, rain-soaked blur. The shadowy entity dragging her forward sharpens, its terrifying shape emerging from the chaotic void. Then, from its terrifying depths, a single, electric blue eye ignites with an unholy glow. The entity towers, a monstrous shadow against the dying light, its sheer presence crushing the young girl. Her face twists in sheer terror as a dark, claw-like shadow lunges, ready to consume her whole. Disoriented and utterly helpless, she's trapped in a nightmare's clutches, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. A menacing figure seizes her, a knife flashing, as the shadowy entity towers behind him, and in her absolute terror, Haru's own eye flares with that same chilling blue light. The horrifying vision implodes into a swirling vortex of pure darkness, a chaotic void swallowing the entire memory. Suddenly, Haru shoots upright in bed, a raw, desperate scream ripping from her throat, the nightmare's icy grip still suffocating her. The man's voice cuts through the air, a terrifying echo in her mind, while the woman next to him just stares with this super creepy smile. Her eyes are wide with terror, darting everywhere, and a desperate cry rips from her throat. He just keeps talking, his words a blur, but the menace is crystal clear, while the woman just turns away, leaving the kid to freak out even more. Her eyes are just mirrors for the shadowy horror closing in, and the whole nightmare ends with a brutal injury, leaving her head wrapped up and her soul shattered. Years pass, but that memory just won't let go. Haru's just sitting there in class, head down, totally zoned out. Then a classmate leans over, totally validating her fear, "You're right. That was really scary too." Haru's eye just twitches. And then, bam. That shadowy figure from her past just appears right behind her, a terrifying reminder that some nightmares just never, ever end. Her heart thunders in her chest, the past still gripping her. She confronts a grim-faced man, challenging his words, while Huang Biam, caught off guard, stammers an apology. Haru's words catch in her throat, her face twisting in anguish as the man looms over her. Later, in class. Unsu and his buddy are casually chatting about the scary story, oblivious to Haru's deep-seated turmoil. A stopwatch clicks, signaling go time, and the boys are pumped. Haru and her friends huddle, whispering nervously, their faces etched with dread. Feet lock into the starting blocks, ready to explode. The boys are hyped, but Haru's mind drifts to her past, the scar a chilling reminder that danger has always been stalking her. Her blonde hair frames a face etched with profound unease, a silent battle raging within. And as that feeling intensified, her eyes would snap open, a frantic thumping pounding in her very soul. Everything would just go white, a blinding flash consuming her entire world. Meanwhile, a red-haired student, amidst his peers, casually drops that he's never been a fan of running. Yet, here they are, a whole squad of students, including Haru and Unsu, absolutely pushing their limits in a race. But for her, the very act of running, with the shadowy specter of her past trauma literally manifesting behind her, would always drag her back to when she was running away. Her foot slams against the ground, a relentless, desperate beat of escape. The sheer exertion twists her face, a silent, raw testament to the battle raging inside. Haru is absolutely flying, defying all logic as she and the other competitors scale a sheer vertical wall, pushing their limits to the absolute max. They're practically flying up the side of this building, leaving everyone else in the dust. She absolutely nails it. With laser focus, Haru blasts past the competition, leaving them all in her wake. And just like that, her hand shoots out, shattering the finish line and setting a brand new record. The crowd goes wild, absolutely stunned by how fast she just ran. After that insane performance, two students rush up to her, demanding to know if she's a pro track athlete, but she just stutters out a denial. Then, the red-haired boy, practically vibrating with excitement, shouts that she's got insane potential, and he's ready to train her right now. But a dark cloud passes over Haru's face, because running just brings back those terrifying memories. She clenches her jaw, a deep frown etched on her face, battling an unseen burden. Meanwhile, his fist tightens, a resolute declaration escaping his lips, "I'll do it." Elsewhere, a display case gleams with polished trophies, each one a testament to past victories. Old newspaper clippings detail the rise of a new athlete, one who began 5 years ago and shattered every record. "That's what I'm telling you, sir," the red-haired boy insists, his voice firm. Haru, startled, answers her phone, a soft, "Oh, hello," escaping her. The older man beams at her, proclaiming, "There you are, the princess of track," as others ask for photos. "Yes, of course," he replies, then dismisses her kindly, "Haru, you may go." She smiles politely, posing for a picture with the older man, who expresses his honor and calls himself a fan. He's not letting up. Then, she actually looks up. Switching scenes, Unsu's just chilling, puffing on a cigarette. Back to the dining drama, the man drops the bomb, new mission details are coming. A car just flies through the city. Our guy Unsu, now chilling at a table, is totally glued to his phone. And just like that, the man's voice booms again, dropping the same "no phones at dinner" rule. Haru's mission debrief is underway, as the older man grills her, asking if yesterday's operation was a total success. Then drops a bombshell, warning her he might lose all trust if she keeps messing up. But Haru's mind drifts, a flashback hitting her, her dad's proud voice echoing, "Now we get to see our daughter on TV." The man cuts through her thoughts, stating her current attitude is all because of that incident. Haru's mind races, connecting the dots to why she got so good at running, the rhythmic click of her pen a testament to her intense focus. The man's gaze is unwavering, his expression dead serious. Meanwhile, Haru's lost in thought, recalling the pure rush of achievement she gets from running, a high that propels her to break all limits. She finally connects the dots, the ultimate irony dawning on her, this is exactly how her running journey began. As the man snaps her back to reality, telling her to toughen up and ditch her childish ways. A tight, constricting rope digs into her wrist, a stark symbol of her inner turmoil. Her mind screams, "I'm still a coward." But with a swift, almost imperceptible motion, the binding snaps free, falling away from her. A crushing weight presses against her chest, a visceral reaction to her own perceived weakness. The man across the table, almost mockingly, repeats her own damning words, "It's okay, I'm a coward." But her spirit rebels, a silent, furious retort, "You're wrong. It's not okay at all." She's convinced she's doomed to be an outcast, forever judged as strange because of her very nature. And everyone will despise her for constantly fleeing every challenge. Yet, the man can't help but wonder why the legendary heroes found it so easy to connect with her. His words echo in her mind, a crushing truth, it's just like he said. Something's obviously wrong with me. She tries to brush it off, claiming it's fine. But the man's cold words hit hard, you don't have to force yourself to feel better. It doesn't concern me anyway. Yet, she desperately clings to him, burying her face in his chest. Her voice muffled as she insists she was just telling the truth, not trying to make him feel better. He pulls away, turning his back, delivering a brutal ultimatum, "So you're a coward? Nothing's changed. Either improve or disappear." Later, in solitude, she grapples with a deep thought, we are still our faults, whom we love the most in the world. But the man, a flicker of doubt in his resolve, reaches out, his hand hesitating. Before he pulls back, his face unreadable, simply stating, "You don't have to do it anymore." Golden light pulses, a silent testament to her inner turmoil. Tears stream down her face, a silent scream as a comforting hand touches her. His words cut through the silence, a brutal reminder of her valiant fight. The golden light intensifies, but she can only close her eyes, overwhelmed by a torrent of sorrow. But the bitter truth remains, people didn't like her. A coward. The word stings, forcing her to hide her face in utter shame. Under the man's unyielding gaze, and the silent observation of another, she remains rooted to the spot, eyes downcast. But a desperate need compels her, and she clutches his arm, a silent, pleading gesture. She pulls him into a desperate embrace, seeking any comfort, but he remains stiff, unyielding. She flashes back to a moment when Unsu was totally bugging her, and some older lady had to step in, yelling at him to chill and get to school. Then, the man with glasses was there for a young Unsu, telling him straight up that he was perfectly fine. But even after that, little Unsu was still just sitting there alone, looking totally crushed. Haru then made a super serious pinky promise with him, begging him not to cry. Her face then got all serious, as she told him to remember her words next time he felt like a total coward. And with a huge grin, he was totally on board. Years later, as he walked off, she just had to call out to him, her eyes screaming for him to stay. The memory then slams into a nightmare, a younger Haru and Unsu are just standing there in a destroyed city, totally swarmed by creepy monsters and falling buildings. The man with glasses is just staring, his face totally frozen in shock and horror, like he's watching the world end right before his eyes. She's down, broken amidst the rubble, her body twisted and bleeding, a brutal image of the sheer devastation that just tore through everything. The ground itself just exploded, shattering into a million pieces. A blinding blur of motion hints at the sheer speed of this catastrophe. revealing a city absolutely annihilated, reduced to dust and debris, all bathed in the ominous glow of a dying sun, as this horrific memory just keeps on going. The world is shattered, a wasteland of debris and ruin, and a choked gasp rips through the air. A desperate struggle for air amidst the earth-shattering rumble of total annihilation, a lone figure clawing through the wreckage. Unsu's eyes, blown wide with pure, unadulterated horror, mirror the apocalyptic devastation, a silent, primal scream frozen in his gaze. Just a few feet away, the man with glasses and the blonde girl are absolutely paralyzed, their faces contorted in utter disbelief, as she barely breathes out a choked, agonizing, "Dad." He can only stammer out a bewildered "what just happened," before her voice shatters, a gut-wrenching wail for "Mom," and Suyul, echoing across the devastation. Her face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, the crushing weight of their loss slamming into her. Amidst the wreckage, a horrifying dark stain blooms across the shattered earth, a chilling, undeniable testament to the unspeakable tragedy that just ripped through their lives. "And oh," she screams, her face a mask of pure agony, "they're telling me to leave you behind." But how can she, when she's the last one left? He turns away, a desperate thought flashing through his mind, run away. If I run away now? A single, agonizing tear streaks down his face, a testament to his inner battle. Suddenly, the ground trembles with a thunderous "quang, quang, quang," as terrifying, shadowy figures with glowing eyes surge forward, their forms crackling with dark energy. Chaos erupts. Screams of "HHHGGGA" and frantic shouts to "Can move" rip through the air as survivors scatter in terror. But then, a sharp tack rings out as his hand clenches into a determined fist, his jaw set with unwavering resolve. As he makes his stand, declaring, "So I won't ever abandon her." He faces the monstrous horde head-on, shielding her as they prepare to confront the overwhelming darkness together. A chilling scream rips through the silence, a frantic "run-away" warning as a terrifying, shadowy monstrosity materializes from the void. The blonde girl's heart slams against her ribs, and she bolts, her feet a blur as she tries to outrun the nightmare. Pure, raw terror twists her features, the chilling sounds of the approaching nightmare deafening her to all else. But just as despair threatens to consume her, a figure slams his feet down, a blinding, teal energy erupting from him, blasting back the encroaching darkness. The power surge goes critical, exploding into an overwhelming, blinding flash. His face is utterly engulfed in the raw, radiant energy, his eyes blazing with an inferno of unyielding resolve. Unsu locks his gaze forward, an unbreakable will radiating from him, and the blonde girl can only stare, her terror momentarily eclipsed by sheer awe. Fully charged and radiating raw power, he becomes a blinding beacon, his vibrant aura violently repelling the shadowy horde that dares to encircle him. His stance is absolutely unyielding, rooted deep amidst the swirling darkness and the explosive energy he now wields. A chaotic swirl of memories begins to form. As a voice from the past echoes in her mind, recalling how her father once told her that it was okay for her to be a coward, and that there was nothing wrong with her. But a bitter truth now asserts itself, he was wrong, especially after she had promised to stay by his side. The memory fuels her desperate flight, her uniform blurring as she races forward. A reaching hand symbolizing the moment she ended up abandoning her father. And after that, the consequences began to unfold. The cycle of regret repeats, as she recalls another instance of leaving him behind. Just as her mind reeled from past regrets, the present snapped her back to reality, standing with Unsu and the man with glasses, their eyes locked downwards, utterly transfixed by something hidden from view. But then, a jarring cut, a flashback to a darker time, revealed him huddled and broken, isolated in a grim, shadowy void. His eyes were glued to the dirt, his bare feet planted on the unforgiving ground. Still hidden beneath the hood, he stayed frozen in that lonely, desperate crouch. Then, a glimpse beneath the hood, his face, scarred and bandaged, a brutal reminder of a battle fought and lost. His hand, still raw from the ordeal, tightly gripped a brush, lost in a mundane, almost meditative chore. Suddenly, back to the present. The blonde girl loomed over him as Unsu stayed low, a single, pivotal word tearing from his throat, but united in purpose, the trio started their ascent up the stairs, Unsu's eyes burning with fierce determination, locked on the unknown above. His eyes snapped open, a faint, ominous crackle filling the air, as if he could taste the raw power emanating from above. She hates it, but there's no way she's running away. Even bound, she's absolutely resolute, declaring, "I'll go with you." Her eyes blaze with fierce resolve, refusing to yield anymore. Step by deliberate step, the trio pushes onward, climbing through the desolate, ruined city. Their footsteps echo, a rhythmic beat against the silence of the ruins. A faint, unsettling whisper cuts through the air as they relentlessly push higher. Unsu freezes, eyes locked on something unseen above, a chilling presence looming. A sharp gasp escapes him, mirrored by the blonde girl, as the ominous feeling intensifies. He clutches his head, still reeling from the sheer, mind-blowing power he just felt, muttering about his head nearly exploding. He knows the stakes are high, warning that monsters will devour them if they mess up, but the blonde girl, ever the pragmatist, suggests they could still make a run for it. Suddenly, the man with glasses cuts in, demanding to know about the map, a question that clearly takes the blonde girl by surprise. She pulls out a crumpled piece of paper, wondering what it is, while Unsu stresses the absolute necessity of making a map right now. He breaks down why the map is a game-changer, not just for finding food but for uncovering every hidden resource in this ruined city. Suddenly, a spark ignites in her eyes. The blonde girl steps up, volunteering to tackle the map, confidently stating that she's the only one who truly knows this place. A flicker of fear crosses her face, but she quickly shakes it off, staring out at the sprawling, ruined metropolis, convinced that the map's markings will be her ultimate guide. Those once easy roads are now death traps, impossible to traverse on the ground once night falls. Spread out on a makeshift table, the bare essentials for survival are laid out, a map, a compass, and other crucial gear, their only hope in this desolate world. The man with glasses stares at their pathetic loot, declaring, "This is all we've gotten so far." Unsu, clearly frustrated, laments, "I feel like we've wasted too much time. We haven't gotten as much as I expected." The harsh reality of their situation hits, not only provisions. It's rained, but also been sunny for the other 9 days. The man with glasses grimly concludes, "In that case." He makes a tough call, "We have no choice but to eat the food that will go bad first." But the blonde girl pushes back, "We should take it to the base first and then think about it." The man with glasses is having none of it, arguing, "Think about it. We won't be able to eat the food if it's already gone bad." His voice drops, "And there's no chance we'll be able to make it back if we're attacked by monsters even if we do." He doubles down, "Also, we risked our lives to walk all the way here. Don't you think we should get a reward?" Unsu, torn, whispers, "But still. I feel bad for the people waiting for us at the base." The blonde girl, decisive, simply hums, "Mm." Finally, Unsu gives in, a quiet, "It's good." The man with glasses lays it all out, stressing the immediate danger of their rapidly spoiling food. Unsu takes it all in, then challenges the man's reasoning, asking if they shouldn't at least try to get the food back to base. But the man with glasses shuts him down instantly, declaring the food would be rotten long before they ever made it back. Unsu's face tightens, grappling with the harsh truth, as the blonde girl, seeing his conflict, cuts straight to the practical side. His jaw tightens, the immense pressure of the choice crushing him, torn between brutal reality and his desperate wish to save everyone. The blonde girl, picking up on his doubt, delivers a stark reminder, sentimentality is a luxury they can't afford right now. A heavy sigh escapes him, as he extends his hand, offering a share of the precious food. She eyes the offering, a hint of suspicion in her gaze, and challenges him, asking if he's serious about giving it to her. He just nods, his stare intense, while she probes his intentions, suspecting he's trying to win her over. His hand clenches, the weight of her words hitting him like a truck. Her eyes are wide, a mix of shock and accusation burning through her gaze. He absolutely cannot let her forget what she just said, not after everything they've been through. Maybe she felt forced to repay him, a debt for that one time he saved her life. Alone, she can only curse herself, a single word of frustration escaping her lips. Her fury explodes. "Why would you help me when you should be my servant?" she screams, leaving him utterly speechless. They're now navigating the desolate, fog-choked ruins of a once great city. The trio presses on, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop of utter devastation. Unsu casts a pensive glance, the weight of their situation heavy on his mind as they push forward. He's gotta remember the golden rule, stay deep, stay hidden. Because up top, that's where the monsters are always finding them. Her words hit him, "Get spotted, and you're fighting. And even if he can take them out, that's not the point. Because a fight? That's just a monster magnet. And if that happens, they're swarmed by an endless, terrifying horde." With those chilling thoughts, Unsu, the blonde girl, and the man with glasses keep pushing forward, creeping through the desolate, broken city. Then, out of nowhere, a colossal, shadowy monster bursts from the ruins, its sheer size casting a chilling shadow over them. Unsu's mind races, a single, chilling word forming, "So." His face twists in a silent scream, eyes blown wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The man with glasses and the blonde girl are just as terrified, their faces frozen in identical masks of horror. The brutal truth hits them like a truck, they're about to get caught. Bloodied and battered, Unsu's eyes snap wide open, a raw, desperate fear etched across his face. The terrifying horde closes in, a shadowy, monstrous mass with eyes burning like hellfire in the darkness. They push through the desolate, overgrown streets, Unsu, the blonde girl, and the man with glasses, every shadow a potential monster, every step a gamble. The chilling command rings in their ears, get caught by them, and it's over. The blonde girl's face twists in pure, unadulterated terror, the horrifying, if you do, hanging heavy in the air. Her eye, a spiraling abyss of pure, unhinged terror, reflects the crushing weight of their impossible situation. Then, Unsu's voice, sharp and urgent, slices through the chaos, split up. No time to think, no time to hesitate, just run. Run for your lives. The chase is on, and the pressure is mounting. The blonde girl's face twists in pure terror, a silent scream tearing through her. She's pushing her limits, because the only way out is to split up, and that's their last shot at survival. But then, a bandaged arm shoots out from behind her, a last-ditch effort to grab her or warn her. She looks down at her hand, and it's like a light bulb just went off. Unsu, still in full escape mode, shouts a desperate, "Wait." His eyes snap open in pure terror as he sees it, a grotesque, spiky creature, radiating pure evil, and it hits him, their escape plan is a total bust. The man with glasses is absolutely stunned, his mind screaming, how come? That terrifying red orb of spikes and glowing energy is right there on the ground, and it's game over for their escape. He flashes back to a memory, a kid's pure joy, a red balloon, and the smiles of an old man and a woman. A stark contrast to the hell he's in now. Snap back to reality. The blonde girl and the man with glasses are watching him, their faces screaming worry. He's locked in, knowing this is it. If this fight blows up and draws every monster around, it's game over. No turning back now. He's gotta end this, one shot, one kill. Just as he's about to move, the man with glasses steps up, shoving a strange tube into his hand. Take this before you go, he insists. The man with glasses had already told the blonde girl, look, I'm not going to the surface with you guys, but he wasn't about to just stand there while they fought for their lives. He checks out the mysterious object, totally confused, what even is this thing? The man with glasses grins, it's a weapon. I whipped it up after watching the last battle. He clenches the new gear, a soft hum rising from it, a weapon that could actually change everything. Clutching the fresh blade, Unsu locks onto his target's weak spots, ready to unleash a devastating blow. The path ahead is a blur, a tunnel of light beckoning him forward. Back at the scene, the man with glasses and the blonde girl survey the damage, a fallen figure testament to the chaos. A monster's body shatters and dissipates nearby, obliterated by an invisible power. He's a blur of motion, closing the distance in an instant, a red flash in his hand as he rockets towards his foe. His teal eyes blaze with raw power, sending shockwaves through the terrified onlookers. He launches himself at the beast, plunging the knife down with a brutal, final strike. The blade pierces deep, a perfect, devastating hit. A blinding explosion of light erupts, confirming the absolute destruction of his foe. Whoosh! A blinding flash of light just absolutely erupts, swallowing everything in its intense, raw power. Leaving behind only a lingering, ethereal brilliance. The light slowly fades, and then, bam. A vast, unfamiliar expanse is revealed. Above, a colossal full moon absolutely dominates the inky, star-strewn sky, bathing a desolate, rocky landscape in its eerie, otherworldly glow. Nearby, a strange, spherical asteroid just drifts silently through the void, a silent, ominous sentinel in this utterly alien world. He's sprawled on the cold, hard ground, staring up at that huge moon, his mind absolutely blown by the sudden, inexplicable shift in reality. Later, huddled together in a makeshift cave shelter, he, the man with glasses, and the blonde girl are all gathered around a small, flickering fire, its meager warmth a stark, almost cruel contrast to the vast, chilling unknown outside. His gaze drifts away from the fire, lost in thought, a quiet, heavy contemplation settling over him like a shroud. He grips the hilt of his new knife, its polished blade reflecting the faint light, a tangible, deadly link to the power he now wields. He's locked in, listening as the man with glasses lays it all out, this new world. No room for weakness. The man keeps going, pushing him, does he get it? The stakes are huge, and there are tons of others just like them here. It's all about weapons and skills, the man stresses, and Unsu's face shows he's trying to process it. The older man promises he'll get it soon, the full, brutal truth, and it's a promise that sends shivers down his spine. The man drops one last heavy truth, and Unsu's mind is reeling. He flashes back to his dad, telling him to never believe him, and all that crazy training he went through. But now, after everything, he finally gets it, the whole point of that brutal training, the reason for every single struggle. He strides forward, his past training now a rock-solid foundation, absolutely ready for whatever comes next. Ahead, a wasteland swarms with grotesque monsters, and he knows, deep down, he has to survive this. He stands there, eyes locked, absolutely unyielding. But a nagging thought persists, a flashback to the man with glasses, who'd warned him he still didn't get it, reminding him of his dad's ironclad declaration, he was never getting out of that basement. No need to prep for the outside world, his dad had basically said, and then. Was it all a lie? He never actually promised freedom. The monstrous shadows of his past, or future, loomed, a terrifying vision. The man with glasses' terrified face, a stark warning, flashes through his mind. He can't believe the truth was staring him in the face the whole time, realizing his dad never actually said he'd let him out. So, was all that brutal training just part of his dad's insane thoroughness, a twisted prep for a world he knew was coming? He remembers it all, the day the apocalypse hit, scrambling through his house as the world outside shattered. The shocking truth hits him like a truck: his own dad was the one who started it all, the one who remotely unlocked every single basement door. He remembers it perfectly, absolutely positive that this wasn't some random mistake. He almost bit the dust right there, swarmed by monsters that were clearly getting for the basement. A gnarly monster, a terrifying memory, flashes before his eyes. But then a bigger question hits him. He recalls the insane monster swarm. Why were they all going for the basement? His own desperate fight in that chaos flashes back. But wait, there's an even bigger question. How in the world did his dad know the apocalypse was about to drop? He's got this weird, organic sphere in his hands, a lumpy brown orb, and the man with glasses is already freaking out, asking what in the world it is. The blonde girl, totally confused, just blurts out if he's gonna eat it, and the man with glasses is like, seriously, what? But he's not even listening to them, just locked onto this thing, his face a total mask of intense focus, trying to figure it out. Then, bam. A shock hits him, and he recoils, the orb practically buzzing in his hands as the man with glasses shouts in shock. His eye snaps open, a sudden, wild energy flashing within it. He drops to his knees, clutching the now softly glowing orb, his face a mix of pure shock and utter amazement. The orb itself is practically breathing light, its gnarly, organic surface now glowing with an inner power. Then, a ghostly stream of energy, like pure mana, shoots up from the orb, reaching for something beyond sight. And just as the energy fades, a system message pops up, revealing the truth: this thing is a core. He glances up, a worried look on his face, as the man with glasses demands to know what's up. His eyes dart down to the mysterious core, which lets out a faint, crackling sound. As he cradles it carefully in his bandaged hand, a soft, ethereal glow pulsing from its surface. Later, the man with glasses slumps, looking totally wiped out, reminding them they've still got a long haul ahead. While Unsu's eyes snap wide open in pure alarm. The core itself starts to throb with a more intense, organic energy. Its surface cracking and flaking away as Unsu watches, utterly captivated. Meanwhile, the blonde girl is out cold. Her dreams filled with the heavy thought of having tried to tackle everything solo. The blonde girl's internal struggle raged on, a fierce belief that she could conquer anything solo. Her conviction burned, echoing through the silence, even as Unsu stood there, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. But then, a blinding, golden light consumed the unnamed man with glasses, pulling him into a powerful memory. He stared at an ancient book, questioning if this was even real, if this was truly a memory. A knowing smile spread across his face, a silent affirmation that yes, once, things were exactly like this. A golden age, a time when his dad was just, normal. It had been an eternity since he'd seen that innocent, childish grin. Then, a voice from the past, his own, echoed, "Do you remember this book?" A book from his very hometown, and his present self could only whisper, "Yes." This. The memory plunges deeper, revealing a legend, the epic saga of a hero, whose identity is on the verge of being exposed. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts. Then, a sudden jolt, Unsu's eyes burst open, a bewildered gasp tearing from his throat. He sprawled in the shadows, his arm cradled by the blonde girl, the narrative hurtling onward. Suddenly, Unsu's eyes burst open, a raw scream of terror trapped in his throat. His gaze drops, a faint click breaking the silence, and then, a blood-curdling scream rips from the blonde girl right next to him. Fabric rustles as she lunges, clutching him tight, her face a mask of pure terror. His bandaged arm is a stark reminder, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm in her chest. A tiny mouse darts through the rubble, its squeak cutting through the suffocating quiet. She pulls back, relief washing over her as the realization hits, it was just a dream, and here I thought. They both sit up on the mat, the nightmare's grip finally loosening its hold. She lets out a frustrated groan, feeling the full weight of him, only for him to casually quip, "Dude, you're kinda heavy, can you just get off?" Then, a sudden, sharp rustle. She snaps back, furious, "I'm not heavy," then grumbles, "Ugh. You, person cat." Later, the blonde girl is on watch, intently sweeping the ruined horizon with her binoculars. Her sharp eyes pick out a distant cluster of survivors clinging to a crumbling ruin. And then, a colossal, menacing silhouette dominates the shattered skyline in the far distance. Elsewhere, the man with glasses confronts Unsu, declaring with chilling resolve, "Human. I'm either taking you with me or leaving you behind." The blonde girl, utterly fed up, snaps, "That's not my problem. This is gonna be a long trip. And seriously. I keep telling you. The man with glasses confronts Eun-soo, hitting him with a direct question, do you even have a name, or have you just been, kid, your entire life? Eun-soo, visibly stunned, can only confirm the harsh truth, yeah, everyone just called me, kid, or, boy, the weight of it hangs heavy. Then, a sharp-eyed woman with glasses, a literal light bulb of inspiration flashing above her, cuts in with a game-changing proposal, let's start with a name for you now. What do you want? Eun-soo's eyes snap wide open in utter shock, the words barely escaping his lips, you're actually going to name me. The man with glasses clarifies, stating the obvious, you've never had a name to remember. But then, a hint of warmth, since we'll be together for a while, it's only right you get one. A tight shot on Eun-soo's eye captures the profound realization, a silent admission that the concept of a personal name had simply never crossed his mind. A shimmering haze fills the space. While the man with glasses beams, a scroll of destiny unfurling with intricate script, signaling a brand new chapter. He's staring at blue on the paper, and you can feel the hesitation. This isn't just a word, it's a whole new identity he's grappling with. The man with glasses is all in, repeating, blue. And the blonde girl? She's totally on board, echoing, blue. She's totally digging it, exclaiming, that's a pretty name. But our guy? He's completely lost, admitting, I've never heard it. Not really. This is wild for him. The man with glasses tries to explain, it's just a name I found in a book, a little simple. But then he's like, does it suit you? He can tell Eun-soo is totally overwhelmed. Suddenly, a new player enters the scene. A woman with a confident smile steps forward, declaring, my name is Eugene. Get ready for a new face. The blonde girl turns to Eun-soo, asking for his name, but the truth hits hard, he just quietly says, I don't have a name. The weight of that statement is crushing. His face is pure shock and confusion. The reality of having no name just slammed into him, and he can only stammer, I'm. The whole crew, the man with glasses, Eugene, and the blonde girl, they're all just staring, waiting for him to make this monumental choice. Later, all by himself at a desk, he's intensely practicing writing, literally trying to manifest a new identity. A subtle smile plays on his lips. As Eun-soo softly utters the word, blue. He finds the sound pleasing, declaring, it's nice. With careful strokes, he begins to write, practicing the unfamiliar words, hi, my na. It's nice to meet you. Completing the phrase with a sense of wonder, to meet you. The blonde girl watches him, her eyes wide with a gentle smile, a silent witness to his progress. Nearby, Eugene and the man with glasses observe, their expressions unreadable. They share a quiet moment, taking in the scene before them. As a soft, golden glow emanates from his face, Eun-soo repeats the name once more, blue. He reaches out, his hand absolutely drenched in a blinding, radiant light. His teal eye blown wide with pure wonder and longing, as he suddenly remembers. A time when he desperately yearned for something more. He flashes back to the simple, burning desire to stand on the surface. To be among the living, and the thought screams in his mind, if I were to ever go to the surface. He had always craved to exchange greetings with other people, picturing the bright smiles of a blonde girl, a woman, and a man with glasses. Even now, the memory sparks a flicker of raw concern across his face, as he relives that deep-seated desire. He had always yearned to have a real conversation with them, with the man, the woman, and the blonde girl, their faces glowing with warmth. He envisioned a world where he could just talk to people, like the blonde girl and another girl with glasses, their smiles a vibrant beacon of the connection he desperately craved. A friendly face with glasses beams, radiating pure hope, whispering the possibility that he could actually. But then, a jarring shift. A sudden, sharp impact reverberates as Eun-soo's eyes snap wide in pure shock, his face a mask of utter disbelief. The friendly voice, completely unaware of the internal chaos, keeps talking about becoming friends, just being friends. But the memory just hangs there, fixated on Eun-soo's wide, teal eyes, a silent scream of deeper pain. The man with glasses stands there, a stark symbol of the connection he craved. Eun-soo flinches back, a subtle recoil betraying his inner storm, the crushing weight of that past interaction bearing down. His hand clenches into a desperate, white-knuckled fist, a silent scream, as another hand reaches out, a gesture of comfort or a looming challenge. A faded memory, a tattered image on a crumbling wall, the past is calling. He recalls a moment of pure shock, a classmate with glasses staring. As his own hand clenched tight, a silent, desperate refusal screaming in his head. No. A hand reaches out, a desperate plea for connection, as two other students, a girl with glasses and a blonde girl, stand frozen nearby. But the memory shatters, replaced by the brutal reality of a ruined city, a world utterly destroyed. The boy with glasses from his past now kneels amidst the rubble, a bandaged arm a grim reminder beside him, a silent testament to the absolute devastation. Eun-soo's gaze drifts, heavy with the crushing weight of what could have been. A blurry crowd of faces, then his own somber reflection, as the crushing thought echoes, if it weren't for the apocalypse. He stares at a framed picture of a family, a poignant, gut-wrenching reminder of the connections he desperately yearns for, realizing, I could have been friends with them. In a world shattered, he's on his knees, gripping a box like his life depends on it. But a harsh truth slams into him, no time for dreams, not now. His eyes snap open, a primal scream tearing from his throat as his foot crushes down. He pushes forward through the destroyed city, the unnamed girl right there with him, their silhouettes racing past the wreckage of a fallen world. Then, chaos. The man with glasses is snatched, a grotesque tentacle wrapping around him, his desperate shriek ripping through the air as he fights for his life. But he's not letting that happen. Get off, he roars, his foot slamming into the monster's hideous mouth, making it recoil. They're not stopping, not for a second, tearing through the ruined city, the blonde girl a blur in the background, all of them driven by pure survival instinct. The unnamed girl turns to him, her face a mask of concern, demanding to know what he's thinking, doubting their chances of making it out alive. But he's got a plan, a grim resolve in his eyes, reminding her of the real threat, more monsters are on their way, and they can't just run forever. But she's not convinced, her eyes wide with fear, arguing that they should just save themselves while they still can. The man with glasses confronts him, a sharp edge to his tone, don't you remember? Then, a direct challenge, have I told you to go yet? The blonde girl cuts in, her voice unwavering, you promised to do as I said. The man with glasses attempts to clarify, that's why, but his words are drowned out by a blood-curdling scream. The desperate group pushes on, sprinting through the ruined cityscape, every step a race against time. Unsu's eyes snap wide, a surge of disbelief and frustration washing over him. Just as the man with glasses delivers a sharp, unexpected blow to his head. Unsu stumbles back from the surprise attack, pushing away with a shocked grunt, leaving his assailant momentarily bewildered. But their confrontation is violently interrupted as two small, spiky creatures burst from the shadows, moving with terrifying speed. Without a moment's pause, Unsu unleashes a devastating strike, slamming one of the creatures violently to the ground. The man with glasses, still clinging to Unsu, demands answers about his people. He tries to calm the rising panic, promising a safe haven, but his voice is barely a whisper. Suddenly, a chilling cry rips through the air, and a monstrous, spiky form bursts into view, lunging straight for them. But before it can even touch them, Unsu's hand flashes out, a blur of motion. A blinding, teal explosion of energy erupts, sending the creature reeling, utterly annihilated. The man with glasses can only gape, his mind struggling to process the raw power he just witnessed. Unsu turns, his gaze intense, a single, urgent word escaping his lips. He reveals the terrifying truth, his hidden abilities have now branded them all, drawing unimaginable peril. A faint, ethereal glow still clinging to him, Unsu strides away, leaving the others frozen in shock and fear. The man with glasses stares in horror at his shattered leg, a desperate whisper escaping him. Unsu slams his fist to his head, a furious "damn it," tearing from his throat, he knew this was coming. Then, as an ominous, grinding sound fills the air, his eyes ignite, a searing, toxic green glow erupting from their depths. A terrifying, shadowy entity rips through reality with a violent, tearing roar. It's a grotesque, multi-limbed monstrosity, confirming the chilling truth, these things shattered his barrier, their power levels off the charts. The man with glasses can only offer a defeated no, his voice trembling as he admits they're completely out of options. The blonde girl and the girl with glasses cling to each other, their faces pale with terror, realizing the insane risk they took trying to save him from that nightmare. Unsu stands, back turned, a heavy, conflicted aura around him, grappling with the ultimate question, does he even want to be human anymore? He spins away, his voice cutting through the tension, a stark command, don't follow me. His words hit like a physical blow, leaving the girl with glasses visibly shattered. He starts to move, but she's not giving up, her voice sharp with desperation, you promised we'd go back. She shouts his name, her voice cracking, pleading that Yujin's right, they can't waste time on anyone else. The man with glasses, his face etched with worry, cuts in, a stark reminder, people are waiting for us. Her eyes fixed on him, a silent plea in her worried gaze. His hand tightens, a white-knuckled grip, the raw tension of his decision palpable. He finally meets her gaze, a heavy sigh, then a grudging, fine. I'll listen. His shoulders slump, his eyes dropping, the fight draining from him. The man with glasses is absolutely terrified, a desperate glow of fear radiating from him as he screams, with whose permission? How dare you? His voice cracking with pure terror, he begs, don't hit me. I'll die if you hit me now. This guy is absolutely losing it. But Unsu, his face twisted into a furious snarl, shouts, this is murder. He's not holding back. The man with glasses is still screaming his head off, convinced they're out to get him, but someone else in the crowd is just annoyed, muttering, he's too loud. Talk about a bad day. Unsu, with a disgusted snarl, shoves the guy, calling him a deady human, sending him flying back with a frantic scramble. Then, a massive impact. And the man with glasses lets out a pained, drawn-out ack, and at a scream, his body still glowing with pure terror and agony. Unsu stands over the fallen guy, the unnamed girl with glasses clutched tight in his arm, a harsh sound accompanying his menacing stance. His expression is grim and absolutely resolute, a silent, chilling promise of what's about to go down. The blonde girl gasps, eyes wide with terror, desperately asking what their next move should be. Unsu's face hardens as he takes in the scene, the chilling realization hitting him, they're completely surrounded, and this is just the beginning. The blonde girl urges them to flee, but then her voice falters, admitting she's lost and has no idea how to get back. Elsewhere, the unnamed man with glasses is a wreck, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he fumbles with a lighter, desperate for a smoke. The unnamed girl with glasses, her face etched with concern, breaks the tension, asking about the guy they just abandoned. With a desperate flick, the unnamed man with glasses finally gets his lighter to spark, a tiny flame dancing in his shaking grip. Unsu watches the unnamed man with glasses, who's now found a smoking area, desperately trying to calm his nerves. The unnamed girl with glasses, still freaking out, shouts, making it clear she's not talking about that right now. The unnamed man with glasses, his face a mask of defeat, simply nods, a silent admission of his powerlessness. The girl with glasses, her voice tight with worry, blurts out a shocking thought, did I just destroy our hiding spot? A beat of stunned silence, then she demands, but why? Suddenly, the man with glasses snaps open a lighter, a quick click and a burst of flame. The small flame dances. But that tiny flame unleashes chaos, twisting reality itself, the ground ripping apart into a dizzying vortex. Buildings shatter, sucked into the void, as their world implodes. The distortion explodes outward, devouring the city in a torrent of fractured lines and collapsing forms. Through the shattering reality, the man with glasses' eye blazes, a furious command ripping from him, don't you dare. Unsu freefalls through the collapsing dimension, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, only 3 attempts left before I die. The world is absolutely tearing itself apart. Buildings are collapsing, and terrifying winged creatures are swarming through the chaotic skies. In the middle of this absolute nightmare, he lets out a desperate scream, his eyes practically popping out of his head as the man and girl behind him are frozen in pure terror. And then, he's just falling. Plummeting through a reality that's just dissolving into nothingness, a terrifying blur of destruction all around him. But he's back on his feet in an instant, sprinting like his life depends on it as the very ground shatters and crumbles behind him. His bandaged hands already gripping a makeshift weapon, a fierce, unyielding resolve burning in his eyes. He just keeps pushing, his feet hammering against the crumbling earth. Just behind him, the man with glasses is absolutely bolting, his face a mask of pure terror as he looks back at the nightmare. He's running right next to the girl with glasses, both of them utterly petrified, desperately trying to get away. And then, we see her, the blonde girl, staring straight ahead, her face drenched in tears, her eyes screaming with absolute, primal terror. As the blonde girl's terror grips her, a new resolve ignites. A determined eye snaps open, a hand reaching out, ready to strike. But the world keeps shattering. Monstrous figures erupt from the dust, unleashing pure chaos. Why? She screams, her voice lost in the destruction, pure terror on her face. A voice cuts through the chaos, demanding answers to the screaming, as Unsu stands his ground, a faint, crackling energy gathering in his hand. He drops into a battle crouch, a sharp shard gripped tight, crackling with raw energy. His eyes narrow, locking onto the hulking, shadowy monster, a silent, deadly challenge igniting between them. No hesitation. He charges, closing the gap on the massive, glowing-eyed beast. Eyes lock. A silent, intense stare down before the brutal clash. He leaps, bringing the makeshift blade down in a swift, devastating slash. He's a blur. That makeshift shard weapon deflects an attack, sparks flying everywhere. Body twisting in an insane evasive leap. Sliding across the ground, kicking up a massive trail of debris. But that hulking rock monster, eyes glowing, lunges forward with a devastating strike. Its massive fist slams into the ground where he just was, sending rock chunks flying. Unsu glances back, a worried look on his face. While the man with glasses clenches his fist in pure distress, and the blonde girl beside him screams, why? His frustration boils over. Unsu screams back at them, why? I told you to run. His teal eyes narrow, reflecting a fierce determination to protect them, despite their fear. The man with glasses is losing it, screaming, why am I still here? I told you all to run. His voice cracks as he asks, am I really not running? Then, the truth hits him, a raw confession, it's because I thought you guys would just die. Running alongside the blonde girl through the crumbling city, he's still wrestling with the thought, what if I just ran? But then, a sudden turn, a pipe gripped tight, his eyes locked onto the monstrous threat. Determination flashes across his face, as the blonde girl beside him stares in pure terror. The colossal rock monster closes in, sending shivers of pure dread through the girl with glasses. Her blonde friend, paralyzed by fear, can only watch the monster's relentless approach. The ground around them is a wasteland of shattered debris, a brutal reminder of the monster's raw destructive force. As dark, shadowy tentacles loom, Unsu screams a desperate warning. His desperate plea cuts through the chaos, reaching the man with glasses, who stares in shock and disbelief, questioning the impossible reality unfolding. Is it possible there are fewer monsters than before? But his eyes are drawn to a new, terrifying presence erupting from the rubble, a multi-limbed monstrosity unlike anything they've ever faced. Its grotesque, spiky form, a horrifying blend of red and orange, dominates the scene, its countless limbs twitching with pure, sinister intent. A heavy footfall thunders nearby, and Unsu locks eyes with the man, a silent, desperate understanding passing between them. This new horror is beyond anything they imagined. Unsu's eyes, now blazing with an eerie teal glow, reflect the raw terror and fierce determination within him, his face a mask of pure shock. 3 blazing orange orbs of raw energy materialize, pulsating with ominous power, a terrifying display of the creature's formidable might. A monstrous hand, covered in rough, organic texture, clenches with terrifying force, its grip promising immense destruction. The dark void around them ripples with the creature's sheer presence, its spiky forms hinting at an unseen, overwhelming scale of terror. A monstrous entity, its form a twisted mass of dark, sinewy growths, suddenly appears, radiating pure menace. The girl with glasses, her face contorted in pure terror, can only stammer out a single question. What's wrong? The monster's true, terrifying form is revealed, a hulking mass of rock and spikes, ready to crush everything. Its multiple, glowing orange eyes burn with malevolent intent, locking onto its next victim. The street is a wasteland of debris, and a fallen figure lies broken, a chilling testament to the monster's brutal strength. The girl's face twists in absolute horror, her mind reeling from the devastation. She screams out a desperate, urgent warning, her voice cracking with fear. Run! Her eyes, though still wide with fear, now burn with a desperate resolve. Before he can even process the desperate warning, a grotesque, fleshy mass of tendrils erupts from the shadows, piercing directly into his chest. What? The organic appendages squirm deeper, a sickening squelch echoing the brutal penetration. A gasp of pain escapes him, blood already staining his lips as his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. The wound on his chest is stark, a gaping, bloody hole where the tendrils have torn through his flesh and clothing, leaving him utterly devastated. Unsu is down, blood everywhere, hands tied, completely helpless. The blonde girl drops to her knees, her face a mask of pure agony. Tears are pouring, she's trying to speak, but only a choked sob comes out. Then, her voice explodes, a desperate, gut-wrenching scream for Hyun. A different scene, maybe a memory, shows Unsu with a taller figure, their backs turned. His eyes are blown wide with horror, Unsu's face is pure, unadulterated shock from the tragedy. He's falling, fast, his body a blur as gravity takes hold. Then, a brutal, blinding impact explodes around him. A choked cry rips from his throat, his hand clawing through the exploding rock. No time to react. A monstrous, rock-hard fist slams down, and his scream echoes through the void. He's sent flying, his body a ragdoll against the monster's power. Down he goes, deeper into the darkness, another grunt of pain lost in the fall. A final, desperate reach, a gasp, and a faint, ethereal glow around his hand. He crashes down, broken, blood spilling from his lips, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. He chokes, more blood dripping, the horror etched on his face. His body is screaming, absolutely shredded, ribs exposed and raw from the brutal impact. Blood explodes as his arm, now a mangled, twisted mess, just hangs there, useless. A dark, viscous pool of crimson spreads beneath him, his life force just pouring out. His body contorts in a final, desperate spasm, and then, faint, glowing particles start to burst from his hand. That mangled limb, now glowing faintly, is a testament to the sheer, brutal force he just endured, his form broken and twisted on the cold, hard ground. He's fighting for every breath, completely surrounded by those monstrous rock creatures, and that mysterious glow around his hand is just exploding with each ragged gasp. Nearby, 2 young women are watching this nightmare unfold in pure, unadulterated horror, their faces twisted in disbelief and absolute terror. Then, out of nowhere, the man with glasses scoops up the injured Unsu, throwing him onto his back, screaming for them all to run as the blonde girl sprints alongside them, desperate to escape the encroaching danger. After being carried to safety, Unsu's foot hits the ground, a clear sign he's fighting to stand on his own. But inside, a searing pain ignites, and he feels his heart about to burst. He clenches his hand, face twisted in agony, knowing he can't run away. If he does, he'll just abandon everyone he cares about all over again. A faint, golden glow bursts from his body, as his resolve becomes iron hard. With a burning purpose, he slams his foot down. His bag hits the dusty ground, no longer a burden, just a distraction. He grips something unseen, knuckles white with raw tension. Nearby, the blonde girl watches him, her face a mask of pure worry. With a fresh cut on his cheek, Eun-soo now clutches a knife, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. His eyes snap open, filled with a raw, gut-wrenching horror that screams the truth of their desperate situation. A crushing wave of self-blame hits him hard, a whispered, "I'm sorry," barely audible as he fights his own internal battle. Pure agony twists his face, a silent, desperate scream tearing at his soul. But she's not alone. The blonde girl, fear etched into every line of her face, grips a metal pipe, ready to unleash hell on whatever comes next. Yet, the crushing weight of responsibility won't let up, the words, "It's all my fault," screaming in his head. Even the man with glasses is consumed by guilt, his knuckles white around a monster fragment as he curses himself for endangering them all. He carefully tends to Eun-soo's bloodied, bandaged arm, a grim reminder of the hell they just fought through. Suddenly, the monster fragment in his other hand starts to glow with an ominous, pulsing light, as if the creature's power still lingers. With a fresh gash on his cheek and blood dripping from his lips, Eun-soo closes his eyes, muttering a final, desperate plea for the others to just save themselves. In a moment of raw desperation, Eun-soo's hand is violently torn, crimson spraying everywhere. Surrounded by spectral threats, he makes a desperate vow, a silent scream, "You guys should live." Well. Head bowed in agony, the crimson flow intensifies, painting his face with his sacrifice. The blood keeps coming, soaking into his dark hair. Yet, as his eyes snap open, a blazing teal inferno ignites within them, a defiant will to survive. But then, a monstrous, stone-hard limb bursts into view, radiating raw, destructive power. The full, terrifying form of the rock monster is unveiled, a colossal titan of stone and pure might. Its gargantuan foot, crackling with ominous, glowing energy, slams down with earth-shattering force. He's powering up, golden energy practically exploding from his hand. But the monster isn't waiting. Red, glowing tentacles are already striking from the darkness, eyes burning with pure malice. You can see the sheer terror in his eyes, the raw fear as the nightmare closes in. But wait, he's not backing down. He's gripping his weapon, planting his foot, ready to fight back. The blonde girl is absolutely petrified, watching him move with incredible speed, a blur of motion. He's charging straight into the abyss, a one-man army against the darkness. Her fear is palpable, but his face is pure, unadulterated resolve. Then, the monster speaks, its voice a chilling declaration, "This is your last chance." And there it is, the full horror. A massive, multi-limbed beast, surrounded by its terrifying brood, its glowing eyes promising absolute destruction. "What are you even saying? What about you?" the blonde girl demands, her voice shaking with raw disbelief. He stands, a silent, unmoving wall, his back to her. His foot planted like an unshakable anchor. "Are you completely insane?" she screams, tears blurring her vision. "You were exactly like this before, too," she accuses, the memory of a past horror flashing in her mind. A flicker of a distant memory crosses his mind, the very first time he faced such a brutal choice, and he thinks, that was the first call. Her face twists in pure agony, a single, desperate tear carving a path down her cheek. "It was fun," he states, his voice flat, emotionless, a chilling, gut-punching contrast to her raw despair. She stares, utterly broken, her eyes wide and brimming with unshed tears, unable to comprehend his words. Rain or snow pelts down as Eun-soo walks away, his mind flashing back to a moment of pure terror. He remembers the sheer panic on their young faces, the guy with glasses, the blonde girl, and even himself, all absolutely terrified. Even the older woman next to him was gripped by it, a moment he'll never forget. He keeps moving, the flashback shifting, a new memory surfacing, the simple act of introducing ourselves. He sees the smiling faces of the girl with glasses and the man with glasses, a total shift from the fear before. But the good times fade, and Eun-soo's face goes blank again, the falling rain matching his heavy vibe. He thinks about those introductions, about the guy with glasses, himself, and the girl with glasses, realizing, whenever we introduce ourselves, we always end up hurting each other even more. He thinks of the blonde girl, her face crushed with sadness, as he wonders, how truly enjoyable is the time we spend only for it to end in disappointment here. He stands there, the heavy weight of his past experiences crushing him, a silent monument to the agony of connection. He's lost in the shadows, a haunting memory screaming one truth, if they fall here, it's game over. Then, a quick cut to a smiling face, freckles and all, a total vibe shift, but the darkness still lingers. But then, a brutal flashback, a heavy boot crushing the hand of the man with glasses, and the chilling realization, if we die, we can no longer call each other by our names, hits hard. The girl with glasses, still smiling, still pointing forward, a total ray of light in the chaos. But that hope gets crushed fast as the man with glasses lies there, bloody and broken, the same chilling words echoing, "We can no longer call each other by our names." That crushing foot is back, a brutal reminder of the power they were up against. But then, a flash of defiance. A glowing fist clenches, reaching out to another hand, a desperate grab for connection, for survival. The man with glasses is clutching his chest, face twisted in agony, that pain seared into Unsu's memory forever. And that crushing foot? It's back, a final, haunting image of the threat, a brutal reminder of how easily it could all end. A chilling declaration rings out, sealing a fate. He flashes back to a desolate past, sitting with her, a crushing regret gnawing at him, he never got to say goodbye. His younger self, haunted by what-ifs, agonizes over the thought, if only he'd been stronger, he could have saved someone dear. The scene shifts, his back to us, walking away, a silent burden heavy on his shoulders. But now, a terrifying clarity strikes him. He desperately wishes he could have screamed at her to just run, to escape the inevitable. Her face, a mask of pure agony, mirrors the crushing weight of their shared trauma. Her eyes, a torrent of tears, scream her silent torment. And Unsu, utterly broken by the memory, vows he can't, won't, ever see her cry and die again. Unsu's face twists in pure agony, a silent scream tearing through him as the pain hits. He crashes to the ground, blood exploding around him, while the blonde girl can only watch, frozen in terror. Gasping, he claws his way upright, clutching his chest, the crimson spreading fast. More blood. Then a thunderous quang. The blonde girl's eyes go wide with absolute terror, her breath hitched. But then, in Unsu's eye, a swirling, vibrant blue energy ignites, the pain replaced by a burning, fierce resolve. The world around him distorts into a terrifying, smudged chaos, and one word screams in his head, no. The formless dread solidifies into a shadowy, grasping hand, clawing its way out of the encroaching void. His eyes snap open in pure terror, reflecting the swirling darkness that threatens to swallow him whole, a cold sweat breaking out across his face. He spins away from the encroaching shadows, desperate to escape the haunting vision. The blonde girl stares at him, her face twisting with dread, as the chilling truth hits her, it's the same as last time. The oppressive darkness intensifies, a suffocating presence filling the space. He lurches forward, desperate to escape the indistinct, shadowy figures that seem to coalesce right behind him. Her face twists into a silent scream, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying vision. Unsu's shoulders sag, his head bowed, crushed by an unbearable burden. Standing before the man with glasses, he makes a powerful declaration, refusing to just run away. His words hit her like a shockwave, making the blonde girl reel back, a desperate "why" escaping her as she realizes the chilling repetition. Her face twists in pure anguish, a defiant "no" tearing from her throat as she declares, she's made her decision. But Unsu's gaze is just as fierce, his inner resolve burning as he vows, he's not running away alone ever again. A terrifying, swirling vortex of memory rips through the blonde girl's eye, a desperate plea of, I don't want to remember that, screaming in her head. Fragmented memories flash, Unsu's silhouette walking away, the blonde girl watching, head bowed in despair. Then, a searing memory, Unsu, engulfed in a blinding, golden aura, his power radiating intensely. Her eyes still swirling with the agonizing memory. As the crushing weight of her terror finally hits, she's terrified to remember the way he looked at her. A blinding, golden white light explodes, revealing a figure absolutely consumed by raw power, a terrifying memory of Unsu's past self, radiating pure intensity. But her mind flashes to a different memory, a softer one, as her dad holds her tight, telling her he understood everything. He told her it was okay to be scared, that none of it was her fault. But the crushing weight of her own actions still haunts her, the memory of abandoning him a constant, agonizing torment. A shadowy hand reaches out, and she recoils, a terrified whisper escaping her lips, dreading what might have been. The memory shifts to his lifeless face, cracked and cold, and the agonizing question, did he hate her in his final moments? Tears stream down her face as Unsu's voice slices through her thoughts, his words hitting her deepest fears like a hammer. He continues, his tone absolutely unwavering, confirming his suspicion that she wouldn't run away on her own. The blonde girl's hair absolutely flares with a vibrant, green-yellow glow, her trauma manifesting as raw, uncontrolled energy, ready to burst. Unsu, with a serious look and a fresh cut on his cheek, drops a bombshell, you're the type to take your losses. Those words hit the blonde girl like a truck, her face contorting in pure shock and agony. A single tear already escaping her eye. Her mind immediately flashes back, seeing a distant, glowing figure. Her father, radiating an intense, blinding light, his form almost otherworldly. The sheer anguish of that memory crushes her, tears streaming freely. As her vision blurs and spins. Yet through it all, in her memory, her father's gentle, reassuring smile remains. The flashback hits hard, a burst of pure, unadulterated joy. A little blonde kid, balloon in hand, just absolutely losing it with laughter, his hand held by a beaming older man, a smiling blonde woman right there with them, their happiness radiating across the sun-drenched city street. But back in the present, the blonde girl is still reeling, her face etched with pain, yet a strange, almost desperate thought cuts through the chaos. It's a relief. Her hand shoots out, a desperate, futile grasp as the shadowy form of her father starts to pull away, dissolving into the void. The crushing truth slams into her. Even in his last moments, he was still fighting for her, still present. A beat of silence, a breath held. Then, the undeniable, soul-shaking truth hits her: Dad loved me. Another agonizing pause, a gasp for air. And then, from the depths of her memory, a radiant, glowing hand reaches out. His voice, a final, heart-wrenching whisper: promise me that you won't cry. Her eyes, wide and brimming with tears, stare up, utterly consumed by the raw emotion of his last words. With her eyes burning bright from the depths of her memory, she hears her father's voice, a powerful echo from the past, laying down a challenge: the next time you're a coward. He flashes a warm smile, reaching out to his little girl, his face radiating pure love and encouragement. And her younger self, with fierce, determined eyes, shouts back an enthusiastic "okay." Their hands lock in a pinky promise, a sacred vow between father and daughter. Bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of the memory, they share a profound moment of connection. But the vivid memory starts to unravel, melting into a vortex of shadows. Meanwhile, in a realm of crushing darkness, Eun-soo stands isolated, his face etched with an unbearable weight. He casts a quick glance over his shoulder, a raw flicker of sorrow burning in his gaze. He'd told them, hadn't he? But if they died, it was game over, for real. Gazing into the swirling void. He absolutely refused to watch them die again. Then, with a sickening squelch, he was dragged into the darkness. "Don't you dare look down on me," she screamed, pure fury in her voice. Her hand shot out, eyes wide with terror. "Who's gonna die?" She faced him, defiant: "No matter what, this isn't over." But he was already in the thick of it, his foot crushing something with a brutal thud. From the void where he was ripped away, a desperate plea rings out, a promise of more conversations, if they can just make it out alive. A desperate wish to truly connect, to finally call each other by name. But in a dark, chaotic new dimension, Eun-soo's eyes are blown wide with pure shock, his face frozen in disbelief at the brutal reality surrounding him. The blonde girl's voice, a desperate, hopeful whisper, pushes through the chaos, begging for them to become friends. With a fierce resolve, she flicks open a lighter, the sharp, chick sound cutting through the tension, a new plan igniting in her mind. Back in Eun-soo's brutal new world, the mangled corpses of grotesque monsters are strewn across the ground, a chilling monument to the sheer, raw power he's already unleashed. Still reeling from the shock, Eun-soo's voice cracks with disbelief, a desperate, raw question escaping his lips: "What are you doing?" Her voice, now a desperate, raw cry, cuts through the silence: "So don't give up. We'll." Her words hanging in the air, charged with an unyielding promise. Her hand, bracelet glinting, clutches the lighter, a spark of pure resolve igniting within her. She's done with running. She's always run away for herself. But a new fire ignites in her soul, a fierce declaration: from this moment on. The lighter drops, a tiny spark igniting as it plummets. Then explodes into a violent, orange-red inferno, engulfing everything. Her eyes, now burning with fierce resolve, reflect the inferno as she vows to run for the sake of others. With a devastating impact, she lands amidst the fiery energy, the ground scorching beneath her feet. Her gaze locks onto the grotesque, snarling face of a monstrous creature, its single, malevolent eye glaring back. Engulfed in the roaring inferno of her awakening, the blonde girl drops into a battle stance, a silent challenge burning in her eyes. But across the way, Eun-soo's eyes snap open, jaw dropping, as he sees a bizarre, blue energy radiating from the chaos. Then, out of nowhere, a grotesque, multi-limbed monstrosity bursts forth, its terrifying silhouette blotting out the very sky. Its sheer, impossible size and alien anatomy fill the entire frame, a nightmare made real, a new terror unleashed. Every inch of its dark, textured skin seems to pulse with raw, destructive power, a true harbinger of doom. But the blonde girl doesn't flinch, she explodes into motion, a blazing streak of defiance against the colossal beast. Blazing across the ground, she hits top speed, leaving a scorching, fiery path in her wake. Her very steps ignite with explosive power, catapulting her into the heart of the beast's territory. Her legs are a blur, launching her forward with an unshakable resolve. She skids, fire exploding from her feet, leaving a scorching trail in her wake. Then hits the gas again, a blazing orange aura now completely consuming her. She's a pure streak of light. The very ground beneath her feet igniting with every single stride, pushing her fiery power to its absolute, insane limit. Eyes absolutely glowing, the blonde girl charges, a living, breathing inferno tearing through the city. A monstrous, clawed hand slams down, ripping through the very fabric of the street. Revealing the full, grotesque form of a towering entity, its body wrapped in thick, sinuous tendrils. From above, a deep, menacing voice booms, "Where do you think you're going?" Unsu stands his ground, staring down the colossal threat, a silent challenge in his posture as the monster identifies him. His eyes burning with fierce resolve, he declares, "It is me." Suddenly, a terrifying presence makes Unsu's eyes snap wide open in pure shock. His teal eyes glowing with intense focus as he locks onto a grotesque, bandaged creature with a pulsating red core. No time to waste. He lunges forward, his foot exploding with a scorching burst of fiery energy. The impact is lightning fast and absolutely brutal, leaving him standing victorious amidst a gruesome splattering of blood and gore. He glares down at the defeated monstrosity, a chilling question echoing, "Where do you think you're going?" The creature lies broken and utterly still, its grotesque heart-like core now lifeless. Unsu's expression remains grim and utterly resolute, his gaze locked onto the brutal aftermath of the battle. Unsu's eyes blaze with an electric blue, his face contorted in a raw, visceral struggle against an overwhelming, unseen power. His fist clenches, the raw power surging through him is insane, eclipsing every single monster he's ever fought. He sees it, the core of it all, pulsating, organic seeds of pure, unadulterated power. And he can feel the raw, untamed life force absolutely exploding within it. A guttural cry rips from his throat, blood at his lip, the sheer magnitude of this power threatening to tear him apart. Staring at his faintly glowing hands, he knows there's only one path forward. He has to absorb it. And with that, the creature's remnants explode into crystalline fragments, leaving nothing but razor-sharp, dark shards scattered across the floor. Footsteps pounding, a relentless rhythm, he pushes forward through the ruins, every step charged with intent. Then, a shimmer catches his eye, and he snatches a glowing, nail-like artifact from the debris. But before he can react, a monstrous reptilian leg explodes from the darkness, a blur of scales and razor-sharp talons ripping through the space he just occupied. He barely has time to react, a raw surge of power crackling around his arm, his face contorted in a snarl of defiance. The monster's weapon, a colossal, spiky projectile, slams down with earth-shattering power, obliterating the ground in a violent explosion of debris. The sheer force leaves him reeling, white energy flaring and fading around his utterly spent body. Then, the chilling truth hits him, that bastard wasn't trying to kill him, it was going for his weapon. Suddenly, a new, horrifying monstrosity, all limbs and malice, slithers into view, its guttural voice dripping with confusion, wondering what the hell its ally was even aiming for. His jaw clenches in fury, because without his weapon, he's blind to their next move, utterly exposed. The words hit him like a truck, "You can't rely on your weapon." The man's voice cuts through the silence, "Weapons aren't for us." A younger Unsu stares, bewildered, as the man promises, "You'll get it soon enough." His mind races, what does that even mean? What am I supposed to do? A chilling smirk spreads across the man's face. As he points to a wall of deadly armaments, proclaiming, "Even without them." His eyes burn with an unshakable resolve. And he finishes with a roar, "We are still the strongest." Now, weaponless and cornered, Unsu's mind snaps back to the present, now that I think about it. He flashes back to a crucial lesson, Dad never used a weapon. Then, the memory shifts to the man with glasses, demonstrating a powerful, almost primal stance, declaring a foundational posture. That he proclaimed was the absolute strongest, beyond any other. The man with glasses, radiating an inner glow, had named it the human stance. "Remember this," he commanded, his eyes burning with conviction. He pressed on, revealing that this very stance was merely the beginning, designed to set one up for the ultimate revelation. Every single organism pulses with its own unique life force. He then spoke of the surface dwellers, hinting at a profound, untapped power within them. The man with glasses kept dropping knowledge, explaining that this raw life force wasn't just in weapons, but in everything alive, from savage beasts to the very plants rooted in the ground. He pointed to himself, making it clear this power was inside even him. Unsu's mind was racing, his face showing a deep mix of thought and a hint of dread as the man's heavy words sank in. Then, the man's eyes locked onto Unsu, his voice cutting through the air as he declared this power was also inside him. His voice dropped, becoming a powerful command, telling Unsu to use this power. He laid out the next step, telling him to focus on the ends of your fingers. He showed him how, extending his own hand, his finger pointing straight ahead. A faint blue energy starting to spark at his fingertip as he ordered Unsu to pull your life force there. The blue energy exploded, forming 3 distinct, glowing orbs that pulsed with raw, undeniable power, a direct, undeniable manifestation of the life force he'd just talked about. The man's bandaged hand ignites with raw, crackling blue energy, pushing it forward with incredible force. He shows them how to manipulate that incredible power, his whole body momentarily engulfed in a brilliant blue aura. Both men are locked in intense concentration, a palpable tension filling the air as they push their limits. But Unsu is clearly struggling, frustrated as he confesses he feels absolutely nothing, questioning the very idea of this life force. The man with glasses just smiles, a knowing look in his eyes, promising Unsu that even if he can't grasp it now, the power will awaken within him. Unsu shuts his eyes tight, digging deep, desperately trying to tap into the hidden energies flowing within him. The man with glasses extends his bandaged hand again, ready to show him more. And a blinding, golden light explodes from his palm. Golden particles rain down as he reveals the ultimate secret. This is the feeling, the pure sensation, when you finally connect with your own life force. 3 streaks of electric blue energy tear through the void, building to an explosive reveal. As an eye snaps open, blazing with raw, untamed power. The energy erupts, a swirling vortex of crackling blue light. Then, it's Unsu, his hand now a conduit for that incredible force, manifesting the very power he was told would be his. But the intensity is overwhelming, a searing heat that makes him question everything. Yet, even as his hand burns, a primal thrill ignites within him, a dangerous allure to this newfound strength. The man with glasses can only stare, a triumphant, almost maniacal grin spreading across his features. And there he stands, Unsu, a living conduit, absolutely radiating with the surging blue energy. With the raw power coursing through his veins, a voice boomed, a promise of, "You'll be able to move." Unsu's eyes blazed with electric teal, his body a blur of raw power as he fought to control the surging energy, feeling like a mere fraction of the colossal force he could unleash, yet still overwhelming, a tiny fraction of the true power that now engulfed him in a blinding white aura, making him feel very tiny. His manifested life force, a colossal, glowing hand, pulsed with raw, untamed energy. Meanwhile, the man with glasses, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, pushed him, demanding a bit more. His words, heavy with experience, hinted at a shared destiny, a power that could make Unsu like me. Unsu's hand, now seemingly normal, still thrummed with residual power, a stark contrast to the immense energy he had just unleashed. His eyes still blazing with that inner teal light, the raw power still swirling around him, a storm waiting to be fully mastered. Unsu explodes into action, unleashing a savage attack on the monstrous, multi-limbed abomination. A whirlwind of pure speed and deadly precision. His glowing fist slamming home with bone-shattering impact. Another crushing blow lands, sending the beast reeling. The monster staggers, its colossal body violently thrown back from the relentless onslaught. Shaking uncontrollably as the sheer force of the blows rips through its very being. Its tough exoskeleton is visibly shattered, a testament to Unsu's brutal, unyielding power. Battered and bruised, he crouches low, his eyes burning with a fierce teal glow as blue energy crackles across his form. "Damn it," he growls, his perception sharpening, "I can see it now." His body finally fast enough to react, his fist clenching, covered in crackling blue energy. As his feet blur across the ground, kicking up debris, it's as if everything else has slowed down, leaving only him and his opponent in a hyper-focused moment. His entire body feels as if it's on fire, his blood vessels burning with raw power. With a determined gaze and glowing eyes, he is certain he can now fight the monster neck and neck. He prepares to face the massive, rocky foot of his foe. He stands before the monstrous wall of roots, his resolve hardening, ready for anything. As dark tendrils lash out from the depths, a blur of motion. His teal eyes ignite with a fierce, electric glow, a silent, powerful declaration of his readiness to face the onslaught head-on. The rock monster lunges, its massive, clawed hand tearing through the air with brutal force. But Unsu meets it with a swift, glowing block, a flash of teal energy, intercepting the blow with impossible speed. He pushes back against the monster's arm, his own limb radiating raw power, a desperate, high-stakes struggle for dominance. Yet, a sudden, unseen impact makes him recoil, a brutal counterattack, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he takes the hit. The monster's relentless assault continues, a flurry of blows, its arm striking again with crushing force. Unsu is sent flying backward, a helpless blur, catapulted through the air by the sheer power of the blow. Still reeling, Unsu twists, dodging a crushing blow by mere inches. He lands hard, feet skidding, barely keeping balance. But the monster is relentless, its jagged arm already winding up for the next devastating hit. It lunges, a blur of stone and pure rage. Blows rain down, a relentless barrage slamming into him. He's sent flying again, the impacts overwhelming him. Before he can even think, a massive stony hand clamps around his torso, lifting him like a ragdoll. He struggles, face contorted in pain and pure defiance. The monster's face looms in, orange eyes burning with predatory intent. Trapped but defiant, he unleashes a furious kick. But the monstrous impact is shrugged off as if it were nothing. He scrambles back, trying to gain some space. questioning if his desperate strike even made a dent. The creature stands unyielding, a mountain of stone. Then it morphs, revealing a horrifying new form with multiple, writhing limbs and a terrifying roar. Its core, now a fortress of rock, is clearly its Achilles heel. And he curses, realizing the beast is deliberately guarding its vulnerable point. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. This isn't over, he needs to power up. Unsu's bandaged fist glows with a faint, desperate light, his mind racing to unlock the raw power needed to finally shatter the monster's weak spot. Qua. His hand tightens, muscles screaming with the effort, the silence broken only by his resolve. Then, a breakthrough. A sudden, undeniable answer flashes in his mind. His grip solidifies, an unshakable resolve burning within him. And then, it begins. Blue energy crackles, surging around his fingers, a raw, untamed power awakening. His gaze sharpens, pure determination blazing in his eyes as electric blue lightning explodes around his entire body. The power surges, twisting and swirling around his hand with incredible, escalating force. I need even more power, he roars, the blue aura erupting, consuming him in its brilliant light. Facing down the colossal, multi-limbed beast, he knows this is just the warm-up. The real fight is about to begin. A chaotic vision of struggle and determination flashes, emphasizing the raw concept of power. As if responding to an inner call, Unsu's eyes ignite with a fierce, crackling blue energy, the very essence of that power manifesting within him. Around him, abstract swirls of vibrant blue energy coalesce, pulsing with raw, untamed force. His hand, now a conduit, crackles with electric blue lightning, the power surging through his very being. A deep conviction settles within him. This power, he realizes, is what he should have possessed all along. With a surge, his entire upper body becomes enveloped in the crackling blue aura, his eyes glowing with renewed intensity. His face contorts with the sheer effort, sweat and tears mingling as the immense power courses through him. But the struggle gives way to resolve, his expression hardening into fierce determination, his glowing eyes fixed on his goal. With every fiber of his being, he focuses the surging energy, ready to unleash its full potential. He stands ready, a faint blue aura already crackling around him, absolutely prepared for whatever comes next. His teal eye now blazing with an electric blue intensity, he lets out a defiant roar, "Come at me." Then, from the inky blackness, a horrifying mass of writhing, crimson tentacles starts to burst forth. Coalescing into a terrifying, crouched monstrosity. Its fleshy, organic appendages absolutely fill the frame. Before it fully rises, a towering, grotesque horror that chills you to the bone. Without a single moment of hesitation, Unsu absolutely explodes forward, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated resolve. He absolutely closes the distance, eyes locked onto the monstrous entity. And with an explosive burst of speed, he strikes. He stares into. Even as a colossal shadow threatens to engulf him. He locks onto the final threat, a monstrous entity pulsating with a sinister glow. But before he can even move, a colossal, club-like arm smashes into him. Sending him skidding violently across the ground, blood erupting from the brutal impact. He thrashes, fighting to get up, a desperate cry tearing from his throat, "Stop," as he begs them not to go this way. His eyes widen in horror, locking onto a figure, now completely ensnared by grotesque, pulsating red tentacles. As the monster's horrifying maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to devour. The monster's brutal club arm snaps around his throat, cutting off his breath. But even as he chokes, fighting for every breath, his hand instinctively reaches out. His resolve burning brighter than ever as he stands defiant against the monstrous entity, its victim still clutched in its grasp. His hand, a beacon of defiance, trembles as it reaches for the monstrous, tentacled horror that still has him in its grasp. A chilling, guttural sound rips from the creature's jagged maw, a contemptuous snarl that promises pain. Even as those vile tentacles crush him, Unsu's eyes burn with an unyielding resolve. Then, his gaze locks onto the two broken, bloodied figures sprawled on the ground, lifeless, and a terrifying thought screams through his mind, are they even still breathing? But as his resolve solidifies, a terrifying, red-orange inferno erupts within his teal eye, a power he can no longer hold back. The glow intensifies, burning brighter, and a dizzying wave of disorientation crashes over him. But he fights through the internal storm, pushing past the pain as raw, swirling energy explodes around him, ready to unleash hell. As the internal struggle intensifies, he finds there's only one thought. A singular idea left in his mind. His focus sharpens on the grotesque form of the rock monster. As he lies prone, his dark hair spreading around him like a shroud. The strands swirling with an unseen energy. A profound darkness enveloping his thoughts. A single, burning desire to kill it. As his resolve hardens, a crimson glow emanates from his hand, dark tendrils coiling around it. His eyes now burning with the same fierce, red light. Unsu's hands clench a rough, splintered log, knuckles screaming white with strain. As from the crushing darkness, a monstrous head lurches forward, jagged teeth glinting with pure menace. The maw opens wider, revealing rows upon rows of bloodied, razor-sharp fangs. Then, the creature's full, grotesque form explodes into view, a hulking mass of rock and pure malice, radiating a dark, oppressive aura. Desperately, a hand slams against a rough, dark surface, struggling to hold its ground against the onslaught. Then, a sudden, violent impact echoes through the confined space. The monstrous entity stands triumphant, its menacing presence now fully dominating the scene. As the monstrous presence loomed, Unsu braced himself, hands clasped, ready for the incoming devastation. Meanwhile, the rock monster's jagged hand tore through the environment, a brutal crack echoing as it absolutely demolished everything in its way. Its grotesque maw opened wide, a terrifying grrr ripping through the air, promising pure destruction. On the ground, Unsu looked up, his eyes now burning with an ominous red glow, a desperate, defiant look on his face as he faced down the terror. From above, he appeared engulfed by a swirling crimson vortex, the raw, intense energy radiating from him as his eyes pulsed with unbelievable power. The vortex intensified, its fiery tendrils reaching out, growing stronger. Deepening into a chasm of pure, raw energy, it threatened to consume everything in its path. Unfazed, the rock monster let out another deafening grfee, a crimson aura flaring around its head as it went for the kill. The air itself seemed to distort, rippling with the sheer, explosive force of the clash. A new dawn breaks over a shattered world, the ruins of civilization stark against the rising sun. A hand grips a tattered map, a voice whispering, "Never thought I'd see this again," the weight of the past heavy in the air. His face etched with worry, the young man with glasses hesitantly calls out, everyone?" Then, a breakthrough. Amidst the wreckage, he spots a figure, his voice exploding with a mix of shock and relief, "I think I found him." Dropping to his knees beside the battered Unsu, the young man with glasses lets out a choked gasp of relief, "Thank goodness. He's alive." Meanwhile, a man with a striking mohawk stares in utter disbelief at the sheer scale of destruction, his voice a raw, guttural question, "What in the world happened here?" The young man with glasses' eyes are wide saucers, mirroring the unspeakable horror unfolding before him. As the sun dips lower, a lone, mysterious figure emerges, a dark silhouette against the ravaged skyline, eliciting a stunned, whispered, "What?" A lone, enigmatic figure stands sentinel, gazing out over the apocalyptic wasteland that was once a bustling city, the silence deafening. The sheer scale of the destruction is mind-boggling, a chilling testament to the forces that tore this world apart. Back in the thick of it, the young man with glasses is seriously annoyed, grilling his mohawked friend about why he's still tagging along, but the mohawk man just fires back, "You gotta level up if you want to survive with us." Suddenly, a fierce-looking girl with fiery orange hair and glasses pops up, vowing to absolutely feast once they make it back home. The mohawk man just lets out a frustrated groan, looking down, muttering, "Seriously, come on." The orange-haired girl is absolutely fuming, yelling, "What are you even doing?" as the young man with glasses just stares, totally caught off guard. The mohawk man, now casually carrying the young man with glasses, brushes off any gratitude, declaring, "No need to thank me, I'm only doing this, 'cause we're friends," leaving his companion utterly mortified. Pushing through the treacherous ruins, the young man with glasses frantically whispers for everyone to shut up, terrified they're gonna get busted. He grabs Unsu by the collar, his face etched with worry, practically yelling for him to snap out of it. A crumpled paper, held tight, holds the key. And Unsu's face contorts in a raw grimace. His teal eyes snapping open as the truth hits him, "So she's alive?" A soft, knowing smile plays on the young man's lips. As he recounts finding Unsu knocked out cold near a monster's lair, making the protagonist kick himself for being so reckless. His teal eye, now razor-sharp, burns with fierce resolve. Just as a rock monster ambushes them, slamming into the man with the mohawk, who lets out a pained grunt. The orange-haired girl watches in shock as the young man with glasses charges forward, ready to throw down. "Guess I was due for a fight anyway," he declares, squaring up. Just as the rock monster closed in, a mysterious figure locked eyes with Unsu, a silent command passing between them. Then, with a confident smirk, he declared he'd handle it, his hand already sparking with power. A blinding flash erupted from his palm, slamming into the beast with an earth-shattering crack. But the real show began as Unsu, a whirlwind of motion, danced around the monster's lumbering assaults. He weaved past a devastating strike, and with a sickening crunch, the monster's own attack shattered its rocky form. The young man with glasses and the mohawked fighter could only gape, utterly stunned by the raw power on display. His jaw dropped, the young man's eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe, as he watched the battle unfold. The monster's arm, already fractured, groaned under the relentless assault, threatening to explode. And then, with a final, explosive roar of energy, Unsu unleashed a cataclysmic blow, engulfing the creature in a storm of pure destruction. He drops his head, sweat and water dripping from his face, the raw power he just unleashed leaving him utterly drained. But he's not alone, a powerful hand clamps onto him from behind, the mohawked man holding him steady. With eyes closed, the mohawked man lets out a slow breath, the intensity of the moment etched on his face. Even after that explosive display, the young man's gaze is heavy, his mind still reeling from the fight. Elsewhere, an abandoned exit corridor stands eerily quiet, a stark reminder of the chaos that forced everyone out. Back at their makeshift command, the old man grips a wooden crate, his voice tight with urgency as he demands to know if they've heard anything from the others. The comms are dead, a total blackout. The young man with glasses, focused intently on his screen, urges them to wait, suspecting their comms were sabotaged from the start. A tiny squeak breaks the silence as a small creature darts across the deserted floor. The old man casts a quick glance behind him, a silent expectation hanging in the air. But elsewhere, the blonde girl, tired and desperate, can only whisper names, a raw plea for their return. She's been waiting, sleeplessly, for him. Suddenly, the young man with glasses snaps his head up, a shocked, escaping him. His eyes lock onto the scene, a wave of relief washing over him as he realizes, they're finally back. With a determined glint in his eye, the man with the mohawk pushes forward. He's got Unsu, still out cold, slung over his back, the young man with glasses right there with them. All right. We're back, the mohawk man declares, his voice cutting through the tension. And with a soft whimper, Unsu begins to stir, his eyes slowly fluttering open. She's safe. The blonde girl is absolutely bawling, clutching onto the young man with glasses, calling out to him as he pulls her into a tight embrace. Her golden hair a cascade of relief, and then, a shocking sight, Unsu's teal eyes snap open, a dazed expression on his face. The young man with glasses lets out a relieved breath, muttering, "Thank goodness, you're alive." The tension is finally breaking. He says it again, his voice full of emotion, while the blonde girl gazes up at him, her face still etched with the ordeal. But the fight isn't over for everyone. The man with the mohawk is completely wiped out, collapsed on the floor, his trusty bag just barely within reach. He finally pushes himself up, the whole crew gathered around him, the young man with glasses, the old man, and the young boy, all looking on with a mix of relief and serious worry. This was it, the first expedition into the desolate city. And they pulled it off, securing 7 days' worth of rations and some critical medicine. But even with the haul, the young man with glasses, the old man, and the young boy are still looking super worried, their eyes locked on something beyond the frame, the weight of their situation clearly pressing down on them. He's all ears as the mohawked man drops the bombshell, the expedition's gains were barely worth the 2 lives they lost. His face twists with raw concern, the grim reality hitting him hard. The shattered ruins and monster remains around them scream the brutal cost, a chilling monument to their fallen comrades. Elsewhere, Unsu is lost in thought, his eyes fixed on nothing. The blonde girl settles next to him, a silent anchor, and he finally breaks the silence. He confesses to a dream, a nightmare where someone got hurt. She replies gently, remembering a strange warmth from her own ordeal. He brushes it off as just a silly dream, but his face tells a different story. His eyes drop to his own feet, which are visibly battered and bruised. Battered and bruised, he admits his body is failing him, but the blonde girl, ever the optimist, confidently declares she'll be back to full strength in just days. No monster here, she insists, just an insane recovery rate. A beat of silence, her expression turning thoughtful. He points out their stark contrast, and she drops a bombshell, she always runs. But even as terrifying rock monsters fill his thoughts, he reminds her, she still chooses to fight. A terrifying monster looms, yet she falters, a quiet, but still. Escaping her lips. Her gaze drops to her hands, then her feet, as she labels herself a coward, then, with a fierce glint, declares, "I'll try my best to prove I'm a coward." Yet, a shadow of uncertainty flickers in her eyes. But his eyes blaze with unwavering resolve, a silent promise to fight his own battles, his own way. The blonde girl's mind races, flashing back to a haunting image of a doll, a name escaping her lips. She stares at the doll, a desperate plea echoing in her voice. Guilt consumes her. She's so sorry for abandoning it, wishing she'd said something, anything, sooner. Then, out of nowhere, a hand appears, clutching a delicate hair clip. She's stunned. What is this mysterious object being offered to her? A voice cuts through her confusion, revealing the truth, it's her hair clip. A genuine smile breaks through. She takes the gift, the voice urging her to wear it, to let her face shine through. But the smile fades, a pang of guilt returning as she remembers her past abandonment. But just as quickly, she bounces back, a radiant smile proclaiming, it's fine, she has another. A true comeback. She stares at the small blue hair clip, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She looks up, and a voice points out, your forehead. She touches the small bandage on her forehead, admitting, this is proof that I fought. Unsu looks on, a worried expression crossing his features. Then, with the clip now in her hair, she faces him and another girl, asking if it looks good, and the other girl immediately shouts her approval. The view changes to an empty room, packed with shelves and containers. Even when everything feels lost. And the crushing weight of guilt. We always find that tiny spark of hope. Eun-soo, deep in thought, reaches for his ear. A fragile thread, yet held with unwavering resolve. And push ourselves to take that crucial first step. And also, he tightens his fists, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. A faint, static crackle erupts from his ear. Breaking the silence, he calls out, "Can you hear me?" He cranks the dial, his voice cutting through the silence, a desperate plea for connection. 1, 2, 3. If you're still out there, listen up. Turn up the volume. The ancient radio crackles to life, a tense countdown beginning. All right, 3, 2. His voice, raw with urgency, blasts into the unknown. Is this enough? Everyone. Get to your radios. The signal holds, and he cuts to the chase. I'll get straight to the point. The message flashes across the screen, a chilling revelation. I was already prepared. I knew the apocalypse was coming. His gaze intensifies, the weight of his confession palpable. Elsewhere, cloaked in shadow, a figure with glasses stares at a monitor, a quiet voice remarking, whether you believe it or not. He finishes, that's entirely up to you. A voice cuts through the static, delivering a message of encouragement to every survivor still out there, still listening. But more than just hope, the voice demands. A chilling question, who among them has truly survived? The next command is clear, disclose your positions. To everyone else. Because to stand a chance against these monstrous threats, humanity must unite, the voice declares. And that unity begins with knowing exactly where everyone is. The broadcast ends, but the real challenge begins. The young man with glasses cuts through the silence, demanding to know how they'll even start to figure things out. Suddenly, a hand shoots out, snatching a flashlight. A powerful beam of light slices through the darkness, and a tense voice hopes no hidden, brutal monsters are about to jump them. He lays out the plan, revealing that artificial light won't faze these monsters, so they're using it for something else entirely. A wrist, ticking with a watch, is intently watched. The command is given, full power on the flashlight for exactly 10 seconds. The countdown hits 0, and he shouts, now. A sharp click, then a blinding, explosive flash. The blonde girl's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, her face a mask of terror and disbelief at the shocking reveal. After that insane flash, everyone's just frozen, staring up at the desolate, illuminated cityscape. What did they just see? The guy with glasses, looking super serious, drops the bomb. They weren't the only ones who saw the apocalypse coming. Then this other dude, with wild orange hair and glasses, chimes in, saying it's probably because they're all packed together in one spot. The city's just a skeleton now, stretching out forever, a terrifying monument to total destruction. The glasses guy drops another theory, monsters are drawn to big groups of people, making the Mohawk guy wonder if humans are literally monster bait. He confirms it, monsters love humans, and the little kid freaks out, asking if they're all gonna die. Eun-soo's hand clenches tight, pure determination burning inside him. He suddenly gets it, the guy who knew about the apocalypse could be the only lead to finding his mom. And then, bam. In the newly revealed darkness, a terrifying, jagged, rocky monster maw appears, confirming everyone's worst fears. He stares out at the ruined city, one word burning in his mind, location. The young man with glasses, his voice cutting through the tension, reminds them that the light is brightest where the danger is greatest, and with a grim resolve, declares, well then, survive. As the group gears up to move out, Eun-soo pulls his scarf up, hiding his face in grim determination. The young man with glasses takes point, pushing them forward with a sharp, decisive command, let's go. Eun-soo falters, a quiet protest on his lips, but the young man with glasses shuts him down instantly, sternly ordering him not to follow his commands. But a defiant no burns in Eun-soo's mind, ignoring the warning, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve. He knows he has to act, a chilling thought fueling his resolve. If he just follows the young man's lead, the same devastating tragedy from last time will absolutely happen again. His head snaps back as a hand clamps down, fingers digging into his hair, pulling him roughly backward. A sharp, angry glare flashes across Eun-soo's face as he demands, what are you doing? Stop it. The man with the mohawk, his expression stern, simply replies, Blue, don't look down on me. Those guys went easy on you if they wanted to. Eun-soo's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Later, inside a moving vehicle, the mohawked man continues, his voice firm, they probably weren't even serious from the moment they saw you. So don't shoulder the burden all by yourself. He leans in, his gaze direct, if you think like that, then you'd be belittling them. A slight smile plays on his lips as he adds, why do you look as if you've been through everything? His tone softens, a hint of warmth entering his voice as he concludes, "You're still much younger than me. At times like these, you can depend on me." He's face to face with the mohawked man, who's laying it down, "We're colleagues." His eyes widen, a moment of pure shock, then he stammers, "Hold on, actually." The mohawked man just grins, a wild energy in his gaze, demanding, "Just call me Hyung." He spins around, clearly annoyed, "Fine, I won't stop you. You're just gonna follow me anyway." But the mohawked man just points to a chicken comb, totally unfazed, then corrects him, "Actually, it's a rooster comb." He's already walking off, but the mohawked man's voice still reaches him, "Dude, I was wondering where you disappeared to." But wait, a blonde girl has been secretly watching them, totally hidden, and she's like, "I wanna go too. You're making this impossible if you keep vanishing." Her face twists with worry, "I wasn't even asking you." Completely oblivious, he just keeps walking, a deep, contemplative look on his face, eyes locked on something only he can see. The blonde girl, with a determined look, declares she won't stand in the way. Elsewhere, the guy with glasses seems a bit confused, but the mohawk man is already on it, just saying, "Oh, I'm on." The guy with glasses then drops a bombshell, realizing Unsu almost went in without his weapon, a crazy thought that just hit him. But then he just shrugs it off, because who needs a weapon when you're Unsu? The mohawked man confirms he's ready to go, as the guy with glasses keeps thinking. As Unsu disappears into the distance, the guy with glasses just shakes his head, "That kid always blows my mind." He flashes back to their first meeting, when Unsu effortlessly took down a monster way bigger than him. The flashback intensifies, showing Unsu unleashing an explosive attack on a massive rock monster, absolutely obliterating a beast the young man thought was unkillable. Back in the present, the guy with glasses finishes his thought, revealing Unsu's already leveled up, making the mohawked man wonder, "So what's the plan now?" Still reeling from her cryptic statement, the young man with glasses demands clarification, "What do you mean, he can become stronger?" as Unsu, oblivious, strides away. But far above the urban sprawl, a colossal, pulsating energy rift tears through the heavens, a terrifying beacon of power and peril. Cutting back to the scene, the mohawked man fixes his gaze on the young man with glasses, a sharp question on his lips, "So, are you saying I do?" A sudden, raw surge of power rips through Unsu, wrenching a startled cry from his throat as his eyes snap open in shock. Watching his sudden reaction, the blonde girl calmly instructs him, "You have to feel your life force." Across town, the young man with glasses and the mohawked man pore over a data screen, the former pointing out, "It's the energy reading for Unsu." Still grappling with the surge of power, Unsu mutters, The moment I can clearly feel my life force." Mid-stride, a sudden epiphany hits him, forcing him to halt. "Wait," he whispers, "there's something here." Back at the monitor, the mohawked man declares, he's already advanced to the next level. Suddenly, a desperate figure emerges from the shadows, battered and bruised, her eyes wide with terror as she confronts an unbelievable reality. With a voice raw with desperation, she cries out, revealing a harrowing tale of her family's escape from monstrous threats, only to be caught in a devastating collapse. Her desperate cries cut through the air, as Unsu, the blonde girl, and the young man with glasses absorb her shocking story, their faces etched with grim realization. A desperate glint in her eyes, the woman makes an unbelievable offer, one wish, granted to anyone who dares to save her. Her voice unwavering despite her wounds, she declares, "Anything you wish." Get ready for Chapter 30, Wish. All our favorite characters are here, Unsu, the blonde girl, the mohawk man, the guy with glasses, the old man, and the young boy, all gathered together. The tension is palpable as someone with glowing eyes demands, "Anything?" The blonde girl just groans, "UGH. And check out the mohawk man. He's absolutely crackling with energy, radiating pure power." "No way." The glowing-eyed figure shuts it down, "We're not doing that." But the blonde girl, clearly fed up, insists, "Let's help her out," then pivots, "And what's your wish?" Unsu, looking super serious, fires back, "What kind of wish are you going to ask for?" The blonde girl's like, "Of course." And Unsu, ever the pragmatist, retorts, "That's why I'm asking you." Unsu turns away, a thoughtful look on his face, muttering, "That's weird." He stares out at the city, but the sheer number of people around him only amplifies his growing unease. A subtle tension tightens his jaw, as the weight of their words begins to sink in. But the blonde girl's eyes blaze with an eerie, golden light, a wicked grin spreading across her face as she revels in the chaos. He whips his head towards her, utterly blindsided, as she nonchalantly drops the bombshell about taking him to some secret base. The mohawk-wearing man cuts in, a wry smirk on his face, declaring that this whole situation has become a massive headache. He then challenges her directly, demanding to know her next move. She snaps back, visibly annoyed, blaming an unseen force for messing with her plans. He jabs a finger in her direction, mocking her with a condescending chuckle and calling her so stupid. Her face twists into a furious grimace, absolutely seething at his insult. The blonde girl, with a chilling smirk, lays down her terms, give me everything you have. And yes, that includes the clothes right off your back. As if he dared to question her, she snarls, what? You think I'm playing with you? With a heavy sigh, Eun-soo starts to strip. But then a voice from the shadows cuts in, demanding, why are you taking off your clothes? Flanked by 3 hulking figures, the blonde girl doubles down, her voice dripping with menace, unless you want to die. But then, in an instant, her confident smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. And her crew? They're not just shocked, they're absolutely seething with rage, their faces twisted in fury. But before anyone can react, one of the thugs pushes past, barking, the bag and the clothes go on the ground, too. Eun-soo, now shirtless, stares up at the imposing figure, his bag already tossed aside. Still down for the count, Eun-soo is left vulnerable on the cold ground. But then, a hero emerges. The young man with glasses unleashes a battle cry, ready to throw down. The Mohawk brute, completely unfazed, keeps stripping Eun-soo, grabbing his clothes without a second thought. The young man with glasses steps up, demanding answers, while the blonde girl, absolutely frantic, screams for them to take down the monster. He doesn't even flinch, charging straight into the fray. But bam! A knife-wielding thug blindsides him, a blade flashing right at his face. The thug goes all out, relentlessly attacking, pushing the young man with glasses to his limits. Then, a lightning-fast throw. The knife flies. And it connects. The young man with glasses is hit, sent flying back. Injured and disoriented, the young man with glasses can barely process the escalating madness, as the blonde girl stares, utterly bewildered. But even through the agony, he grits his teeth, his hands tightening with a fierce resolve, spitting out a desperate, come at it. But the blonde girl isn't backing down, her voice cutting through the tension as she screams, what are you guys doing? Fight them, before adding, there are only 2 of them. The mohawked thug just sneers, a cruel glint in his eye, and points a menacing finger, barking, then get rid of that brainless kid first. Then, a blur of motion. And the blonde girl is off, sprinting away, with the mohawked leader and 2 other thugs hot on her heels. Pure panic etched on her face, she pushes her limits, desperate to escape. The pursuit is relentless. She risks a terrified look over her shoulder at the closing gap, her heart pounding in her chest. The chase is on, and just as things get tight, Eun-soo throws himself in front of the blonde girl, ready to face down the bat-wielding thug. But hold up, a new challenger appears. A monstrous threat emerges, sending the young man with glasses and the old man into a full-blown panic, leaving Eun-soo utterly bewildered. The blonde girl screams in terror, and the young man with glasses yells, forget fighting, we gotta run. The rock monster charges, but Eun-soo, like a true hero, steps up, forming a human shield for everyone, the blonde girl, the young man with glasses, the old man, and the kid. A quick escape. They dive into a hidden wooden house, just in the nick of time. No time to rest. Eun-soo's already at the window, eyes scanning the empty streets like a hawk. Still on high alert, he keeps watch, a silent guardian against the unknown. But the strain is showing, his ragged breathing giving away just how much this fight has taken out of him. Finally, he turns to the young man with glasses, making the call, we're hunkering down here for a bit. Eun-soo and the crew step into a post-apocalyptic nightmare, and someone immediately calls out the insane amount of junk everywhere. No one's here, someone says, and the others are like, yeah, probably. This entire zone, where everyone just poofed into existence, was a ghost town. Just endless, artificial-looking junk everywhere. It just screamed fake. But then, bam. The blonde girl and the mohawk guy are hit with pure shock. And whoa, something's glowing under Eun-soo's foot as he takes a step. He tries to warn them, but it's already too late. His friends are screaming. Just like that, the blonde girl and the mohawk guy are hanging upside down, caught in some invisible trap. Caught in an invisible trap, the blonde girl screams, what is this, as the man with the mohawk frantically insists, I didn't do anything wrong. Their panicked cries fill the air, when a heavy thud shakes the very ground beneath them. Then, a colossal, rocky foot slams down with a deafening stomp, announcing a terrifying new arrival. And there he is, a menacing white-haired figure, radiating raw power, strides directly toward the trapped duo, a shadowy companion trailing behind him. But Eun-soo, his eyes narrowing, already knows exactly who this is, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, I was wondering who it was. The white-haired man, now brandishing a glowing blade, snarls directly at Eun-soo, you're the one who's been causing trouble. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he locks eyes with Eun-soo, delivering the final, damning question, aren't you?